it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday to everyone. Welcome in. Hopefully everybody got them a nice cozy seat. I take it our stream ended well and transported and I guess teleported would be a better word. Teleported you guys over to our TT room. You know, we are on day 12 of this madness. You know, she has been approved to have a new trial because of a juror being placed on the case that knew somebody in a DA office. Now, mind you guys, as we've been watching this trial, one of the other jurors got thrown off the case because they recognized that they knew somebody that was on the witness list, but they were by a different last name, so they didn't know. So I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm kind of like, I don't want her to have another trial. I don't want the family to have to go through this again. I mean, but I am a firm believer. I don't want y'all to get this mixed up. I'm a firm believer that people can be guilty, but the state got to prove it. The state has to prosecute them correctly. I'm a firm believer in that, regardless of all the, shit and giggles that we may do on this channel. Like, so if the state and the government can't get it together, then I guess, unfortunately, us taxpayers will have to pay another round for her to go at it. I know a lot of people feel like maybe she'll get a plea. I just don't see that happening. One, because first of all, she's an ass. And second of all, I think she enjoys torturing the family. Remember, we are talking about the same person that was sitting through courts flipping the bird. So, with that being said, I don't think that she'll do it, and they don't want anything but life for her. So, it's really no incentive unless they're going to say that they're going to give her less than life. There's no incentive for her to take a plea deal. Can we all agree with that? No, I don't know if Sarah is getting a new trial. Just seen that kind of pop up, Martina. No, she trying to appeal. All she can do is keep appealing and firing attorneys and stuff. She should have took the plea deal that they offered her in the beginning, but she wanted to be a smart butt. That's what happened with Sarah Boone. I think she's still going through it. I don't think they even did anything with that. Yeah. So today we're going to try to get through day 12 and 13. We got to put in some work this weekend, y'all. So I hope y'all can hang with me. We have another trial that starts Monday besides our Fulio trial. So with that being said, I won't probably be able to stream any of TT's trial next week. So I'm going to try to get as much as we can in this weekend. We do have a trial prep for our American Idol trial also coming up. So there's that. Let me go ahead and get up here to the top and start doing our good mornings or afternoons or evening. It just depends on where you at. All right. Good morning, Barb. Barb came in and said, "Do you think the Dr. Dorothy Lewis will testify again?" Um, I don't know because I didn't see the first trial. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I have not seen the first trial. I'm not sure how many people have seen the first trial. I don't know where I was at. I must have been living up under a rock or something at this point in time, or maybe there was another trial that was, sometimes we just have so many trials out there you can't keep up with them. But I didn't see the first trial, so I'm not sure exactly what Dr. Dorothy provides or doesn't provide. So I'm looking forward to seeing that testimony. Hey, Kate, thanks for joining us. She said it's our first time live with us, and she finally can tell us that we got the best intro. Shout out to the mods in the chat for all the music that's on here, because 9 times out of 10 our music is coming from some stuff that the chat is doing, and the mods create a wonderful beat. Their therapist and Rachel typically does that for us. Awesome. Hey, Lynn. Good morning, Martina. Hey, Kent. Hey, Film. I'm glad that you guys made it over from the other stream. Hey, Barb. How you doing? Kate, I think they did. And the judge decided not to remove the juror, and the defense the defense, from my understanding, nobody wanted to use one of their strikes because that should have been an automatic removal from the case. Yeah, just what Martina's putting in there. You think that she'll take a plea? Barb, put in there what you think the plea will be about. Like, I don't see, if she's not I don't think they will offer her a plea. I don't know, because what would her plea be? Because why would she accept anything unless it's going to be less time? And I can't see them not wanting to give her the total max. Just my opinion. I don't know. I just don't see what benefit would it do for her to take a plea deal. I mean, I personally know I would not, Sweet Pea would not be in that situation, hopefully. But she ain't got nothing to lose. So the most I would do, I would make them go all the way through it. And hopefully the next jurors will say, I'm insane. Because unless they're giving her less time, which I don't think they're going to do, I don't see no reason for her to do it. Hey, Holly. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get us on into this courtroom. We are gonna try to watch as much. Okay. Barb said the family um may not want to go. Yeah, and I get that, but I'm not saying from the family's position, because even if the family doesn't want to go through this and they like, state, can you offer a plea? Do you think that the state will want to offer her anything less than life? Maybe I'll put a survey up in regards to that to see, because I don't know. I wouldn't care what I mean, she's sick, right? So she probably don't care she probably don't care nothing about what the family think. Of course, right? So even if they offer a plea deal, she may deny it. That's gonna be interesting. Yes, she already has LWAP. So if she already have LWAP, like, unless they gonna give her less time, what they gonna tell her? We give you 50 years. I just don't think she gonna do that. It's sad to say. I don't see it. I see her going back to trial unless they gonna be talking about they giving her a chance of parole or something like that. But other than that, Kate, her attorney is not allowing her to get on the stand. It would be great for content purposes and for our entertainment. If she did get on the stand, she'd probably just get buck wild. She'd probably be like, "Oh, they didn't think I was crazy. Let me pull out this crazy. Let me get this cray on." that's the only way I think it would come out. That's the only way I think that part will happen. She'd be like, "Let me really get buck wild. Let me show you what it really do. If y'all didn't think I was crazy, boy, I've been behind bars for a good couple years now. I'm really crazy." So I am going to go ahead and get us in the courtroom. I do have it at regular speed. We'll see about if we need to turn it up a little bit more. Far as the not turn it up, but enhance the speed. I do think that we are going to be watching a lot of her FBI interviews today, from what I can see. So depending on how it goes, we will determine our speed for this case. Shout out to the trial channel. Great footage, great coverage. She typically enhances the volume. If there's anything wrong with the video, she typically corrects it to her best of her capabilities from her end. Make sure you guys go check her out. I did put her description and her link to her channel in our description box. She is like the archive for trials. She's building like a library for us, guys. So, but this library is just a little different because it's not like any of the other major channels, because she is actually enhancing, doing it section by section. So if you want to go see a particular witness, you can go right over there, label witness AZZZZ, and click on it and you can watch it. So awesome library of footage over there, guys. So I definitely suggest that everybody goes check it out, subscribe for any of her videos that drop. Yes, I know it's a her. I'm sorry. I know it's the trial channel, but I know it's a her. So if I'm gonna be seeing her, but she came on here once. I asked her if she wanted to come over here. She said she'll try to check out some days that we doing Letecia Stauch, doing TT's case, to come over here. And this was one of her first ones that she did, and give us her thoughts and stuff on it. So awesome content creator. I love what she's creating over there, and I'm sure you guys will too. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our coverage for today.
Take your seat in the witness stand. I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Grissing.
Good morning.
So we've had an opportunity to listen to all of the phone calls. We've got still one more to go. how, in your experience, as you're working this particular case, are you using the information you're gathering from these phone calls to develop what you talked about on Wednesday, this pattern of behavior for this particular defendant, to inform you of how you're going to interview her eventually?
Yes, we were working as a team and talking with Al after each call to determine exactly what happened on that call. And then before we would make contact with Letecia the next day, we would compare what we learned that day to previous days to see maybe what our new strategy would be.
Did the strategy change, like you're describing, from phone call to phone call or from day to day sometimes?
Yes, and even in the middle of a phone call, it might change depending upon her answers.
I noticed in the, I think it was the last phone call, there was a change where you start using the word, or Al does at your direction, I think, start using the word murder as opposed to accident.
That's correct.
Why did that change happen?
It seemed to us that Letecia was not accepting that this was an accident, even though we kept on posing that through Al. And since she was rejecting that, we encouraged Al to see what she would react to if we said, well, possibly this was a murder and possibly you were responsible.
In that last call also, People's Exhibit 58, I want to ask you about third person. In your life experience, have you encountered people that have referred to themselves in a third person?
At times, yes.
Would that be both professionally and in just regular everyday life?
Yes, most of it was outside of the FBI, actually.
Can that be a hallmark of somebody that's self-absorbed?
It can be, yes.
Okay. Did you find Letecia Stauch during these phone calls and even during your interview with her that we're going to get to later this morning to also be self-absorbed?
Yes. Almost every call was centered around her and how she was feeling instead of us trying to get her to focus on Gannon.
Okay. As it relates to those last two phone calls, 57 and 58, that we listened to on Wednesday afternoon, was there any other important information in those phone calls that you used to develop that pattern of behavior in your mind going forward? And obviously this is a very open-ended question, but I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to explain those issues.
When Al posed to her about possible injuries to Gannon when he was talking with her about murder, she removed Gannon from the conversation and said, you're saying words like, did I murder someone and did I hit anyone over the head with a board? And she basically took Gannon out of the injuries that Al was accusing her of doing. We were trained to look for gaps in a story, like hours missing in a day, as well as illogical use of pronouns, and that jumped out at me.
Why does that jump out at you?
Because it was very personal what they were discussing of Gannon, and then when she's describing the possible that she would be responsible for hitting him in the head with a board or possibly murdering him, she takes Gannon out of the conversation.
Okay. So basically depersonifying Gannon?
Correct.
Okay. This next phone call is the last one that we've admitted. It's People's Exhibit 59. It comes from February 21st, 1:44 p.m. It's 29 minutes long. At this point, Judge, I'd like to go ahead and publish that. It was previously admitted during Mr. Stauch's testimony. And then when this particular phone call is done, we'll bring Mr. Grusing back up.
All right, Grusing, you can go ahead and step down.
Hello?
Hey,
So, hey, you said there was an emergency that you need to talk about?
yes, okay, because I sent you the message about stop and searching, and I said, are you ready to work together with me? Yes, I sent that to you.
Okay, so what is it?
What do you mean, what is it? I'm telling you. Oh my God, I don't know how to clear to say this. Do you believe me now that I didn't do anything wrong?
I mean, I'm just trying to get You made it seem like there was some urgent news that you had to tell me, and this is.
And I sent you the link you were talking about with the landfill. That was old.
Oh, so there wasn't really anything urgent and pressing that would help me find Gannon.
I'm asking you, are you ready to work together with your wife to do it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm going off your list. Number one, Gannon. So let's focus on that. Okay.
So you read my list. Why are people sending this about lies about airports and all this? Until
I don't know.
you can't have a straight goal in common.
I don't know. I don't care about social media. Never have. Who cares what people are saying? I rode with my mom to the airport.
Okay, where are you?
Where am I? I
Yes.
told you I just stepped out of work on lunch break.
Like, as in the node?
No, as in the headquarters.
Okay. Are you gonna be like able to like stay with your wife so we can work on this together?
I'm not making any promises.
I need to know like now, like starting tomorrow.
Well, you're not even here. If you're telling me starting tomorrow,
With the dogs. I can't fly the dogs.
well, how did the dogs get to where you're at if they couldn't fly?
I'm in a car with friends. That's all I've been doing. The dogs can't get on an airplane.
What friends?
Only thing I'm seeing is her name is Michelle, some different people, some adjacent people, Janine that works for Harley. We stayed at their house.
Okay.
We've just been staying everywhere. The dogs cannot get on an airplane.
Okay, fair enough. But I want to get back to Gannon.
I want you to tell me you're going to work together with me.
That's not a priority.
Be together so we can burn down everything, figure this out, get a plan in place.
But why is the safety of a child contingent upon anything other than finding him?
I can't help you if we're not together.
Yes, you can.
Fine. I can't do any of that together. The safety of a child is work together. If we have to write it down 10 freaking times and work through it. That's the safety. I beg for this.
But I still don't understand how you helping me with Gannon is contingent upon anything else.
Contingent. I am your wife. Did you file for divorce? Did you?
I didn't hear what you said. What?
Did you file for divorce?
I told you that already. No. Do you want me to?
No. Are you cheating on me?
Am I cheating on you? No. Listen, we need to focus on Gannon, okay? You told me you had
Some big plan.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's a big plan to find my son. Absolutely. Okay, so listen to me. You made this, like you always do in these scenarios, you made it seem like we could fix this immediately. You got some big piece of information. Listen.
Listen to me and be open-minded in order to. And when that comes, you taking my side in order for it to even be working. Because if you go against me, you poke me, you be whatever, you try to do whatever, all these things. We can't get to what you need.
Okay, so that's what I wanted you to say, because you just told me that finding Gannon is contingent upon what you getting what you want. You said if I don't buck you or don't be with you and don't sleep with you, yeah, that's what you said in essence, is that if I don't give you what you want, we don't find Gannon. So listen, but hold on, listen, I'm going back in now. I thought you had some emergency.
Number one, okay?
If you tell me information I need to know on Gannon, like who took Gannon or what happened to Gannon, then we talk about this other 7 parts of your list, okay? But number one is Gannon. Nothing happens for anybody in the rest of my life, period, until I get information about Gannon or find him. I thought you didn't have a car. Sounds like a car to me.
I told you I dropped these old vehicle because I don't have a license.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, number one. I need you to tell me that you have confidence and believe in me. Okay?
Number one on the list is Gannon, so. Okay, I believe in you and have confidence in you that you'll tell me the truth.
been any kind of like locations, searches, anything outside of only where I went. So that should be the most concerning thing to you. Is that the first thing that has to be done? Okay, so tell me why that's not happening.
That's a question we need to ask law enforcement, not me.
But that's not something that you have even thought of to ask, because I mean, you called me to ask about this landfill that was something false that someone was messing around with your hand being a dick. But this, your guy Mark's been asking this several times.
I'm sure. Yes, I've asked them this. Why are you searching there? Well, we can't tell you anything.
Okay, so then here. Okay, next question. That I went was first. Acres upon acres upon acres when I didn't even go to those acres. How do we find Gannon? If none of those things, he was none of the places that I went, does that not make you open up your eyes and say that I'm not involved, someone else is?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like back to your first question. I believe in you, okay? But I believe you know that someone else involved and you know who. That's what I want. Okay. So, but see, then you keep sending me messages, emergency, we can fix this right now, but then you never tell me anything.
Number two, that's the second thing. We know that, all right? Anything I haven't done. All right, so why come when I gave them the information that I gave them, why did they not look into it? Why did they not believe it? Why?
What information about Quincy Brown?
Anywhere.
Are you talking about Quincy Brown? What information are you talking about?
No, I did not.
What information?
Okay. You just said they don't tell you anything, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
So, which means they would have gotten information from me.
Okay. So what information was it?
That I told them they have not covered any areas except only the areas that I drove.
Okay, but what information are you talking about? Why won't you give me that information? I'm the father of the missing child, Tisha.
But I've already told you one time, and when I told you it wasn't good enough.
Well, tell me again. Tell me right now. I'm in believe Tisha mode.
Okay, how long do you have?
Like 5 to 7 minutes. Honestly, I gotta get back in.
5 to 7 minutes.
Well, what do you need? Tell me what you need. An hour? 10 minutes?
Are you on lunch? I mean, I'm not trying to mess you up at work.
No, I'm working like 4-hour days. So I mean, I come out because I told you I'd come out around this time. Okay, but I got another hour or some work, and then I'm leaving for the day. Because they're just trying, like I told you this morning, they're trying to phase me back in. So I don't want to be out here for 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, so then what time can you sit down and talk with just you, not with you and all your other clan?
Right now.
So you got 30 minutes to give me right now.
Listen, I'll make up some bullshit when I go back in there, but yeah, I'll give you 30 minutes right now. Walk me through it.
Now, I need you to answer this question. Why? How many of the videos, so it can all make sense to you, have you saw other than one video?
Listen, this is not Albert answers a bunch of questions. You tell me. No, you tell me what I'm missing or haven't seen. That's what this is about. This is not you.
Have you seen a video of anyone pulling into our yard after 4 o'clock?
Have I seen a video?
Did you see this?
Have I seen any video of that? I'm not sitting here answering questions, okay? I haven't seen other than what's been released. I haven't seen what's other than been released to the public. I'm not sitting here getting questioned. You said you had a story to tell me about this.
Didn't say I had a story.
Okay.
Helping you.
Okay, well, help me. Don't. Okay, I'm listening.
Did you see any other videos?
I'm listening. I'm not being questioned, okay? Tell me what I'm missing in the video. Just tell me. Don't ask me. Tell me.
video when Harley comes home and Lena. I'm sure you had to see this. Just tell me where Harley parked her car.
I have no clue, Tisha. Tell me what you're trying to tell me. Now you get me upset.
You haven't seen this.
No, I have not seen anything. I told you that. I've seen what is on the internet on the video about the truck. That's it.
Okay. So can you wait by your phone for 5 minutes?
You said 30 minutes, and just if you have something.
30 minutes. But I need you to wait by your phone for 5 minutes because I have this girl's kids in here.
Yeah, what?
Her kids are in her car. I drove to get some food. I have her kids in here. So I just need 5 minutes to pull up in the yard for the kids to get out.
What does that keep you from sending a video?
It's not sending the video.
What?
I don't want to talk about it with kids around. They can hear me. I'm asking you for 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. Let me pull in the yard and they get out.
Just tell me what you got to tell me. There's no kids in the car. I don't hear a peep, okay?
There is a kid in the car.
Listen, I knew either you tell me now or I'm just going to put the phone down and go back into work, okay? Because I don't got time to sit here. You jerk me around. I'm tired of you jerking me around.
Literally almost to the street.
Listen, I don't have 5 minutes. I got the 30 minutes you asked for. I got that. You start telling me whatever it is you got to tell me. Who cares if a kid's in the car? That should be a good thing that you know information that can help you find the missing kid. I'm sure they've heard about it.
I don't know if they did. They might have not have.
Well,
I'm turning on her street. Just hold on.
yeah, okay.
I swear to you, I'm literally turning on her street.
I'm not questioning you. I'm in believe Tisha mode. I'm just waiting for some facts that I can believe.
Turning on her street.
Okay, I believe you.
Like I'm passing the church right now.
What church?
And then I'm going on to this.
All right.
The church. I guess their church. I don't know if they go to church there. I don't know.
Oh, you passed by it, but there's no sign? Okay, cool.
Yeah, there was a sign. I'm looking at the road so I can
Okay.
make sure it's the turn.
All right. Hey, I believe you.
I think that I know my way around.
I believe you. I'm not trying to question you. I just want to know if I knew the church or the pastor or anything.
Sorry, I'm literally turning in right now. All I gotta do is pull over here. Can you go inside with your mom and then I'll just and I'll be in a minute to let the dogs out. Hold on. All right, give me 1 minute.
So, yeah, okay. You there? Tisha? Yep, I'm here.
Let's stay here. And then I'll get the dogs and I get back and we just no. And then we can try to do more. Literally where she's getting out. Make sure you do that stuff for your mom. All right. Where did you put mine at? Right there? Okay. Thank you. See you in a little bit.
That's me. That's me pausing it. I was looking at what you put in there, Mike. Sometimes maybe I'm on Martina, like, okay, I want to kind of like believe something different than what's actually being presented. Sometimes I remix stuff in my head. You can say something to me one way and I can remix it and make it a whole different thing. Sometimes I really think like she might have an accident might have happened, and instead of her just owning up to the accident, she started creating all these false narratives and lies where she she had no choice. She had no choice, like, because I don't know if she could retract it back. I think she tried to retract it back and say something had happened to him on a bike or something like that. But then the lies just got egregious, right? They just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm like, gosh, if it was just an accident, why couldn't she just say it was an accident or something instead of doing all this extra stuff? Then maybe, just maybe, they would have believed her and could have investigated everything. No, no, Martina. No, I was just no. Okay, I forgot about all of that. Okay, you're right. There's no way around it. You're right. Okay, so maybe she accidentally lost her stuff, like you said. She accidentally. I think somebody put it in there. Okay, yeah, Martina, you put it there. She lost her shit. That's it. Okay, got it. I forgot that all of that happened. Dang, this is my first time watching the trial, so I forgot the autopsy. Did we see the autopsy report yet? Did we hear from the autopsy? I can't remember. I think we did. But yeah. Well, she did all of that. Then yeah, yeah. Okay, nope, won't work. All right, yeah. She probably just lost her stuff, and I don't even understand how she snapped out on them like that to that point. I guess. I mean, she got to be some kind of insane. She just not criminally insane, right? Is that the way am I saying it right? She insane, but not legally insane. Okay. Okay, I'll keep my thoughts to myself.
Sorry, her daughter is like of age. Anyway, all right. What all that is telling you is, I need you to believe, Albert. I need you to believe that someone did take Gannon. I need you to believe that I've already given the police department the description. I've already did that. I need you to quit thinking that it's somebody just made up, because it's not. Obviously, I didn't do it. There's no way possible that I could have been hours and hours away in a certain window. I need you to help them re-look at that. I'm telling you, Gannon would have left our neighborhood anywhere between that time frame, and it wouldn't even be surprised if it weren't like the kid in North Carolina.
What certain window are you talking about?
The certain window I'm talking about, between 3 and anywhere that evening, because here's why. There was a lot of people out and about in the neighborhood. Everywhere.
So you weren't home during that certain window? Is that what you said?
Do what?
You said you weren't home during that certain window, or he could have left in that certain window?
I'm saying that's when it happened. So by the time I called, okay, Gannon still could have been in the neighborhood.
But you said when it happened. What is it, Tisha?
I told you already. You haven't looked at it to see. Okay, go to the ring. See, we went out the front door. When we left, we went out the front door. Okay? When we left, I set the alarm. I went out the front door. I came back in the front door, made sure the alarm was set, went out the garage. You could see that on the ring. When I came out, I think it was like 10:07, 10:08-ish, maybe. We left out. We were in the garage.
Okay.
There was no more, at that time, there was no more anybody going in and out. And the dogs do not set off the motion in the house.
Right.
They don't. Okay?
Not when they're in their crates. You're right.
Yeah, not within their crates. And as sure as heck, if I'm somewhere upstairs, they're with me. They're not just roaming around doing a thing. They're following somebody that they look. Okay? When we came back, I told you 15,000 times about the car following us at Petco. The reason I left the phone at Petco, you want to know why? Why don't y'all go check the alarm on it? I set an alarm for it to go off. If I hadn't came back, in the time frame to call the police. I set the alarm on there, Albert. There was no intention. I had my watch on, so it was no hiding where I was going or whatever.
But wait. So you set an alarm to call the police? Why?
No, not because someone was following us.
From the house or from Petco?
From the house
Okay.
to Petco.
Okay.
Then from Petco, that's why I kept walking to the door to look, because Gannon was laying down. He was playing the switch, so I knew that they knew nobody was in the car. That's what they thought. Maybe I was being over suspicious.
Well, so help me out here, because I'm in believe teacher mode. So okay, just so you know that. But somebody's following you from the house, and you leave Gannon in the truck.
They never knew anybody was in the truck.
But if they followed you from the house, didn't they see y'all get into the truck?
I was not like from the house as in our house, like as in not the area that.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Help me be in believe teacher mode. Okay. All right. Don't start spinning. Just tell me.
I'm spinning.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to.
You go through the whole entire thing.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I sit there. I was playing with these period pad things because apparently dogs have periods. Okay. So I'm holding the thing, and I sat there and I said alarm, just for the alarm to go off. Like, whatever. That was for the alarm to go off. Maybe I was being too superstitious. I just was being whatever. I don't know. Okay.
Sorry.
And now you're yawning?
Listen, I don't sleep good at night. I haven't for years. You know that. So go ahead.
Albert, I was supposed to deliver papers.
Deliver.
So I couldn't do it, Albert.
Deliver papers for what? Tisha?
When I went to Nevada, there was this pregnant lady. So I agreed to help the pregnant lady because she was really, really pregnant. She gets in the car, which is why Gannon was not in the front seat. He was in the back seat.
You said wait. You said when you went to Nevada?
I went through Nevada.
Oh. I'm like, what? You're in Nevada? Anyways, go ahead.
Right. When I realized she's not pregnant, once she gets in the car,
was this the same lady that was following you?
I don't know if they were following us. I just know there was a car following us. When I get off, I turn where Harley gets the eyelashes done because I thought I would lose them. Then I saw a pregnant lady. She looked legit like 8 months pregnant.
What kind of car was following you? Because maybe they.
He told you this 15 times.
Oh, okay.
It was a blue something, like a blue little car, like a Cooper or something like this.
Okay, so like a blue, not red, right? Just a blue one.
No, it was the red earlier in the day was nothing. It's already been checked out.
Okay, all right.
The reason I know that one's been checked out because I had somebody in Lorson Ranch do it.
All right, I was just making sure. I make sure I keep these cars straight. So it was the blue one, not the red one.
See,
No, don't get upset. Don't get upset. I'm just trying to get it straight. I'm not picking holes in your story. I'm just making sure we're on the blue car. Okay. So now back to the pregnant lady that gets in the front seat.
So the pregnant lady gets in the front seat, but she's not really pregnant. I don't know that she's not really pregnant, but she says she just needs a ride. I felt bad. She looked really, really pregnant, like 8 months.
I said, I'm just listening.
You know what? I'm not going to help if you're going to do this to me.
Listening and believing?
I really came in this to be honest with you.
Okay, and I'm just listening.
No, you weren't. You're being a dick by saying, That's being a dick to me.
I don't know why you're saying that, but does the pregnant lady know what happened to G? Does she know where Gannon went?
Can I finish?
Yeah, absolutely.
She wasn't really pregnant. She had about, I don't even know how much money inside of this thing that makes her look pregnant. So you know where my mind immediately goes?
Where?
What would you think a pregnant person disguising as pregnant but money in her belly means?
She probably robbed a bank.
Okay, she might have.
Or I am.
She could be involved in something crazy, right?
Yeah. I would be scared of myself, even if it was a woman.
Yeah, because that's pretty scary, right? You're making fun of this like it's
no, I'm not. If somebody got in my truck with a pregnant belly full of cash, I'd be worried to death. You're right.
I don't know how else to help other than to know we were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. Are you talking about Petco?
Yes, because Petco, I just was supposed to walk in Petco, look around, be normal, go drop this lady off somewhere.
Oh, so she told you to walk into Petco?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She forced me.
Of course, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she have a weapon, like a gun or a knife or something that, like, to threaten you, or what?
How do you think someone would force you?
No, you're a tough girl, so I'm just gonna take a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, if somebody,
Tough girl.
yeah, I don't think you'd be scared easy by somebody like that. So that's just what I'm saying. You probably start swinging unless she had a gun or a knife or something.
This is a joke to you.
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to.
You finally are getting like legit, and it's a joke to you.
I'm sorry you think that, but go ahead.
I'm not. Forget it, man. You're not wanting to stand by my side. You don't want to help.
I'm right here standing by your side, listening to the truth. Okay, I'm in belief teacher mode, like I told you.
Yeah, and then what you're gonna do? Tell me I'm telling a lie and hang up?
Are you telling a lie?
No, that's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna believe it. I told you it was beyond your wildest imagination to know he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He was in the wrong place, or y'all were in the wrong place? Okay, we was in the wrong place. Okay, all right. I mean, are you telling me this? I don't know. You want me to believe you, but I feel like you're just telling me something to make me feel better about Gannon missing. Okay, so because it was kind of like the Quincy Brown thing. I mean, now it's a pregnant lady with cash in her belly. Okay, I believe you. What's next? What happened next?
Now you're making sense.
No, I'm trying to make sense of all of it. Okay, you want me to believe you? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Tell me the rest of the story.
Albert, to sum it up, it's just being caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time with people who are money laundering, wanting me or whoever they can get to deliver paper to these Mexican restaurants, and you're supposed to get packages back from them. And I wouldn't do it. So that's why we were on County Line Road, because I was scared to death. I left. So I was going round and round and round to make sure that no car followed me.
So is that where they were trying to send you, or you just went there because you knew that was out in the boonies?
No, because 25, I got on Interstate 25 and it was backed up.
Oh, so you did like we did that one time and took a detour?
With nothing to do with whatever. They've already searched the entire area. I'm innocent. who has Gannon, okay?
The pregnant lady with the cash?
No, whoever has proof, because I've already given it to the Mexican guy. Why do you think I told you that about the Quincy thing? Because the whole Mexico. We need to be looking at any routes going into Mexico, and I've been telling you this.
No, but you okay, all right. I'm out of believe Tisha mode now, okay, because you told me Quincy Brown was in Colorado Springs. His family told your news reporter that he's in Mexico, okay? You didn't know that beforehand. And of course, you have nothing to say about that. I'll talk to you later.
Mr. Gruesing, if you would, I assume that's who you want. Right?
Yes.
Mr. Gruesing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, and remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Art. Mr. Gruesing, we talked about just prior to you, us actually listening to that last phone call about Letecia being very focused on herself as opposed to finding Gannon. Did there seem to be a focus on, from her standpoint, on making sure she was going to stay with Al?
Yes.
What's the significance of that in your mind as an investigator?
She wanted finding Gannon to be contingent upon Al coming back into the marriage with her.
Was it fairly consistent that she would precondition giving information on Mr. Stauch promising to stay with her?
Yes.
Did that help with your building pattern of behavior preparing for her interview?
It did.
Does that also give her a way to calculate the flow of information that law enforcement got?
She was, yes.
In what way?
Well, and Al was doing a good job of deflecting questions. She was probing for what he knew, what he had seen. And as Al and our team knew from now, whatever facts we would give her would shift her story to meet those.
Along those lines, was it clear based on these phone calls that she was very closely following the advancement of the investigation?
Yes.
And would she appear to, from your perspective, use the information that she would get from following the investigation and then explain away things that might be found in different areas?
She would. And because it was only her and Gannon together, it's only her story that mattered.
Did that appear to be an effort to manipulate the investigation?
Yes,
Is that a calculated move on her part?
it was.
There was that one section in that last phone call where she is expressing concern with areas of searches. Is that showing that indication that she's following the investigation from afar?
Yes, you're right.
Was she still at this particular point trying to imply that she was in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes.
Did you know specifically where she was at this particular time?
Yes, we knew she was in South Carolina.
Talking about her efforts to manipulate the investigation, did she point throughout all of these phone calls at random unknown persons?
It's hard to say random. It seemed to be somewhat calculated.
Random from your perspective as an investigator, calculated from her perspective. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Eduardo, right?
Right.
The information that she gave about identifying Eduardo, so any identifying features, do you remember that right now?
I don't.
Okay. If it was basically a 5'8", thinner Hispanic male with pockmarked face, is that a very detailed or not very detailed description of somebody?
Not if you have extensive interaction with him, which she told us in her story that she did. That was prior to me coming on, so I was reviewing that information.
Okay. And then changing it later to say, well, maybe he was actually a black guy, like a Puerto Rican.
Correct.
And then developing into Quincy Brown.
I believe next she went to Uncle Matt.
I was going to get to Uncle Matt here in just a second. Do you remember as it develops into the Quincy Brown story?
I do.
Did that coincide with the same time that Most Wanted release was issued for Quincy Brown in Colorado Springs media?
Yes.
And then you mentioned Uncle Matt. Did she give any identifying features for an Uncle Matt?
She did not. She laid the blame for Uncle Matt at Gannon, saying this was Gannon had been talking about Uncle Matt prior to Gannon's disappearance, and then Gannon was jumping on Uncle Matt, and then Gannon disappeared because of Uncle Matt.
There's that one portion of time where she's at least relaying the idea that she's driving in a car with some other kid in this last phone call that we just listened to.
Yes.
Could you hear any noises from that side of the phone call that indicated a kid was in the car?
We could not.
Did you hear any doors open or close like she was indicating she just dropped a kid off?
No.
There's also reference by her about driving past a church. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And Al actually presses her and says, what's the name of the church?
Correct.
I didn't hear, did she give a name of that church?
Couldn't hear her give a name. At least I didn't.
There was an interesting quote that she made in that particular call, and it was, I need you to believe someone took Gannon. What's the significance of that type of a statement from the defendant?
Well, she was, again, the last one with him, and she's now tried 4 or 5 someones, and now she's not giving us an identification of this pregnant lady. We were not scripting Al to yawn or do those things during this one, but it was obvious that this was not going to lead us anywhere closer to Gannon. So with her not giving us a name or anything to follow up on, we were fine with Al just reacting naturally to this new story.
Okay. The leading up to the pregnant lady with some sort of a money pregnancy thing, was there any indication that somebody followed her from the home area Lorson Ranch to Petco?
There was not.
Were you aware that she actually made 2 Petco visits on January 27th that were basically 2 hours apart on that day?
Yes.
Was there any indication through the investigation that someone was forcing her to go into Petco?
There was not.
As it relates to this pregnant lady with the money thing, did she ever give any detailed information about description of this pregnant lady with money coming out of her belly?
No.
She mentioned money laundering and Mexican restaurants. Curious your thoughts on that angle of it, that there's a description of Eduardo being a slim Hispanic guy. Then she changes it to a black guy or a Mexican guy, and now we're back to Mexican money laundering plans. Thoughts on that from your perspective as an investigator?
She goes back and forth whether it's someone involved in the criminal element must be responsible for someone like this, or Gannon is responsible through accidents. So she's ascribing criminal behavior to most of these people that would have inflicted injuries on him or taken him.
Okay. And as it relates to blaming others, does she consistently almost try to shift blame onto Gannon?
She does.
In what ways?
It's accidental. She did it at the very first by saying he just ran away. But then throughout, she will say that he was involved in an accident, or he stepped on something, or he hit his head, or he busted his lip, those sorts of injuries that he's causing to himself.
As it relates to those descriptions of various injuries, does that also include the bleeding from the rectum?
Yes.
Okay. In those descriptions, was she also giving information that only somebody with knowledge of those injuries would have, the actual injuries that Gannon suffered?
Correct.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was, and I believe it was on the 13th, the very first phone call we had. It's the first time that she mentioned Quincy Brown, or the most egregious injuries she ascribed to him, and that was the bleeding from the head, the hands, and the knees, and then blood pouring from his face. So she was describing, things, and as we were going, we were trying to how can we use that to help find Gannon? But then she would shift later and say, whether it was the burns or the face, that those injuries were not as significant. So we were just back and forth. But throughout, if you look at the whole picture of these 10, 12 calls, she was describing a significant amount of injuries to him.
As we listen to all of these calls, and I think we've actually admitted 16 separate phone calls into evidence in this case, were there actually even more than that were conducted that were not admitted in this trial?
Yes, I believe so.
How did you use the information that you gathered in those particular phone calls that you participated in? How are you using that to build the pattern of behavior for this specific defendant?
Well, our primary goal was to find Gannon at this point in the investigation, and information was coming in daily. We had a whole timeline across their break conference room that we would add new data to each day. So even with the story about the pregnant lady and the blue car and whatever else we're trying to compare, will something new give us a clue to where Gannon is? And then secondly, we're looking at building a case against Letecia and working towards an arrest and an interview.
Okay. So let's jump into that. When was the defendant ultimately arrested?
March 2nd, 2020.
What were circumstances that led to that arrest as it relates to your involvement?
So the sheriff's office and the FBI agents that were assigned the case in Colorado Springs had drafted an affidavit that a judge had signed off on. And our team had been communicating with law enforcement in South Carolina to arrange an arrest and possible interview of her if she was willing to afterwards.
Did you in fact travel from Colorado to South Carolina to be participating in that?
Yes.
Was that on March 2nd exactly?
Yes, it was.
Describe for the jury how were you there when she was taken into custody?
I was.
Describe that for the jury.
I was on the very periphery, wasn't close, but it was in a mall parking lot, I believe, and local law enforcement did the arrest. I did come up and introduce myself to Letecia and told her I was with the FBI in Denver and I would like to speak with her, that we were going to take her to a law enforcement facility.
Did you in fact then have her transported to that law enforcement facility?
Yes,
Was that at the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
it was.
Did you interview her there?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 354?
May.
You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the DVD of the recording of the interview I had with Letecia. I have initialed it and dated it.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that interview that you conducted on March 2nd of the defendant?
Yes.
This time I move for admission of People's Exhibit 354.
Yes. No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 354 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Do you know roughly how long this particular interview is?
Approximately 5 hours.
And let's go over, is there an initial phase of an interview where you maybe are building rapport with somebody?
Yes, letting whoever I'm speaking to understand the purpose of the interview, explaining why I am there. And then because Letecia was not free to leave, I advised her of her rights pursuant to Miranda.
Is it typical to do the advisement of rights under Miranda when somebody's in custody?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
To let her know that she doesn't have to talk to me if she doesn't want to. She can have an attorney present. She's free to leave at any time.
Is this something that you just talk to somebody about? Or is there a form that you?
There's a form that I go through.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you actually have them sign the form?
Yes,
Did you do that with this defendant?
I did.
Do you know what name she used to sign that form?
I don't remember. I'm guessing it's Letecia Stauch.
Does it say Letecia Stauch on it?
That sounds right.
Okay. Did she indicate that she understood her rights?
She did.
Did she even go further than that in trying to put conditions on a specific right as it relates to attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did that indicate that to you from your perspective that she appeared to understand those rights and could contemplate them and potentially even try to put additional conditions on them?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to start publishing, and what I intend to do with People's Exhibit 354 is just keep Mr. Grussy on the stand, play portions based on questions that I'm asking. Obviously, the whole interview is in evidence, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, can you, yeah.
Just right, if you can pull that chair back a little bit, there's something that's right there. We are going to record this. This finger protection. Is everything working?
The other thing is, it sounds as though your plan is to play part of this and then stop it and ask questions during part of it.
That's right. Yeah, I'll do this throughout, Judge.
Okay. I think for the purposes of the record to remain clear, you just need to identify the timestamp where you're stopping.
Yeah, I will. Yep.
About as loud as I can make it.
Okay, let's see.
Protection.
Can you all hear it okay?
So Letecia and John Grussing with the FBI met you in the mall parking lot. Do you know why you're here? Did they inform you, the officers, of why you're under arrest?
I'm under arrest.
Yes. For Gannon Stauch. A warrant was issued out of Colorado.
Okay, but no, someone could have just called me. We didn't have to have like a big scene. I would have called you or whoever.
Yeah, and apologize for that. Because of the nature of the warrant, it being a murder warrant, there's, and that's what I'd like to talk with you about today. That's why we're not having a cast of thousands here and whatever, is we would like to get to the bottom of what happened there. I know that a lot of things have gone on with your life, a little bit of how this turns out. Okay, but because you were arrested and you're not free to leave, I need you to sign an advice of rights before we can talk.
Well, I mean, so I'm getting charged with what now?
So you were charged in, the judge in Colorado Springs signed off. So the way this case worked was El Paso County got the original case. They didn't have enough manpower to work it.
Okay.
So they called the FBI. I'm part of for the FBI, an extension of the profiling unit, and I came in and assisted. And I've been helping for about the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
So our evidence response team, you've probably seen that on the news, has been doing some searches, et cetera. And then other FBI agents have been writing warrants.
Okay.
So a lot of warrants have been written. We've gone through the court. El Paso Sheriff's Office and FBI have worked together. And we found enough, you call it probable cause, for a warrant to be issued. So that's why you're here today.
Okay, warrant for what though?
It was for the murder.
What murder?
Gannon Stauch.
So Gannon is murdered.
That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share with you evidence, but we can't have a conversation unless you're advised of your rights.
Okay, what are my rights?
So this is an advice of rights form. I'll fill it out at the top. And you don't have to answer any question.
Oh, I am.
Okay, so I'm not going to force you to answer anything. If you want this interview to be done, it's done. So we're in South Carolina. So I'd like you to initial these as we go through them. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, One will be appointed for you before questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
Okay, so I had already had reached an attorney, but all the information is in my phone.
So it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to say
I
anything.
mean,
If you don't
I
want
can talk to you, but I mean, see, the last time I asked for an attorney talking to them, I wasn't allowed that after I asked.
that's not how this
Third
is going to
party.
go. This would be
And I
a
believe you have more
conversation.
integrity being with the FBI that you would do that.
I've got a family to protect,
Okay,
so I'm
so
not going
I
to
don't-
violate any
I
laws.
don't mind doing that at all.
If
But
you-
at any point, I would like to call my attorney if
Yes,
I felt
ma'am.
like, is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, so can I write that in somewhere or?
Well, that's this one right here. If you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop at any
Okay.
time. Okay. So, and if you need food, water, whatever else,
I don't.
this is not, we're not going to have people with guns standing outside trying to intimidate you. I want this to be your statements in
Okay.
our conversation. Okay. So, I was thinking of a lot of things to say to you today because I've been helping, I've been involved.
Right.
I've unfortunately worked a lot of missing kids cases. That's why they called me to do this.
Okay.
A lot of time with Mark, who was the dad. Dylan, who actually was in Colorado Springs with Mom,
Mm-hmm.
went to go see Dad. This was in November of 2012.
Right.
And then he disappeared. So it's a lot like what happened here. What I think happened with Mark is friends, and Mark wouldn't let him go.
Okay.
And I think Mark got upset. I think Dylan did some things that irritated Mark. I think there was just a punch in the face sort of thing.
Right.
And I think things went downhill from there.
Well,
And I'm not saying
I
that's
just
what
want to
happened
say
with
to you, I can help you because what you're charging me with is not, or whoever, is not the case.
Okay.
Gannon is alive, okay, and I can help you.
Okay, great.
But see, here's the problem. When I reached out to people about getting help, I said, hey, I need someone who's going to help me to help you guys. I couldn't get that from anyone at all.
We are happy to help you.
Okay, so I understand you might say you have whatever evidence that you might say you have, but that's not a case. I did not hurt my child. Okay, need more assistance besides just FBI. You're probably going to need some DEA. Probably need a lot of help.
Well, I'm
Okay.
happy to get whatever help.
Okay.
How do you know?
But
he's
I
alive
can't
if he's-
help you unless people are willing to help me. And I did offer every opportunity to sit down and talk with not only my husband, but with Landon to try to come up with the best thing to do it. I really did. And I've been begging every single day, please, please, please don't say this. Okay. I know you're expert in your field. Okay. I know you may say you have whatever evidence you have, but it's just not true. Okay. It's not.
It's not true that Gannon's dead.
I'm not going to sit here and say 100%. I can tell you that there's really things that have occurred that I can help you guys with to know that. And it leads back to some things just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, that's the truth.
Okay.
That is the very truth. And every day that went by, I had to do nothing but not only protect myself, but protect my family in this, protect other people in this. And that's just what it's been.
So I think our biggest problem is what happened at the house then.
At the house?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would have happened at the house that has anything to do with what I'm talking about at all. That has nothing to do with anything. Because you guys have clearly put out this information about Gannon not coming home and then this and that and the other. And I get, like I said, you're experts. I get people with forensics are experts. I understand that. But it's just not the truth. It's just not the truth. And until I know that I got to get help from some people other than someone just having me in a room.
You got to get help to do what?
I got to get help to give everyone what they need because I'm going to need my mom protected. Okay, I'm going to need my brother and sister protected. And most importantly, I'm going to need Harley protected. And on that same note, I'm also going to need other people in Colorado protected. And see, people say FBI can offer that protection.
We can.
How?
If it involves
does
an
it
11-year-old,
mean-
if it involves finding an 11-year-old, then we can.
And it means that we can have new identities.
It does. Yeah. I've had to do that before. We call it an informant, but we can do it for
How do I
for
know
the
to
general
trust people?
public. Who else would you trust?
I don't know at this point, sir. I don't know. There's nothing that happened at any house, nothing that happened at any house that would have hurt, harmed, murdered, done anything to anyone. Okay? Wrong place, wrong time.
You were in the wrong place, or Gannon was?
I was.
What about Gannon?
We all were in the wrong place. Even my family was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even Lena, even Harley. Okay? It's all of us in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I swear to you on that.
So,
but I gotta get
just like you have trust issues, let me tell you where I am.
Okay.
So I'm with the FBI, where when a child goes missing, if they're underage,
right,
then we can get involved, and it can be even a kidnapping. So if Gannon is moved from one point to another without his, will, then it's a child kidnapping.
Right.
And so that's what we're working this as. And with me as a federal employee, with me working a federal case, because right now it's filed with the district attorney,
right,
but the U.S. attorney could file it as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
The U.S. attorney is the federal prosecutors.
Gotcha.
Right now it's on the state. When you're talking to me, we are recording this for your integrity in mind.
Right.
But if you'd rather not say something, if I would rather you just say, I don't want to answer it, instead of telling me something that's not true.
Okay.
Because there's something called false statements, which is it's U.S. Code 1001, to where if you lie to us during an investigation, that can be a year of prison time.
Right.
So that's why I said on this last one, if you want to not answer a question, I'm not going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. So with these people, taking Gannon or whatever else, if it's not true, just say I'd rather not answer that. Okay, because we're different than your local detectives and whatever else. It's not a felony to lie to them.
Okay.
Okay, so my goal, though, is to find Gannon.
Right.
And if you need protection, if there truly is someone out there, we can provide that.
That's not me.
Happen, though, I will need you to explain what happened from that night.
Which night?
The night that he disappeared.
So I've stopped it at 12 minutes, Judge. Just as a pause. In the beginning portion of that, Mr. Grusing, when you're advising her that she's been charged with murder, it appears that she acts like she's confused. What was your impression of that?
Yeah, so eventually she asked me, so Gannon's been murdered, but yeah, she appeared to be confused as to why she was there and what investigation might have been going on at the time.
She makes a statement, you could have just called me.
Yes.
Was that basically indicating that could have just called her and she would have come in and talked?
Yeah, and that's something I've heard multiple times over my career of why didn't you just call me instead of I have to be arrested for this?
Were you aware that very early on in this investigation, she was resisting calls from Detective Bethel to come in and give an interview?
I was.
She makes a statement that she's been begging every single day for somebody to help her, and says stuff like, I can't help if you don't help me. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, I think I could couple that with when she said that she would need even more help than the FBI could provide, whether it's DEA, and then she rolled into she needs secret identities for herself and multiple people. I think she was giving me a task that she thought I couldn't meet, and therefore she might not have to talk about difficult things.
Is the FBI equipped to do those things for witnesses that need protection?
We are. It takes a very extraordinary circumstance, but they could if they had to.
Okay, so I guess the question is if that was actually necessary here, could the FBI have provided that?
Yes.
So you were the right person to talk to if that was the eventuality?
I could get the right person for her.
Okay. You're not omnipotent?
No.
I want to jump into the next section. Did you have a chance to talk with her about the calls that we'd gone over, those consensual recorded calls.
Yes.
I'm gonna jump to 12 minutes and 30 seconds, Judge. I can find my mouse on the screen. There it is. It's actually 12 minutes and 33 seconds. I can't get that 3 to cooperate with me.
You mean like talking to him? Oh, okay. So let me just explain that to you. And you might think that's like super, like
I'm not going to judge you here. Letecia.
Whatever. To him was the reason I already knew someone was listening to him, but because of him not ever like being like supportive, and I tried originally to talk to him when he first got there. That was the only reason I said those things to him, was just because I was out of anger and out of like hurt and not being able to have like support. It was nothing to do with like I'm sitting here going to tell you these things. That was just anger, stupidity.
Pause that 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Picking back up from where we left off, it's at 13 minutes and 11 seconds and playing again from there.
And I already knew, like if you heard it, you heard me say a lot of times, I know people are listening because I know the same time that someone called, every time I could hear people.
Right.
I knew that. So me saying those things to him was just being what is the word you want to call it? Selfish or facetious or whatever you want to call it. Just because I was hurt by him not wanting to work together to figure this out, because I did have like originally initial different thoughts on certain things, and that was me trying to like basically read him and try to figure the situations out. So I understand that you may have heard those or whatever you may have heard, and that's okay, because that totally was not it. That was not me trying to be.
Right.
That was just being stupid to him.
So I have a question for you in regards to.
So, and it's paused right now at 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Grusing, what were your impressions of her saying that she's giving all this misleading information in those phone calls because she's just angry?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to comment besides that. Instead of being focused like Al was and the rest of us of trying to find what happened to an 11-year-old boy, she was again focusing on her feelings.
Does it also, though, show potentially that it's very calculated, that she's doing things in response to what's happening in the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we'll just play from here until 15 minutes and 42 seconds. In this particular section, do you remember asking her about mental health and sound mind and those types of things?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll play starting here and go to 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
Were you of sound mind? I mean, did you have, are you undergoing any treatment for anxiety or any depression or anything like that right now? Or?
I mean, like, you mean, like, I've had anxiety since I was like 16, 17-ish maybe, but like, as far as like, undergoing like any kind of special treatment, or, you know, like sometimes I might have to take like a little Razapram or something like that.
Right.
But I didn't see like counselors or like anything for any kind of like depression, and then plus two, like right now, well, I'm sure if you already got medical records, I'm 8 weeks pregnant, so I can't take any kind of like I mean, I wish I could, because then it would help a lot with the anxiety, but I can't. So.
Okay.
But
so you were of sound mind when you were talking to Al. You were upset with him and upset with the situation of him not being by your side through this whole thing.
Right. But then at the same time, like, I have to sit back and think that, you know, in a person's brain, you hear 100 different things. You do get like, discombobulated, and just try to like do whatever. And I just wanted him to know because he knows. Like I've been taking care of our kids like for so long while he was gone and their mom was gone, and I'm not here to bash either one of them. They had a lot of different separate situations going on that I've always taken care of the kids, and so there's been times I've protected them from so many people.
You basically had to raise them on your own because he was gone a lot.
So it's now paused again at 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Why are you asking these types of questions about sound mind and mental health based questions?
Well, I spoke with the district attorney's office before the interview, and they suggested that I ask them. I don't always ask these of people that I'm interviewing, but because of the varying stories and because of the district attorney's office and investigators looking forward to trial, we wanted to make sure that she knew what she was doing while she was talking to Al during our investigation, and then while I was even talking to her at the present.
When these types of investigations are ongoing, is the investigation goal to try to build a case that will plead out, or do you have to assume that it will go to trial?
We assume that it'll go to trial.
You asked her, was she sound mind during this time? Do you remember what her response was in that?
She said that, well, I can't remember right after that, but she referenced the reason why she was doing what she was doing to Al was to make him come back to her in the relationship, basically.
In that particular call, or I'm sorry, in that particular portion of the interview, it's at 15 minutes exactly when you ask about, were you sound mind? And she says, right.
Yes.
And then she goes into that description of taking care of the kids. Does this start to build in your mind when we talk about that pattern of behavior and then that pathway to violence that you talked about? I haven't gotten to the question yet.
I was going to say, let's get all the way to the end of the first, and then we'll see whether it's leading or not.
Does that information that she's giving you there build into that grievance portion of that pathway to violence?
Yes.
In what way?
She was articulating that in her mind, she felt like she was a good mother and she was a good caretaker for Gannon, and that she had over the phone calls expressed multiple grievances. And we actually addressed that later on in the interview when we go through her phone searches. We go into more of the grievance portion later, but just that she brought up her being the caretaker initially is something that we addressed later on in the interview.
Yeah. Do you remember asking her about what kind of dad Al is to Gannon?
I don't at this
Okay.
point.
Well, let's jump to that portion of the interview starting at 15 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm actually going to jump to 15 minutes and 49 seconds, and we'll play it to 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
That, like, I've had to step in and protect them a lot, so many times.
What kind of dad would you say Al was to Gannon or is to Gannon?
Oh, he's a good dad. Like, I mean, as far as like being like there for him and like, how can I say it? Like, if he says, hey, I want to go do something, Albert works a lot, so he's tired and his hours are like kind of, up in the air here and there. But for the most part, he like is always trying to make sure he put, like the kids, military first, and always will be, and that's the mindset. And then
did you go into the marriage knowing that?
Kids.
That military was first?
Well, I grew up like knowing that my stepdad was here. Actually, that's why I was looking at that guy's name. But my stepdad was here growing up in the Air Force Base. So I lived on like a lot of Air Force bases and things like that. So like I maybe didn't understand it from parent perspective. Spouse perspective, like my mom's perspective. Right. But I did understand it from like a child perspective. But the thing about it was Albert didn't have to like go be deployed or anything like that. It was mostly like work through the night type thing. So it was like we were blessed in that way of not having to have to see him go overseas or something like that. Right. That was the good part.
So when you're asking her about how Al is to Gannon as a father, she references that she grew up in as a military child as well.
Correct.
She mentions her stepdad. At any point, either during the phone calls or up to this point in the interview, did she ever mention any abuse by stepdad?
She did not.
In that last section that we heard where you're asking her about being in sound mind, she mentioned having anxiety and taking lorazepam. Did she mention anything during that section of this interview about having any severe mental health disorders or diseases?
No.
Did she ever mention being in treatment for extended periods of time for any mental health issues?
No.
Did she ever mention losing consciousness and not showing up someplace else that she didn't recognize?
No.
Did you go over family history with her during this interview?
Yes.
So let's watch that next. And it's essentially 17 minutes and 12 seconds to 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
And you guys have been married 6 years, 5 years?
5 years.
5 years. And you came to the marriage with Harley.
Right.
Yeah. And then Elena's the youngest.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then we had maybe I think 4 or 5 want to kind of midterm miscarriages because we always try to have kids. And I don't know, something must have happened when I get to a certain point. So we would have had a lot more kids.
Right.
But yeah.
Do you think Al was faithful to you? Was he cheating on you?
I don't we never had any conversations until of course mad recently. But prior to that we never had fusses or it might be something Albert's type of person. When he got off work, he just liked to come home. He wasn't oh, I'm gonna go do this with people. He just wasn't that type of person, and that was the good part because he wasn't. Not saying you can't. I know, sure, you might say if a football game's on, you might want to go and watch, watch with your friends.
Right.
But usually, for the most part, we do it do it together or go over there and do something together. But it was never really having our own people that we did things with and also coming together. So we never had issues of anything like that. Most of the time, the issues that we always had was I never wanted the kids to ever come back here a lot of times during their breaks, and we would get arguments about it. But he would always say, "Well, I have to. I'm obligated, to do these things."
So you don't think he was cheating on you prior to this whole thing going on with Cannon? Did you suspect?
That Albert was cheating on me?
Mm-hmm.
No. There's been times in the past where I saw that he's talked to other women, on messages and things like that. But then he's also, you guys have my phone in the past, you would have saw that he's always apologized for, those things, saying.
Were you guys considering divorce, you and Albert?
I didn't know anything about any kind of divorce. I know, we've used the term loosely, because there was a lot of stress having to deal with, the situation with Landon. There was a lot of stress because, we fought so hard and so long to get kids to, a safe, situation. So it was very hard to, you've read someone and they're so emotionally, upset about the kids not being with us and we not being able to protect them that it was kind of hard. It took a lot, toll throughout that time frame of Alaska. I'm sure you know about the time in Alaska and things like that. So during that time in Alaska and stuff like that, it was very hard to have to see him be so upset from so many miles away. And, we get calls that kids didn't have a place to stay. We get calls that there was guns in the back of their car and people were being arrested. And so that took its toll in the terms of figuring we should not have to go through these things. But then once we got to Colorado, we all could be in one place, and then it was first it was kind of hard because we've been back and forth to Alaska for so long because if you know the background, I had the kids here for their school year for Gannon and Lena, so it was Lena's the first grade year and Gannon's 4th grade year, so they would have went to school here in Myrtle Beach. So I had them here with us then. And so still with that, it was us being apart, going back and forth, traveling on holidays, and things like that. So that would have been the most, difficult time. So when we got to Colorado, it was just okay, we're here. We are doing things together. And we said stupid things to each other. Like, I don't even want to say on camera, but like the things that we could do to be like, okay, we'll forget all this, or if you do this, we'll do it, we'll forget all this.
Right.
But it's just stupid, silly stuff, you know. Nothing.
So it's paused at 21:20. And before I jump into these next questions, just noticing the time. Do you want me to go to about 10:30 and then?
It's up to you. I was actually just going to say whenever you can find a break in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay, sounds good. This particular section, Mr. Grusing, was she able to recount details over this 5-year period that her and Mr. Stauch had been together?
Yes.
Did she indicate any trouble on remembering these details?
No.
Did she also even give you recounting silly arguments that they would have, that kind of thing?
Yes, she did.
Did that indicate to you that she appeared to be able to recall things fairly easily?
Yes.
Do you remember talking with her about where she starts talking about people are being upset, and she uses the words hard part? This is the hard part.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch that section. And this is from 23:45 to 25:51. I'm actually going to start at 23:35, and then we'll go to 25:51.
From a distance going through that, because I still deal with dads 14 years later who are looking for their daughters at bus stops and malls and whatever. So,
And see, that's the hard part, is like people are like, you know, being upset, and I'm like, I haven't had the opportunity to like even just sit down and be like, okay, look, this is, I've given my life to take care of these children. I have. They should not, you know,
Right.
and that I've done that. And it's so hard because inside that, I don't get to express that emotion to have that, you know, to say to anyone or anything like that. And that's the most difficult part.
Yeah.
Because I've had to just be like, how can I make the situation back, you know, like, I mean, come on, let's be honest.
I'm John. By the way.
John.
Yeah.
I mean, like Albert was talking about, and again, whether you make them say this or not. I mean, literally, woke up on Christmas. I always make it about the kids on Christmas because they don't get to spend Christmas with us. So, like, if they went home for holidays, you know, they might leave, you know, when school gets out. We might not see them until, you know, January. So, I always spent my time trying to make sure every time, I didn't believe in certain holidays, I didn't believe in Halloween, but to make sure every holiday was, like, revolved around the situation. So, if you look at the situation, I went, you know, we have every house and we have cars and we have whatever. So I worked my entire life in education and got a doctorate degree in education. So to me, it's like everything I worked so hard for, everything Albert, 16 years in the military or, you know, service and things like that, no matter how much we had did on that, it took us everything to get to
Right.
And that was where we were at in our safe spot. So for a person who can, you know, take care of everyone and do everything for everyone, and then just cannot do it for a split second, that's the hardest part. You know, and knowing that this is an image getting set on me, all these horrible things, all these things that are just not true.
Well, that's what we'd like to get to today.
And that's, you know.
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Grusing, where she's talking about, I've given my life to take care of these kids, is this building more on that grievance portion that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I was asking her about, well, I was talking to her about when kids go missing, how hard it is on parents, families, society, etc. And then she, you know, talked about herself again, and then what she tried to do to be a mom. And yeah, I would see that as, and then she went from there to holidays, you know, so she wasn't going where I would like her to go to see the gravity of us looking for an 11-year-old child.
Is that another indication of trying to distract away from the main focus of what this investigation was about?
Yes.
Judge, this might be a good time. The next section is about 13 minutes long.
The jury at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to bring a matter up.
Go ahead.
With respect to the agent time now,
Agent Grusing.
yes,
Okay.
but he's testified that he's essentially an FBI profiler. That he's got a lot of experience with that. He's been an agent for a long time. He's mentioned lots of cases. He compares. A very experienced FBI profiler. Your Honor, under People v. Stewart, Colorado Supreme Court, I would object to any senescence or tantamount. The agent. We're talking about language of, oh, well, these are grievances that lead to the pathway to violence and stuff like this. This is expert testimony. And this testimony was, or this information that is being used in this testimony was gained by being an FBI profiler. And, regular people, lay people, this isn't a lay opinion. They don't go around talking about pathways to violence in this grievance language that leads to pathways to violence. This is information and testimony that comes from and is directly from being a longtime FBI profiler. We have to speak in expert reports about this FBI profiling material. It's not endorsed as an expert. If we had known that this testimony was going to include this expert FBI profiling type testimony, we would have done a Shrek hearing. There's, a lot of information out there in other reports that, talk about some of the problems with profiling in general, that it has a lot of holes in it. There could be a lot of problems with that. So based on that, I know he's got a lot of good, relevant information to testify to for the people. But them trying to elicit this pathways to violence and grievances leading to this and this other information, I think is wrong. I think it's moreover, we want expert information and testimony and opinion.
Okay, so in summary, what I understand is that, first of all, do you have a citation on Stewart?
I do. Oh.
And while you're looking for that, as I understand it, the summary essentially of the argument is that Mr. Grusing was not endorsed to testify as an expert, has not provided any expert reports regarding the pathway to violence, which he has referenced. Is that accurate?
I could clarify one thing, Your Honor.
Okay.
He actually was endorsed as an expert.
He was endorsed.
He was endorsed as an expert. I have filed a motion for expert disclosure, which the court granted. I asked for a summary of their opinions on the basis for them. We were then told that all of the opinions of the expert were provided in their reports. Nowhere in this agent's reports does he mention anything about FBI profiling or that this was a pathway of violence, that this was the grievances or any of this type of information. It's not disclosed in any of his reports. And so we specifically asked for that so we could prepare for expert testimony to rebut some of this type of information. And we're told that any type of information provided in reports.
Okay, so now I understand that he was endorsed as an expert.
Yes. I'm
but
sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke.
But this information was not provided in his expert report.
We didn't get an expert report. All we have is this FBI, the reports like every other agent gave. And we have no report. We have a CV from him, but nothing in any of his reports that he was going to be given this type of opinion testimony.
Mr. Allen?
And Your Honor, just while I have it up in front of me,
Yes.
it's the Colorado Supreme Court, as I said. And 55 P 3rd 107.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
So Judge, he was endorsed as an expert, obviously didn't move to have him qualified as an expert. in Discovery released his CV, which starts on page 45-0168. It's a 24-page CV, which might be the longest CV that I've released in Discovery, but it's got extensive information about his background and training and things that he's done, including things with BAU, talking about serial killers, all that kind of stuff, school shooters, Scott Kimball investigation. And the basis of his testimony has been, in my intention is to continue to have him testify as to his experience and training and how he is using that in this interview to gain information from this defendant to continue on with this particular interview. That's been the entire basis of these types of questions. And a grievance is just really somebody feeling like they have a grievance. That's all that is. There's no specialized training for that necessarily. If somebody is complaining about something, people understand that to be, they think that there's a grievance that they have. We're not asking for expert testimony. Didn't qualify him as an expert, went through his background because that is important. It does inform how he does this interview. And I would ask the court to, well, one, I'm not sure exactly what the objection is from defense, because we've had both attorneys talking about it, and it's been different statements from both of the defense attorneys. And so just allow us to continue to go through his direct examination.
And I will clarify exactly what my objection. To the degree he is testifying as a lay expert, his opinion based on his training and experience is banned by people who pursue it. To the degree that they want to qualify him as an expert, we have a violation of the court's order regarding experts.
Okay. All right. Is Agent Grusik, he is back there. Okay, good. Here's how I see this. I did enter an order that required that if the witness were going to provide expert testimony, that a report regarding that expert's testimony needed to be provided so that it could be disclosed. I understand that Mr. Grusing has been endorsed as an expert. He's not been offered as an expert at this point in time, but he's been endorsed as an expert. It's not clear to me. It appears to me that Agent Grusing did offer some, or he's mentioned in the reports, or he has some reports, but apparently does not have or did not disclose the opinions that the defense is requesting. What I would order is, I think that Agent Grusing needs to stay away from the phrase pathway to violence. I think he can testify as to why he was directing the interrogation in certain manners. I think the issue of him saying, well, I wanted to keep her talking, I don't really know that that's any different than anybody else, frankly, that's testified here. I was telling her this because I was hoping that I would get her talking. At one point, I think it was in the video. I don't think it was independent testimony from Agent Grusing, so I think it was in the video. At one point, he mentioned something about the Dylan Redwine case, but I think that was in the video, and he was trying to get the defendant talking about that and trying to explain his experience. I think all of those are appropriate. I think it's appropriate for Agent Grusing to say, to an extent, this is what I was trying to get her to do. I think it is inappropriate for Agent Grusing, and Agent Grusing would be prohibited from saying, for instance, in this case, well, I was doing this investigation, and because of a technique that I learned in the Dylan Redwine case, this is what I was trying to do here, because I think at that point, a jury could conceive that he, based on his education, experience, and training, is equating Ms. Stauch with Mark Redwine, and that does not appear to be the case here. So I think that there are things that he can talk about. I've not heard him say that, even though he is a profiler, I've not yet heard any testimony that he developed a specific profile about the defendant, that she had certain characteristics or certain traits which would be consistent with, for instance, a serial killer or something like that. I've not heard any of that. I remember we got an objection about that. And Mr. Allen assured me that we were not going there. We have not gone there. So I think that he can say, I was trying to get her to talk. I was trying to get her, and my hope was that so long as we didn't directly, I'm not sure it was Agent Grusing, but somebody at some point in time said, so long as we did not directly accuse her of murdering Gannon, we thought we could keep her talking. I think that's appropriate. So far, I have not seen anything from Agent Grusing's testimony that is outside the parameters that I've already mentioned. So while the objection is there, at this point in time, it's overruled. If it becomes more prevalent or you think you need to lodge an objection, you can and ask to approach, and I'll deal with it then.
And the only other thing that we used to do at this point in time too is we are objecting to this agent giving an opinion regarding her sanity under Rule 403. And the reason being is we've had a lot of, he went in for quite a length about his training as an FBI profiler, as his experience with serial killers, all of this kind of stuff. And I think because we've had all of that under 403, I think the jury would give more weight based upon his training and experience. And I don't think under 403 that's cured even by saying in your lay opinion, because I don't know how you take out 20 plus years of FBI profiling to give a lay opinion on this. We've had a plethora of lay witnesses testify that it's her sanity. This witness, because of the background that was given at the beginning of his testimony, I just think under 403, I'd ask the court for it.
I'm going to require, Mr. Allen, that you not ask that question until we get to the end of the testimony, and then we can take it up then. I want to see what other foundation is laid at that point in time regarding his contacts with Ms. Stauch. It appears it's primarily this video.
Well, no, that's not accurate, Judge. If we're saying contacts, we've got a plethora of recorded phone calls. We've admitted 16 of them, but there's even more than that we didn't decide to admit. As you know, there's some that are over an hour long. There's some that are shorter in length. We're talking with this interview, which is almost 5 hours long, plus all of these others, that it's, as far as law enforcement investigators, some of the longest contact with this defendant of anybody.
I want to wait until I get to the end of
Yeah.
direct, and before you ask that question, ask to approach, and then we'll see where we are there. I think I understand the issue from the defense is not so much contact as it is because of this witness's background and expertise. They may give more weight to his opinion than they would to just a lay opinion. So,
Yeah. No, I understand that as well, Judge. I think that if we are making that sort of decision, and we can talk about this again later, but if we're making that sort of decision that based on we're guessing that the jury is going to give a particular witness more credibility or less credibility, I think we're invading the province of the jury. They get to understand and make those decisions in private in their deliberations, and we should not invade that. And I think case law is very clear about that. One last thing, Judge, just so that the record's clear on the prior cases, examples that Mr. Grusing gives during the pendency of this interview and that sort of thing. You notice I haven't asked any questions about serial killers or anything like that, trying to draw parallels. I'm not even asking about prior cases, even though it's prevalent in this particular interview. If there were concerns from the defense about those issues and topics coming up in this interview's been out in discovery for, years. This is the first time we're hearing about it in the midst of trial, in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. And I just think it's improper to do it now under these conditions when there was plenty of opportunity to do it prior to, with the caveat that obviously I'm not drawing special attention to these issues. It's just going to continue to flow in this interview.
Mr. Eklund.
I'm not objecting. The fact that he mentioned red wine in the interview is not the source of my objection. It appears to me that he's inferring some traits as far as the serial killer, saying like the grievances lead to the pathway to violence, lead to somebody committing these type of horrible acts. That's the kind of opinion testimony that we're objecting. That I'm noticing she had these grievances, and that would then be a motive for her to commit this type of violent act based upon the training and experience. And it's not all the way there, but we're getting, to me, it's getting pretty close when we're talking about grievances lead to the path of violence. And that's specific one, and we were unaware of it until this point in time. I'm not, the stuff in the interview technique, that's fine. And the stuff I need to keep her talking, that's fine. It's the stuff that's, I noticed this, I've seen this in other people, and it seems like she was leading up to this type of thing. That's the specific thing that we're.
Okay. All right. I think we've all made the argument. I've given us a pathway forward, and that's where we will go. Agent Grusing, do you have any questions about the parameters that I expect?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? Anything else? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring.
Do you want Mr. Grusing back on the stand?
Yes, please. Agent, if you, Special Agent Grusing, or I'm sorry, it's now Mr. Grusing, if you would.
Only
resume-
Mr. Grusing.
If you would resume your seat on the witness stand. I remind you that you're still under oath. With that, Mr. Allen.
Judge, we just need the screen back on.
Right.
So, Mr. Grusing, in this next section that we're going to watch, which is 25 minutes and 55 seconds through 38 minutes and 28 seconds, you discuss victimology. Just so that the jury understands what victimology is, will you explain that?
It's just simply the study of the victim. So for someone like Gannon, we just try to find out as much as we can about him to maybe lead us to what happened to him.
Okay. We'll start that now at 25:55.
First, let's go to Gannon, because what we do is called victimology. Have you heard of that before? So victimology is we find out as much as we can about Gannon, the victim. And even if he's safe somewhere, even if he's not, knowing more about him, especially since you were the last person with him, helps us to try to figure out, like, say we don't have a suspect, somebody's killed, but we have nothing. Then we will look at that person to see what drew that homicide there. Why did those two people interact at that time? And then we'll also do things like it's the subject, the situation, and the location. So something happened. Gannon's here. You have someone or something that did him harm, and then you have why the location. So we have those three things. And, we've looked through your house and, done the CSI stuff and looked at all the, body fluids all over the house and garage and whatever else. So that's all been done. I'm curious to see your challenges of Gannon here when you had to be a parent, and then there. Challenges, successes, whatever else. What special attention did he need? What can you tell me about him?
Well, here he was younger, fourth grade, get started mature a little bit, hitting towards, like sixth grade. So like here he was more so of like, let's see, like at that time and situation here, okay, so prior to that, we never got to see him except like every other weekend for the longest time. Right. All right, so then when Albert, we finally paid all the money, got the attorney, whatever, Albert had to choose between getting out of the military or the kids in a way, kind of, because mom wasn't given any or whatever. So then that's when we step in and say, we're going to keep them here in our home here, and I'll stay here with them. And then, we'll go from there. Right. So during that time, he also didn't get to see his mom. A, she didn't have a place to live. B, she was also, she had a baby, but then mainly to her, I'm not going to trash her. I'm going to say she was married to someone who didn't take care of, who wouldn't take care of them like they should, with her being pregnant in that situation. So with mom not having that foundation support, she wasn't able to come to the house a lot. And when she did come to the house, there's time she came that she was like, she just wasn't in a good place. So I let her stay at her home. And Gannon had a tough time every time because in his mind, he just wanted to be like his stepsister. Do you know the stepsister?
What? His stepsister? Yeah. You mean Harley?
No.
Oh, Landon's?
Yeah. No,
I don't.
Mia.
Mike's
daughter.
Got it.
Mike. Right? Okay. So he wanted it to be like Mike's starter, which was they go to mom and dad's house for a week and go to mom and dad's house.
Right.
You know, so
Got it.
that was Gannon's mindset when he was here. Grandparents, amazing people, which is Landon's family. Amazing people, grandma, I think he calls her Nana and Poppy. Great people. They would always come get them on weekends and things like that, so that I'd have time to, like, you know, do whatever I needed to do, or if I wanted to go shopping or go hang out with people, whatever. So we had all that, you know, going on here. The missing piece was, you know, Albert had to, you know, serve our country.
Yep.
Gannon would do his schoolwork, very smart. I think he made all A's here in 4th grade. I'm pretty sure he made all A's in 4th grade. So made all A's here. Didn't have like an issue at all.
Well, what was he like when he got home from school? Because Albert's out, you're having to take care of him.
Well, to be honest with you, I got him from after school, which was about like 5:30ish. So by the time we did homework, and all those things, it was almost time to like get ready for bed.
Are you doing his homework with him? Is he doing it on
Right.
his own? What?
See, the difference between schools, and I'm not trying to talk about Colorado if you're from Colorado.
No, no,
The difference between Colorado and South Carolina schools was South Carolina did a lot more with like history and those type of things, where Colorado probably thought it really wasn't relevant. We want to focus on reading and math and things like that. So he did struggle with history, so we had to sit at the table a lot of times and like really work on, like, he was a mathematical. He's so like his dad. Gannon is just like his dad. He is so mathematically inclined, you know, like the engineer type brain. So when it came to anything history and
Right.
reading science stuff, unless it was something he liked, he didn't like. So we spent hours sometimes, you know, working on those things. But with knowing the curriculum, it was easy for me because I already knew the South Carolina curriculum. And so by the time we did that, it was time for him to go to bed, you know, yada, 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 yada. So
That's here. So
yeah.
then what about in Colorado? How
So-
is that different?
Well, when we get to Colorado, of course, I start them in school, which would have been August. Okay. So I start them in school. It was a big help because Gannon is at this point a little bit more mature. He knows he'd stay with us. Because see, I took him to Alaska and homeschooled him before we got to Colorado. So I homeschooled him for those 2 months. And then we transitioned into Colorado. Actually, it wasn't August. I'm sorry, I told you a story. It was that January that we got here because I homeschooled him November, December, not of this past time, but of the year
Got it.
before.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
So January 2019.
Yes, so I homeschooled him 2018, November, Christmas time, because mom couldn't get him in for whatever reason. Then we came on to, but I think she ended up getting them, and she flew them back to Colorado for a week or something. She got for a week maybe. Flew them back to Colorado. So January 2019, we would have started school in Colorado.
Okay.
All right, so get them in school, which Colorado, I mean, I think it was like May, middle May, they would go to school in Colorado to middle May.
Right.
So February, March, April, May. Okay. So it was pretty simple in the terms of we would do like, you know, he never had homework in Colorado for some reason. So it was always Albert would be like, make them write their labs or, you know, make them go do all these things. And then, you know, it was time for them to go to summer.
So what time does he normally get home from school?
Well, around that time he went to another school because this new school wasn't built.
Okay.
So it would have been like 3:45, 4 o'clock maybe, just because of having to come from across town. And then come in, let's see,
Fall.
Yeah, so they came back in August. So we went on, Gannon went with us on a big cruise in the summer because he didn't want to go home to the farm. Right away, we gave him a choice. You want to go on a family cruise or you want to go, you know, to your mom's house? And he said he wanted to go on a cruise. So we all went on a big family cruise, Dominican, and I forgot a couple of places. So it was just me, him, Harley, and Albert. So it was just the 4 of us, and Lena didn't go. So we all went on this family cruise and had a great time, whatever. And then, of course, they come here for the summer, and then they get ready to come back for fall. So they come back for fall, and at this point in time, I was working. Albert was doing like the shifts, like 3-2.
You had your teaching job in the fall?
3-2, 3-2. He was like working and all these things.
Okay.
Well, Harley was working, I think, and starting Pikes Peak College. So we were all pretty busy, like throughout the day, and then in the evening it was kind of like come in, grab this. But then I was coaching. So as I was,
what were you coaching?
Softball.
Softball.
So as I was
at your school.
At the high school.
At the high school.
So as I was coaching softball, you know, I probably didn't get home sometimes till like 5:30, maybe sometimes later, just depending on if it was a game or practice or something like that. So honestly, a lot of the help had to come from either Harley doing a lot of it, if Albert was working or Gannon had to independently, like, do a lot of it himself.
How did he get home?
Which we were teaching. At this point in time, they were in the new school.
Right.
So the new school, because we lived 1.5 miles out, the new school allowed him to take the bus. If not, they had the rest of the way they had to walk.
Okay.
So coaching was over, probably around, it's weird because they do softball spring, not spring, they do it fall there instead of spring. So coaching was over maybe around like October, November. Gannon started having a hard time because he was wanting to go home for Thanksgiving. When I tell you Gannon, he loves his Nana. Like that's his, if it was up to him, he'll just, I'll be at Nana's house all the time because he loves Nana. So he wanted to go because he has two little boy cousins. If you know, Gannon has 4 sisters and he doesn't have any brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So he, in his way, those 2 little boys are his little brothers.
Okay.
So if he goes to Nana's house, he can spend a lot of time with his little cousins. I think it's like Bladen and Wayden or something like that. And then they can all just hang out and do those things. But he didn't get to go for Thanksgiving. Albert had to work. So we I don't really cook. We've always eating out whenever it's my turn. So I just said, hey, listen, we'll go out to dinner. We do all this Thanksgiving. Tried to make it up the best that I could because I'm not his mom, but he wanted to be there with the family, because it's the holidays and that's what it's always, used to. And then of course Christmas came around, and then the same thing kind of happened at Christmas, but then we worked it out and we figured out a plan to get him home for Christmas so that they would be able to.
So you went to Nana's for Christmas?
Spend time with the family, yeah, because Mom never had a house. So Albert said it's okay if they go, and then they just have to get Nana's house. And that was our biggest worry. Have you ever been here before today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you look on the boulevard and things like that, there's a lot of kind of hotels, not the best places, and that was where they were staying at one point, when they would come. And so that was why we were no, it has to be
a house. Yeah. So then is Gannon responsible for taking his own? He has ADHD medicine, right? Does he do that on his own? Do you help him with that?
Most of the time, how it worked is I got all lunchboxes ready, set them on. We've been in the house, so the stove that's in the corner beside the refrigerator. We would set, the lunchboxes out, snacks, and let him pick. And I usually always pick before Lena because he just knew that he could get it. If he beat her up, he could pick the snacks he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So he would pick the snacks that he wanted, and I would lay if Albert wasn't getting them up, I would lay his ADHD medicine, which is Vyvanse, 20 milligrams. I would lay his Vyvanse on the counter. And so
what form is it? Just tablet? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would lay it on the counter, and he would know, come in and take it.
How does he take it? Is it with water? Or
yeah. He doesn't even use water half the time.
Okay.
He just
he's
been taking it since he was 5.
Okay.
So.
Is there any other that he's on, or no? Like Adderall or anything else?
No, I don't know. I think when he was 5, they tried one medicine, but once the Vyvanse worked, that was it. That was the one.
Any of the other kids on medication?
Mm-mm.
Hardly, or no? Okay.
No, nobody else was on any kind of.
What about you or Al?
I don't know anything other than what I told you about the lorazepam. But see, the thing about lorazepam was they might give it to me and I might not get it again for 6 months. And it might be 30 tablets, but it was only for panic attacks or things like that. As far as Albert, I know he has the gout, so I know I don't even know what it's called.
Right.
I'm sure it's nothing bad.
But nothing that he could could mix up medications with or whatever in the morning. Take somebody else's meds or anything.
Not that I'm aware. Now there's stuff in the counter from probably old stuff or Harley had her wisdom teeth taken out. I think Albert did, but I'm pretty sure he might have been smart enough to get rid of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But none of us had any what you want to call hardcore drugs or anything like that.
That's why I'm asking you that because of the back.
So in that particular recounting of, you lead into asking challenges with Gannon. Again, from your perspective, did she appear to be able to recount things and have strong memory recall ability?
Yeah, she walked us through his childhood, South Carolina, Alaska, Colorado, when he got home from school, what courses he did well in, what courses he struggled in. So yes.
Did it sound like fairly normal family life?
It did.
Did you ask about bath salts and the hike from Sunday, January 26th?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. It's going to be from this point up to 4330.
I'm asking you that because of the bath salts deal that he came up with. You know, that was on the hike day, wasn't
Okay,
it?
so the bath salt thing was just totally because they did this drug class at school, which is the same class that my fifth grade did too. And then sort of these people came in and they dressed up in like, I say dressed, they were professionals. They are medical professionals. They dressed in their outfits and all those things. And they let the kids like pretend they were working on like, what do we call those things? You know, like as if they were doing CPR and all that. And during that time frame, they went over all these different drugs. So they talked about what your life is on crack. They talked about doing cocaine, like all these. Like it was very, very like in depth for fifth grade. But at the same time, you got to think it was probably a good thing to kind of talk to kids
So was
about.
Gannon telling you about this, or did you find out from a teacher, or how did you find out they had this in-depth conversation?
Well, I knew because they did it at our school first. So they did it they did our school first. So it was something, once they found out they did our school and they saw like all the cool pictures and things like that, other teachers wanted to know about it. So when the other teachers wanted to know about it, they, you know, went around different schools and they signed like, I think Albert signed a permission slip or maybe sent an email to the teacher or whatever that it was okay for him to do.
So was Gannon fascinated with the bath salt thing, or how did that conversation happen? Because I know that seemed to be important, you know, during the hike and afterwards and whatever.
Well, he was like, okay, so Mike apparently would deliver these packages, and we never knew what they were. Say we were told meat, we were told whatever, we don't know. But Albert would always talk to Gannon about anytime people had anything to do with like, you know, drugs and things of that sort. He would always say like, these are bad people. If you see anything like this, this is bad things. So Gannon already had like some sort of base foundation about it, you know, and because he had like that sort of base foundation about it, he always had like questions because I think it sounds personal, like that, and that was always his main concern, is that he was wanting to know because is baby Nova going to be okay? Nova's right. Is baby Nova going to be okay? And that was like his main concern in that aspect, you know, was wanting to know these things because he was just curious of how like all these things work.
So were you guys on the hike when he brought it up, or where were you?
He had already brought it up prior to the hike.
Okay.
He had already said something when he came home after this.
Was it a concern for you? Tell me what he said and how your conversation
I don't,
was.
honestly, sir, I don't remember. I just remember he was telling us about the different things that they were talking about on it. And then I was like, oh, did you guys do this? And they would be like, yeah. And then I was like, oh, did y'all do this? So it was kind of like mimicked the same way. So we did talk about that a lot.
Was that before hike, you said?
Yeah, leading up to it, before the hike, there was a lot of talk about it, you know, for a little bit. And then, of course, at the hike, I think he said a few things.
What did he say?
I just remember he was talking to me.
And was it concerning to you?
Like
what he was saying? Like he really wanted to try these things, or what?
Like I didn't think anything about him wanting to try any of it or to do anything with it. I know that he said something about it, and I gave him a bath bomb.
When he said something, what did he say?
He just asked me about, in general, about if we had bath salts. Because, to be honest with you, he had already pooped how many times in his pants.
So he said that after he pooped on the hike?
He pooped a couple of times on the hike, yeah. Like, when I say poop, I don't mean like, I don't want to be like graphic, but just a little
bit to where it's uncomfortable
right.
and whatever.
Right. And so the whole thing about bath salts was just, I think he just wanted to like relax because he ended up taking 2 baths. So, I mean,
now, and this, I don't want to be weird, but are you giving him baths? Is he taking it?
No. Gannon goes by himself, and he just, you know, he's very like helpful, independent. Like I've taught him so many independent skills where he can go in there and just now he'll forget to like bring his clothes up or you know, those simple things like that. But
okay. So he takes 2 baths that night, or 1 bath that night, 1 the next morning, or
No, so I think when we got home, he took one. Me and Lena went to go get food. And then I think he had used the bathroom again. So he took another one. I think when me and Lena got back, he was either taking a bath. I don't really remember. And then she took one somehow.
So, Mr. Grusing, in that portion of the interview, we're talking about the hike and bath salts. Again, did she appear to have ability to recall those details as well?
Yes.
Is that markedly different than when you're talking about trying to get details as to what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
In what way?
She's comfortable talking, and as you mentioned, she's giving details, and she can clearly remember what was going on, just even from her comfort in talking to me.
And this is from what she's describing here is from the hike that occurred on the afternoon of January 26th of 2020.
Yes.
Did you ask her about what does it look like if her and Gannon argue?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. We're going to jump to just a little bit ahead, 44 minutes and 45 seconds. And we'll play this through 49 minutes and 12 seconds.
So what does an argument look like with Gannon? Have you guys ever argued?
Like maybe like in Myrtle Beach, you know, we would have been like, we're so much alike. So we are so much alike in terms of we both have stomach problems really, really bad. We both have like anxiety, so like, so to speak, you know, and he's so kind and like kind-hearted and then the point of like, we can get upset about something, but then the next minute he'll be like I am. He'll be like, oh, you know, talk about something, or we'll just say something, and he had tremendously increased the amount in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I ever heard him be like, I love you, or like, you know, like, I mean, like the holiday might come, you know, they just say, oh, just write something, whatever. But like since having him all the time, it became more of like I would hear I love you like almost all the time, you know. And so I feel like it was on
the holiday, the Christmas before. Is that what you're saying? He disappeared.
Do what now?
When you said around the holiday, he was saying I love you.
I'm saying like once we started more and more having, then he and I became a lot closer because of just like wanting to have that connection with both the kids.
Surely you had some arguments with him though. Did you ever have to discipline him or no?
Well, I have never spanked any of the children, never, because I just don't believe in spanking other people's kids. So never had that. Now, as far as like, okay, you are in trouble, you're going to do this. Yeah, that's with any kid, with any of them.
What's the biggest disagreement you had with Gannon?
Let's see, the biggest disagreement. I think probably because he doesn't, and again, he probably shouldn't have this on him as a kid, but not like seeing the light of how he couldn't go home. He was so like, you know, kind of like forgiving, it's okay, mommy don't have money to do this, you know. And if I said anything like, well, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did, I would be like, well, if she quit doing this, she could pay for it. And I would always figure out a way. But then it was like, you know, I'd say, I wanted him to see that.
So was this a certain incident?
Do I know?
The biggest disagreement you had, was this a certain time, or you?
No, we never had like big, like there was never any like big all out. When you say disagreement, like clashes or like screaming, shouting?
Well, I'm a parent, so I've had mine.
You mean
disagreements,
like
yelling at the kids.
Yeah, like that kind of disagreement, but never not like a.
So what's the most
physical,
upset you've been with Gannon?
Where we've like.
Where you've had to yell, and I've had to yell at my kids.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So like where we've had to like fuss at each other over whether or not he did something if he
That-
did something.
That has to happen if you're a parent. I'm
Right,
just
right,
saying.
right.
I'm not
I didn't know what
judging
you were saying. I thought you were asking me
Again,
like,
no,
you were
I'm more looking at this from Gannon's point of view. I'm not judging you.
no, I thought you were asking me more of like,
Not
like whippings or like
beating or
switches
something like
or,
that.
or like something like that.
Or
No.
what's the most intense time you've had with Gannon? As far as you're yelling, he's yelling, that sort of thing. That has to have happened, especially with stepkids.
I mean, yeah, of course.
So what time do you remember?
Probably times that I don't remember specific times. Like say all revolved around Albert, like not being disciplined,
Well,
disciplinary enough.
when Gannon was just doing something that's totally irrational and unreasonable. I have a boy, I know.
Yeah.
They don't behave all the time.
Right.
So what did Gannon?
I don't know of any like specifics. I just know that we would have, like if it would have been something that wasn't in what our teachings were, we would have, of course, like yelled.
So
at
you
each
never
other.
had to yell at him that you remember?
I just said that to you. I said there have been plenty of times.
Yeah, but I mean a specific one.
I don't know. I don't know a specific one.
So Mr. Grissing, in that portion of the interview, when you're asking about the biggest disagreement that she had with Gannon, she referenced Gannon's mother. Did Gannon's mother and the relationship that Gannon had with his mother become a fairly consistent theme as it relates to her feeling like she wasn't getting credit?
She mentioned that a couple of times, yes.
Okay. And in that particular one, she mentioned that he's very forgiving to his mom, and she being the defendant, wanted Gannon to see that his mom wasn't doing the right things,
Yes,
almost seeming to want to discredit Gannon's own mother
correct.
in Gannon's eyes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask, or did she eventually give a description of Gannon being in a very upset rage and having some sort of a knife or box cutter?
She did.
All right, let's jump to that section, and we're jumping ahead about a minute, so 50 minutes and 10 seconds. And we're going to play it to 55:32.
Gannon wouldn't like yell back. Gannon would not like yell back and be like, confrontational. So Gannon would not like. He might say something smart.
Well, how did he react?
Under his breath.
Do you have an incident you remember or no?
No.
When you had to put your foot down and say, Gannon, that's not acceptable.
No, like if I said that, he pretty much listened to what I said.
Yeah.
It was like not. I don't remember him screaming back at me at any
So we're just going to his room, slamming the door,
situation.
anything like that.
Slamming a door, room, TV.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
So
More so of me like saying something that Albert might have been more of if there was slamming doors or anything. It could have been me like going back saying, Albert, you need to make sure he's not doing this, and then go from there in that situation.
Okay.
Like Albert was teaching him how to use a box cutter and like different things like that. And there were times that I might have been like, oh, Albert, I don't think you should have done this because he was acting weird in this way. But that would have been early in the beginning before we started getting him like counseling. Mm-hmm. So once he started getting,
Now remind me, the counseling, what was that for?
Do what now?
The counseling?
So Albert said that he should get counseling through the military, just for like all the transitions and being like in and out of schools and like all different things like that, just to make sure that his mental like well-being was fine. And Albert said that anytime he would, of course, counselors can't tell you, like what was going on unless it was something, pressing. And of course, Albert would always come out and say everything's fine, and then Gannon would come back and tell us what he talked about. But as far as like,
did Gannon ever come at you with a knife or something? Wasn't there an incident?
Well, that's what I was just telling you about. There was when I told you Albert was trying to teach him how to use
That's the box cutter.
A box
thing?
cutter, yeah. So Gannon had this thing about the knife, and he was doing like this, and whoever told you that it was coming at me, that is not.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I'm getting the real story
so,
here.
No. You've got stories from everywhere, and you probably are not looking at me for mine, but that is not what happened. Gannon was in a upset, which was video was shown to the counselor lady.
Okay.
And Albert was so upset because he was like, you should have let me get the video or something like that. But Gannon was in more of like an upset rage because this was in the very beginning when he had to first transition yet another school.
Was this fall?
No, so this would have been, I don't know if it would have been fall, but okay, so 4th grade new school, homeschool, then they went to the first school in Colorado, and then the new school opened.
Correct.
So it was somewhere between that time frame of, again, it was too much transitions for him. That had nothing to do with him being mad at me or being mad at Albert or Landon or whatever. It was too much transitions for him that he was so upset. Like, like.
So where was he when he was doing this? Was he in his room?
I feel like it was in the kitchen. I don't really remember, sir. You're asking me something that was a while ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
were you threatened by Gannon doing that? Did it make you nervous?
Well, I told Albert, I said it has a mentality. Like in my mind, I said it has a mentality of like he's going to want to. I said not hurt himself, or not specifically hurt someone in general, but specific, but in general. And so like I was a little worried because I thought, like he has so much anger and aggression for what was going on, because it honestly was, Albert hadn't even got there yet. I feel like Albert had just either got to Colorado or hadn't got there yet.
Right.
And so he had to go from being with his mom back to me, and then Albert wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, okay, like I got to start a school. I got to make new friends, like all those things.
How did you handle it? How did you calm him down?
He just typically always.
I'm specifically with the box cutter thing. How did you calm him down?
I don't know if it was a knife he had then. I was just saying, like he had been using a box cutter, so that's how I was teaching him in the cry. So I remember I took his amiibo. He loves amiibos, and I took his amiibo and I just threw his amiibo out in the front yard. And I told him, I was like, the amiibo's gone. We're never getting it again. And I made him call his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't remember what we exactly said, but I know she was basically saying like, you better listen. She gets upset and sends me a message. I send her a message back, and we were both like mad at each other, as in being Landon. And then it was kind of more of like, okay, it's calmed down. But this was a year ago,
mm-hmm.
So that was the gist of that. It was, he needed that outlet.
Okay.
He needed that counseling.
Well, that helps us. That's what I'm talking about.
So pausing it at 55 minutes and 32 seconds. Again, she's showing a good ability to recall different events that have occurred during her time with Gannon.
She is.
She says that there's some video of some knife or box cutter incident. Did you ever see such a video?
I did not.
Do you know if one even actually existed?
No.
Was there a portion of the interview that you did with her where she relays to you that she had somehow convinced Gannon to call her different names?
Yes.
The way that she's talking about that with you, did that seem like that was a calculated move on her part, meaning that she's trying to convince Gannon to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Let's jump to that. That's going to start at 57 minutes and 15 seconds. And we'll play it through 57 minutes and 47 seconds.
Sir, it's so hard because
John,
I'm sorry.
I'm old, but
I'm
don't
sorry,
call me.
John. It's so hard because if I get up in the morning and I have, Gannon would even say, you want me to take the dogs out so you can have 10 more minutes of sleep. I convinced him into changing my name.
Mm-hmm.
So I had him on board of like calling me a different name, and so, because I didn't ever like my original name. So I had him on board of calling me a different name. So the helpfulness.
So as it relates to those, that different names that she's referring to, the reason that she gives in the interview was because she didn't like her original name.
That's right.
Did she ever talk about that in any other time, either on those phone calls that you were a part of, or even during this interview, about how she would go as a different person or different name?
Not that I was a part of, no.
did this appear to be, the way she's describing it, a voluntary act on her behalf to get Gannon to call her a different name because she didn't like her original name?
Yes.
Did you ask her about the candle incident and the fire in the basement and keeping Gannon home?
I did.
Why'd you ask about that?
We as investigative team were very unclear on what happened with the candle incident, and she ascribed a lot of injuries to Gannon, including burns on his arms, blood, that sort of thing. So I wanted to see how she would talk about it to me.
Okay, so we'll jump to that section next, and we're going to jump to 1 hour and 1 minute and 20 seconds and play through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds.
The candle incident. Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so Gannon wanted to, I don't remember if he wanted to stay up 30 minutes. I can't remember. There was something he did that allowed him to earn some extra time. There was something he did. But Albert had grounded him from playing the Switch. So he wasn't allowed to, play a Switch or whatever. He was only allowed to, like if he wanted to watch an extra movie or something like that he had heard.
Right.
Well, on the hike earlier that day, he was so helpful with me, and people think, sick and he's still whatever, but I have serious stomach issues and still have to operate. But he was so helpful with, taking care of the dogs and stuff. And I had told Gannon that, so that Sunday is the day that Kobe had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep, I remember that.
Yeah, so we sat around and, we had before we left, we were on the sofa and I'm just crying, and he's like, why are you crying? And we're just he didn't know who that was. He knew the name, but not growing up in my generation to know who that was. So we just sat there and talked about it, and I told him, Kobe had all girls. And so again, I started relating in the terms of being oh, that's, like me, I have all sisters. And so, we were talking about that. And then in between some of those questions might have been certain questions that led to what he was asking me about what went on at school in that thing, in that talk.
Right.
And so that led into on the walk, on the hike that day, about what we had talked about. So then that evening, I don't remember what he did, but I remember I said he had 30 minutes of something extra. And I knew it wasn't his Nintendo or things like that at the time, because he wasn't supposed to earn that back until the next day. And so then we had, I think I was upstairs, Harley wasn't there because Harley had to work until, which I'm sure you already know this. Harley had to work until, I think it was maybe 10, 15 years, so whatever. And then Gannon had, I think, what was he doing? He was doing something, I don't remember. So I go back upstairs, then I hear the machine was saying, beep, 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 is this someone was coming in the house?
Okay.
So I put the code in thinking that the alarm thing went off. There was no doors open or, none of that stuff. No doors open. So then I go back where Lena was at, and I see she was faking sleeping, but not really sleeping. And then, but she had the cover over her head a little bit. And so she was doing whatever. And so then I hear the thing saying fire.
Does it actually say fire?
It said fire.
Okay.
So that was the crazy thing, because I never had heard. I didn't know what. I thought it would just be
right, like a siren.
But I don't know if it was those detector things saying fire, or if it was the actual machine thing saying fire. But it was just fire, 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 whatever. So then I run back in there and I look and I don't see anything in language, or I don't see anything. And I look downstairs and I don't see anything. And it was still going. So I grabbed Lena. I'm going to tell you exactly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I grabbed Lena first. I grabbed the dog. I gave her the keys. I think that's how it went. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure it was in that order. Yeah. And we run out to the truck with the lake. Either open the door. I don't remember. Somehow they get to the truck. Okay. And then I run back downstairs, because at this point I already know that there's smoke. And so I run back downstairs. And we're back downstairs, and Deanna was awake, but not awake. How you can almost be asleep, but not asleep type thing. And
so he's in his bed?
No. He wasn't in his bed.
Where was
he? He was on the sofa.
On the sofa.
Right. So he was on the sofa. And so when I pull the cover, I pull Gannon with the cover. And so at this point in time,
what did the fire look like?
It wasn't like huge.
Where was it? In the carpet? On the sofa?
I feel like it was on like one of the covers.
On the covers? Was the cover on the sofa though, or was it on the floor?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in a small location. It wasn't a big enough fire to like.
What color was it? Do you remember? Was it yellow, red, orange?
I don't remember what color. It wasn't in a color to like. I mean, wasn't.
Because I think what blue burns the hottest. Then you have stuff. If stuff gets involved in the fire, you have a yellowish or reddish color.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
How, can you show me how tall it was? Like, do you remember?
It wasn't tall.
Wasn't tall?
I don't feel like it was that tall. I mean, but my tall might be different from your tall, so I don't want to say.
But still, a fire's going to freak you out.
Right. Yeah. So when I pull the cover, I pull him with the cover too, and we run out.
Did you put out the fire or no?
I know that we took the covers, both of us. When he sees what's going on, we took the covers and like we smashed down on the
fire.
Like on it, yeah. Because my only thought was oxygen, put it out.
Right.
That was all I could think about. Like, put it out, whatever.
Did it take much? Sorry to interrupt. Did it take a lot to put it out or no? Or did you just smother it and then move?
I don't.
Or was it something in between?
Was there what now?
Something in between. You know, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Something in between?
Like in between, just it happened real quick, or you had to fight it for a while, or?
Oh, it wasn't like fighting for a while. Like there was already a bunch of covers on the side that that I had grabbed them all and put over here, which is why the whole thing was balled up with covers. There was like different covers balled up everywhere. So it was like stuff there. And then I run, and he's running behind me. So as I'm running up, he like trips or whatever, but he's right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think I exit back out the garage, I feel like.
So the truck was in the garage?
No. It was out front. I'm saying
front.
like I think I exited back out the garage.
Okay.
Because I feel like I just ran back to that door. I'm not 100% positive. I know we ran out. Then Ganna runs right out behind me. And when I turned around and I'm saying something to him because I'm like, hey, because in my mind I don't remember if I had gotten the dogs, even though I had already I'd grabbed the dogs. And so like I don't remember what we were saying, but we were all in a frantic, whatever. He jumped in the passenger side, and I'm in the driver's side of the truck.
Okay.
Lena is in the back, and at that point we drive off. So we drive off for like a minute maybe, and then we drive back, but there's no gas in the truck.
So was anybody burned from that?
So Gannon had Gannon had little burns on his arms from that, and then but at the time, see, Gannon always lays with like his either it's like his just underwear on or like something like that. So at the time when we ran out, I feel like did he have a shirt? I don't remember if he grabbed a shirt or grabbed another cover when we ran out or whatever. But I knew that he had some burns on his arm, but I knew they weren't bad, like burns that were bad. They were just like if you peeled a little bit or whatever.
Were they discolored then? Was his skin reddish, pinkish? What was it? Or did you see it then? Or
no, it was not till later that I really like paid attention and should have been like, okay, well, because I did later on focus on it, but you can mess with that later. But so like his arms, and then we get in the truck or whatever, and then we drive off. So then we come back, and so I'm of course, and like I text Harley, I text Albert, what had happened, and I said, this is what happened. I tell Harley this is what happened. Don't panic when you come home, because the house at this point in time we get back in smelled like nothing but smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And so nothing but smoke at this point in time, and it was just like I couldn't get the smoke out. Even opening up the like windows and all those things, I couldn't get the smoke out. So that was.
So what happened with these covers that you used to put out the flame?
Well, the covers were either left there, because I remember getting some of the stuff, and putting outside in the trash can, which I even showed the people when they got there that I put in a trash can.
Do you guys have singular trash cans for each house there, or do you have a dumpster, or what?
You really like it's a big trash. It's just a big brown.
One of the ones you wheel out and put by the curb. Okay.
Yeah, so it was just one of those. And It wasn't, no one was like, whatever. But we did want Albert to like come home, not necessarily come home and be for that, but we maybe like had updated a little bit to Albert because we were like thinking, you know, like, oh, he'll be sad and like want to come home anymore, you know, like whatever, because he was like worried or you know, like whatever. So I mean, my message to Albert probably was a little bit like a little more over exaggeration, just because that was one.
So when you say we, did you talk with the kids about let's get Albert home?
No. We did sit down, and because when I was asking him, like, was this, you know, did you do this on accident? Was this accident? You know, whatever. And so we were just talking about, you know, like the whole thing. Everybody was in one room. We were all in the bedroom at the time, which was our bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
So we were all in the bedroom upstairs, and it was just, you know, just talking and, you know, whatever. And I said, I got to let your daddy know. And then I was not going to tell him. That was the original thing. It was not to tell him. It was just to fix it and not tell him. Because then I was like, if I just do that, then we don't have to, you know, we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But then that was just an opportunity to be like, oh, well, maybe Albert was like, well, I'll just come back home, or, you know, because it was hard, like, you know, always, all of us just there, going through all these memories and doing all these things without him, you know, like being there. Whatever.
No, I get it.
So that was
so did Gannon agree that was a good idea to kind of play it up a little bit?
Did he agree?
Yeah. We
all were in like an agreement.
So how did you play it up? Was the fire really not that big, and you made it like it was a big deal? Or
well, to whenever
just to get Al to say, hey, maybe I should get back home. When
we were explaining it to people in general, like that was our whole like, oh my gosh, it was like whatever, like, because if you had my phone, you saw that like if the people that we messaged, we made it more of like a, you know, like a bigger situation, like than what it really was.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand how a candle could make a big fire, because my wife lights candles all the time around the house, and if you knocked them over, and if you knock it over, kind of nothing happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it might singe the carpet a little bit, but I've seen the pictures, and I'm surprised that, you know, that much of the carpet was burned.
Well, it was probably because, I don't know, but I know that we did go, like, push down on the carpet, and it was on the cover, which was, the cover was wrapped up on him.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know, like.
That's what, I was just curious about the burn itself on the carpet, because that looks awfully big for a candle.
I didn't even think that was even big. Was that really big?
Yeah, I mean, that big for a candle, because, like I said, my wife, we look like a church sometimes with all the candles she lights.
Yeah.
We have dogs running around and kids.
No, it was.
So I was just surprised a candle could make, you know, a big black thing in the carpet that much. That it might have been held there for a little while. Yeah. Maybe he tried to set the
I don't know about. But see, the thing is, I don't know that Gannon would try to like purposely, like, set something on fire. I don't know. I know that he did tell me later that he thought that I was coming downstairs, and he was playing his game. So I don't.
So he was playing his game when he knocked the candle over?
Yeah, so he did tell us, he told me and Lena and all of us that when we were all talking together, he told us that he thought I was coming downstairs, like to catch him on his game, whatever.
Oh, and that's why he knocked it over?
I don't know. I don't know if he accidentally or thought, you know, whatever. I just know he said that he thought.
But did he take any responsibility for knocking the candle over, or did he just say it happened, or what?
No, he did say that.
Okay.
He did say that he had done it, that he had started it or whatever. And I asked, that's why I kept asking him, like, did you do it on purpose?
That's what I'm curious about.
Or did you, you know, was it an accident? He told me an accident. He thought I was coming downstairs. So, to me, sir, we could afford to buy another
for sure
sofa and another carpet. Now, that's not a problem. Like, I mean, we were talking about, like, things that we had and nice things, but we can afford to buy that. So that was not a point of contention, and Gannon very well would have known that too.
So did it burn the sofa also?
I don't think it burned the sofa.
Okay.
I don't think it burned the sofa. I'm just saying, like, in general in the area, whether if it would have burned sofa, TVs, all that.
Right. Did he light the candle?
We could afford
to
do it.
Candle? Do you know?
The candle he had already lit the candle because the dogs were, have these like really bad hearts and stuff.
Okay.
And so he had already lit the candle, which we
Does he
allowed.
normally do that?
Yeah, we allowed him to be. He could light the candle if he wanted to. He was allowed to open like packages that came. That's where I was telling Albert taught him how to use like the box cutter and stuff like that. He was allowed to do those type of things. As long as, you know, he was usually within reason, like, okay, I'm not going to go light, you know, the lines on fire or, you know, like, or something like that. When I was little too, like I did the same thing about curious about matches and, you know, like things like that. But we had already given him enough of, you know, like safety talks about, like Albert, when he talked to him about using the box cutters and knives, he always showed him the right direction, not to just go to like, you know, cut open boxes and stuff. So he had already had these, you know, like talks about the correct way to do these things. So.
Well, it explains those two. So I've got the bath salts, the candle, and now the foot injured in the garage. So tell me about that.
The foot injury.
Oh, sorry. Before I go there, so we don't forget, you said peeling these later.
I just remember that on Monday his arm had a little bit of peeling to it, and that's when I said in my mind, and like I told the earlier here, that I did at that point say, I probably should like think about if I need to, if later on after I put stuff on it, I need to think about if it gets worse, you know, monitor the situation, you know, like those type of things.
Did you put stuff on it or no?
Well, we had took that green aloe stuff and we had took and put the little, because the dog had just had get bit before, so I already had that little wrap stuff, you know.
Okay.
And so we had already done that in that situation.
Did you put it on both arms?
I think it was on the right arm, I feel like.
And then when did you do that? Was that Sunday night, Monday morning, both?
I think it was Sunday night.
Okay.
No, actually it wasn't. It was through the night because we stayed up late. So it would have already been Monday morning hours, like into Monday morning hours.
So why were you guys up late?
Because we couldn't breathe. The smell was so like stuck in the house from the smoke. We couldn't breathe, no matter what we did.
So where did you guys hang out until you could breathe?
We slept in our room, and then we opened all the windows downstairs.
Okay, and all four of you slept in?
So Lena, Harley, me, and him were in the room for a while. Then Gannon went to, I think he went to Lena's room at this point. Yeah. So then Gannon went to Lena's room for a while, but then he was in his room by the time he woke up. So I don't know if he got up in.
What time do you think you went to Lena's room? Was it after midnight? Or?
Sure, I don't know.
When did you call him in sick? It was pretty early in the morning.
Well, we didn't. What happened is we didn't. All I did was I called and asked about his stomach. It was nothing to do with anything to do with the fire or anything like that. My question was, I had already given him Miralax, which was like, you know, Miralax. Mm-hmm. So we had a prescription over the counter. I say whatever it is, prescription Miralax, glycerine or whatever. And I had already given him that. And so then I also had X-Lax. And I thought, you know, at what point can I not, like how much is enough, if I can't get him to pass this, at what point is there enough, or can I go ahead and do it like an enema, or like, Albert can tell you, I've given him an enema before, and like things like that, because it gets so bad, and they're just so big, and they get clogged up. So that was the concern about how to get him to pass that. Mm-hmm. Because, like, for me, I have to, like, I can drink 10 scoops of Miralax and it
won't affect you.
Won't affect me at all. Yeah. And so I didn't want it to be where it was the squirts and then also the combination is different in my stomach because, like I said, if I take 10 of them, I'm okay.
So he's having the squirts and he started having those in the hike, but he couldn't pass that whole evening. Is that right? Right. He would get out like big balls, but like couldn't get like the whole thing out. And that was sometimes if he finally, and then when he finally it had
gets
to be painful
one out,
wasn't it? Or?
For me, I lay in the bathroom and I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Like whenever.
Was he telling you he was in pain?
Well, he sits on the toilet. His common thing is that he'll sit on the toilet and just sit there and sit there and sit there. So as long as he's got something to focus with, Gannon's pain tolerance is very like high when it comes to just sitting there, like focusing and all these things. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, So he spent a lot of time in the bathroom that evening, just sitting there? Yeah, off and on the bathroom. We got kids' meals, but he came out and ate his kids' meal. So then it made him feel better, so I said... McDonald's or what? No, we,
Or-
Carl's Jr.'s.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah. So I had originally said Burger King, but that's not Burger King right there. That's Carl's Jr.
Got it.
Carl's Jr.'s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I never go to Carl's Jr., but we got 2 kids meals, and I think I got something too. And Lena went with me to go get it. So he ate the kids meal when we got back.
But he still hadn't passed. So.
Well, if he ate, he had done something. He had already used it some because he wouldn't have eaten.
And had you given the Miralax before the meal then?
I'd already given Miralax like throughout the week. We always had this thing where if I went in there and took one of my shots, like of acai berries or something like that, he would take one too. So it was common for me to be like, okay, here, mix. And Albert would always say, go mix him up one of the drinks because we put in orange juice. Well, he didn't like juices as much unless it was like Kool-Aid juices, like sweet. So it was a common thing to always try to give Miralax to regulate the system. But the problem is if you don't take the Vyvanse, so you don't take it for a day, like you didn't take it on Saturday because the family was in town, and so you don't take it on Saturday, and if you don't take it on Sunday, that's when it starts to happen. So that's when the constipation and the diarrhea kind of can go hand in hand. So like, let's say if he would have took it Saturday, and let's say he would have took it Sunday, he wouldn't have been as bad. But then the problem is, Albert always would want him not on it if we're going to go do like a big time activity, because instead of having him like, zoned out on something, I mean, you don't want your kid zoned out on something.
Yeah.
That was
The Vyvanse stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like the thing was, if we go somewhere that requires him to have like, massive amounts of things, then, that we don't want him to be under that Vyvanse and just have to be like zoned in. We want him to be able to like, especially like on the hike, I wanted him to be able to like run around and do things because me and him were always on the top of all, like if we had hikes, we were always on the top of hikes. We were always the one, like, leading, doing everything.
So was he bleeding that night? Do you know?
From
rectally,
from
anally, yeah.
So what happens is from him squeezing, I hate talking about this. It sounds bad. So
I'm trying to figure out, things that are going on with him these last couple hours.
Yeah. So like from him squeezing and stuff like that, his does the same thing as mine does, and mine does the same thing. And so that's why I told you we're so much alike, and we could relate on that because it was like, oh my gosh, like blood out your butt, and then just from squeezing and things like that, and that wasn't like pouring out.
Okay, so it wasn't a copious amount.
Yeah,
just because of him struggling with that all night or that evening into the night. You don't know when he eventually felt good? Or
how it works is he might feel good, and then it gets him where it's hurting still until he gets it all out. It's not until he returns like 100% and being like, okay, I'm back to Gannon.
Did he get back to Gannon that night?
For Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was fine when he was downstairs. I told you he earned extra time to be able to stay up and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought, was he not struggling with this after the candle incident?
Right. Like what happens is, I mean, if you want to call in a GI person, but he gets where he's okay, and then a little bit more okay, and a little bit more. It's just episodes. They happen once a month or ish, where he goes through those episodes of his stomach, and mine does the same thing.
So when you guys were up in the bedroom, how was he?
You mean like after
the flame and fire and smoke?
He was upset and like crying because he thought he was going to lose his switch, like for a long time. Like he thought, that he was going to lose his switch for a long time. So my biggest thing was, I don't care. We'll just do whatever we got to do to buy new ones, buy new whatever. I would be quicker to cover up a lot of things for Gannon because we just related on the same page, more so than Lena, because Lena would be the most kind of like bratty-ish or, whatever. So Gannon could be more of like, we can have like secrets and talk and say, hey, we're not going to tell them that you're going to do this, or,
Right.
Yeah. So I'd be more inclined to okay, don't tell anybody, we'll fix it. And so that was kind of like our conversations, what we were talking about, and and he was upset, like very, like upset and hurt and just trying to do whatever, but we also kind of just.
So how late do you you think he stayed up with you in the room until he finally left?
I don't know.
Was it past midnight, or do you know?
I don't know. At this
But
point
he
in
left
time, I
on
don't
his
know.
own.
At this point. So whenever he went to Lena's room, I think he walked down. I don't remember exactly, but I know because all four of us couldn't fit in the bed plus dog. So at one point in time, we had to switch the whole, like, okay, you go sleep here, you go sleep here. And I feel like at one point, Harley was sleeping on the sofa, and then Harley and Lena switched, because we were up, like I said, we couldn't breathe. It was very smoky. So we were all, like, not sleeping, when Lena went to school, I'm pretty sure she probably went to sleep, or was very, very, like, exhausted.
Right.
Because, like, us staying up and, like, getting tired and stuff.
So Lena was real sleepy, but she went to school.
Yeah, like, what I'm saying is when she woke up, she probably was, like, really, really, like, felt like she could have used a couple more hours.
So why did you call Gannon in sick and not her?
Well, she wasn't struggling with stomach problems.
So he still had him in the morning, then.
Right.
Okay.
So it wasn't, I even had messaged Albert the other night and said, hey, I asked him. Like, I asked him, is it okay if Gannon stays out? And so that was,
yeah.
So he didn't respond because he was on a different time zone.
Okay.
And I got message.
So you called in sick, though, too, for your room.
Judge, that's at 126:58, which was where I intended to stop, and this is probably a good time for lunch.
Yes, it is. All right. Mr. Grusing, you can go ahead and step down.
Okay, so before we go into day 12, part 2, I got a quick question. I'm gonna put this in the survey thing. I'll put a poll out there. I just wanted to kind of figure out. I wanted to kind of give y'all some information on it, and y'all can tell me what y'all think. Okay. So we got 2 new trials that started. And I wanted to find out from you guys. I wanted to kind of give you some information on them so you can kind of know what I'm talking about. And I'll do my best to try to keep them together. So my question to you guys is, would you be interested? And we could not be interested in either. So it's totally up to you guys. But we got a new trial. Both of them are involving an officer. One, an officer unalived a young man that was unarmed. And then we have another one where a man unalived an officer. The one where the officer unalived the young man is actually a retrial because the first jury has so much drama, so many things going on. It ended up being a mistrial. And so that's going to be one that's called Jason Mead. And then we have another one that OnlyFans sent to me that started. Let me get it back up. What is the name of it? Let me get it back up. The name of it. Sorry. It's coming out of this one is coming out of Detroit. And this is where Muhammad Saeed, police officer, was unalived by Michael Lopez. So I'm just trying to see, should we cover either one of those? Or you say Michael Lopez one is quite choppy? Yeah, that one is in Detroit. I don't know. They typically have everything with them. Yeah, and the trial of Jason Mead, the only reason why I would be interested in that one is only because the first trial ended up in a mistrial. So a hung jury, so they could not decide. So that tells me one or two things. Either I know they don't have no body cam from what I was researching, but it kind of tells me one or two things, that he may be found not guilty in that case. I don't know. When we have cases where a person can be not guilty, it kind of Yeah, when I see those people that got possibly not guilty chance, those cases are really interesting to me because most cases we find they are so guilty is crazy. Mm. He just got the Daryl Brooks look, or he acting like Daryl Brooks. Yeah, they actually retrying this case. It's like very interesting the way the dynamics of it. Um, yeah, because he was unarmed and he was walking in his own house for this Ohio one. And so I guess with all the issues that they were having in the jury, and this happened back in 2020. And now, like I said, it was tried in 2025, I believe, originally. And now they are it was a mistrial. Yeah, so it happened December 4th, 2020. This is out of Columbus, Ohio. And yeah, the first trial ended up with a mistrial in 2024. I'm surprised it took them 2 whole years to bring it back to trial. So he wasn't acquitted. It was not a conviction. And I know the one that you sent me, OnlyFans. I just seen parts of it, and I was not parts of it, but I just seen the one that you sent me, and I was like, well, it's like the opposite effect. I mean, most people, I don't know. So I'm gonna put him in the thing. Yeah, she was a saint in the Daryl Brooks trial. Like she was like, yeah, and she did the poisoning eye case too, if I'm not mistaken. If I think that was the name of it. So when you say choppy, OnlyFans, send me a message and tell me what choppy means. Like, are we? I mean, because we didn't cover trials where we got to get bits and pieces everywhere. But I guess as long as we can get a good idea. But if he about to act a fool, and it sounds like if you saying he lashed out at the jury already. Yeah, you can tell me. Michael Lopez might be a mistrial due to how he acted. He's requesting change of counsel. Oh, okay. You say it was entertaining though. So let me ask you, like, when you say like choppy, is it like gonna be like little clips here and there, or will we like get a full opening statement? I'll research it and see. But in the meantime, between time, we are gonna go into 12 part 2 on our TT case. I am going to put it in the chat. And we'll go down whichever rabbit hole y'all want to go down. I think I know we do have our case that we are starting next week in Ohio with our American Idol. I can't imagine that case being that long because this just happened in February and we going to trial 2 months later. I don't understand that one. I don't even understand how they making this happen in this quick of time, but yeah, so we'll do a case prep on that one. It's supposed to start Tuesday, so we'll do some kind of case prep on that Sunday evening. But I was thinking for over the weekend what things we can do besides TT. Hey, Merelda, welcome in. How are you? So yeah, if we can yeah, well, I guess it must not be Susie, if he's taking it to trial, I don't know. Maybe I mean, he's trying to say somebody broke in the house. So I'll put both of them in there if you want to just pop up another screen and just see what it's about. Either trial before you make a vote on which one you would like to see or which one you want to hear more information about. That'll be awesome. And we'll kind of go from there. All right, here we go, guys. Well, I don't know. I see you put Lopez sounds interesting. Maybe watch his first trial, but I don't know if we the current trial going on right now. I don't know if we have to really watch the. Wait a minute, Michael Lopez. I'm confused. Michael Lopez is that's the one you talking about? OnlyFans. He had this is a retrial for him. Yeah, you say Lopez sounds interesting. Maybe watch his first trial. Is this a retrial for Lopez? Okay, I didn't think it was a retrial. I know the one that I was talking about with Mead is a retrial because that was a hung jury, but that's the cop killing somebody else. The one that the Lopez one that OnlyFans is talking about is Kevin Brooks, Daryl Brooks Jr. unaliving the cop. I'm gonna call him Daryl Brooks Jr. so y'all can know the dynamics of the case. how wild it might be.
We took our break. We were in the midst of testimony.
Okay, so I have the testimony back up. I'll put the survey in there and we'll kind of see where we're at. Yeah, Mead is a retrial and Michael Lopez is his first trial, but he Daryl Brooks Jr. Is that a good way of describing it? I know I'm confused too. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, Miranda. I'm confused too. I'm like, that's why I put DB on the side of the other one. But I'll put the thing in there and y'all can look at them. Y'all can look at them and tell me which one. I don't know, QT. I think that the guy that we watched yesterday, Ronnie O'Neal, if they would have showed his entire trial, I think he probably could have been right there with Daryl Brooks. Like, same dynamics and everything. Not dynamics, but but I think he almost knew some of the law. But all right, let's do it.
Testimony from Mr. Grusing. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so that we're on the same page as far as the record, we just listened to and watched a portion of the interview from timestamps 1 hour, 1 minute, 20 seconds through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds. In the beginning of this portion of the interview, you asked the defendant to describe that fire in the basement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
She gives you some extraneous information there, specifically like Kobe Bryant. Was it consistent that when you would start getting into particular points of interest as it relates to the alleged crimes here, that she would give these extraneous details?
Yes, and that was consistent through the phone calls as well.
From your perspective, was that another distraction attempt to sort of create these tangents off of the main path of what you're trying to drive towards?
Yes.
Cell phones, please.
Apparently the cell phone wants me to repeat it, Judge. I don't know.
That's the year or whoever.
You had asked about details about this fire in this particular portion, in like color of flame, those height of the flames. Why were you asking those questions?
Well, as I explained before the video, the candle was a significant incident. She had been talking about that since February 13th that I came on, that Gannon sustained serious burns from that caused him even to bleed. And I wanted to see how she described not only the candle, but the fire itself and how he was injured.
What was your perspective of that, either reluctance or unwillingness to share details of the fire, the colors of the flames, the height of the flames? Why is that potentially significant to you in this interview?
Well, I tried multiple times to get her to explain to me what she saw. And I tried to give her different prompts on maybe even motioning with her hand how tall it might be, or how hot it was, or colors. And she was not comfortable doing that.
Okay. There was also discussion about the burns on Gannon. She describes on one hand that there were little burns on his arms, and then says by Monday they're peeling. Any significance to that for you? That seems to be some divergent statements as to the severity of these burns.
Yes, in our phone call on February 13th, she was saying that Gannon was peeling and peeling his burns and that they were very bloody. And that's a lot different from how she was describing those to me in this interview.
In that particular, and you're referring back to a different one of these recorded calls that we listened to.
Correct.
Did that appear to be, from your perspective, a way to explain why there would be blood on his walls and in his bedroom?
Yes.
So again, to explain away important details in the investigation?
Yes.
In this particular discussion of the fire in the basement, she gives a long description about opening windows and how people are sleeping upstairs, everybody is, but then Gannon ends up downstairs. Did that appear to be an isolation of Gannon based on the way you're hearing that?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me at the time on why he would be back down there, but I decided not to press it.
Does that also, I guess building on that, the fact that she describes all the windows being opened, we're talking about mid to late January, likely very cold in there. Was that significant at all to you?
Yeah, I wasn't really taking in all of that, but I didn't think from talking with El Paso, the sheriff's office, that there was such a cause for so much smoke and inhalation and windows being opened.
Okay. Next, I want to ask you about, during this interview, did you ask her about whether she went to work on that Monday, January 27th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So we're going to jump to 1 hour, 27 minutes flat. And we're going to play from 1 hour, 27 minutes to 1 hour, 29 minutes and 42 seconds.
For your vote.
So what I did was I said, I told Albert, I said, hey, I'll just stay at home with Gannon today. And he didn't write me back, or he didn't whatever. But the plan was I wasn't going to go back to teaching. That was, like, the plan was I did not go back to teaching.
So starting, when was that a plan?
I think it was like December, so I was just going to try to use like days and try to, whatever, because I just didn't want to go back to teaching.
Right. What did you tell your school as far as why you didn't show up that day?
For that day, I didn't talk to them about anything that day.
Your school, you didn't?
Not that day.
Did you just not show? Or
I
you
had
have
already,
classes waiting on you? Or
no. Okay, so what happened was I transitioned because I was like, okay, I wasn't going to be a teacher anymore. And I was like, okay, well, I have to do something until this, like, the whole flight attendant thing started. So I had to do something until then. I couldn't just not have money or whatever. So I got on what is it? I don't know what district it's called, but it's one of the districts. And I said I would do a long-term sub position, or I would do the regular subbing position. And then I just, at that point, was going to just call in whenever I could work. I think it's D8. I have it in my email.
Right.
I could just call in whenever I worked or whatever. And just.
So were you scheduled to show up then Monday morning?
From the school that I wasn't going to work at anymore, I had already told them that I wasn't. Like, I didn't even complete paperwork with them yet. So it wasn't even, I wasn't
They
even.
weren't counting on you to show up that day or what?
What do you mean? But I hadn't like signed any contracts. I hadn't like done anything with them because the whole plan was I was not going to be teaching. I was just going to be.
Okay, yeah, I get you didn't sign contracts, but were they planning for you to come in to do something on Monday and you had to call in?
I never called it on Monday. I'd already
Did
told
you
them.
text them or something?
No, on Thursday or Friday, I'd already
It takes
told
a
them.
while.
Okay, on Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them that I wasn't coming in. Like I didn't go in Friday either. Like I'd already told them I wasn't. So it was like, you're asking me about if I told them Monday, but I'd already told them prior.
Oh, you'd already told them, so you didn't have to tell them you're not coming in on Monday?
Right, because I'd already told them because see, on my dad's side, there was someone who passed away, and I just used that as a reason why I wasn't coming on the prior week.
Oh, okay.
So that's.
So, Mr. Grusing, when she's giving you this answer, what information did you have already about her employment on that Monday?
I had, I think in the 4:00 a.m. hour, she had texted to say one of her relatives that got hit by a car and was killed. And that's why she was not coming into work.
And the way that she's describing it, it sounds like she's saying that this was a text that she sent the previous week to a different school as opposed to the one that she was now supposed to work at on Monday, January 27th.
That's correct.
What was significant of that to you?
I was attempting to walk her through her own timeline that she had provided us on the Sunday night burn injuries and then what happened Monday morning. And that was the next logical thing that she should have been describing to me. And then, like you said, she put it back on either Thursday or Friday.
Okay. The reason that she gives in that portion of the interview is that she didn't want to go back into teaching, right?
Yes.
Did she ever say in this part of the interview or any other part of the interview or phone calls having any sort of mental health anxiety issues as related to teaching?
Not that I listened to. No.
Was it more along the lines of she was just not happy in teaching because of the current environment in schools?
Yes.
Following that portion of the discussion, did you ask her to give you a statement about what happens on Monday, January 27th?
I did.
Does she then, in her answer, is this where she asks you, I'm going to need some help from you?
Yes.
Right, Your Honor, we're going to jump to 1 hour, 32 minutes and 47 seconds and play through 1 hour, 46 minutes and 45 seconds.
So tell me about the next morning then. So now you're at home, Gannon's at home,
Right.
Elena's at school. Tell me what happens then.
Right. So this is where I need help from everybody.
Yeah. And you can get help. Like I said, I've had some high-level informants that have told me some horrific things, and we've had to relocate them. We can get different names. But to do that, to kick that in motion, we need to know the story. We can't just say,
Right.
oh, someone's got really important information.
Right. Well, that's where I would need someone to help guide me through this because I want to help more than anything. But
That's why I'm here, because I'm representing Denver FBI, and then I have the ability to pull resources from Quantico, which is our behavior analysis unit. Everything comes out of there.
Right.
It's called SIRV, which is our incident response group. So
Right.
this was a big enough case that the supervisor of the FBI asked me to come down from Denver, and I get all my training out there. So
Right.
you're not going to have better resources in this room right now, and I'm not bragging.
Right.
I've just been doing this stuff for a long time.
Right.
So if you tell me what happened, and then you need protection, we can do all that stuff. So DEA doesn't have those capabilities, ATF doesn't. No. DEA just investigates drugs, and they're very good at it.
Right.
But the FBI, we're now worldwide, and we have offices Bogota to Russia to China to wherever.
Right.
So, and we get a lot more funding because of when September 11th happened, that changed everything for us. We were the nation's #1 law enforcement agency before then, but they gave us so many more resources since then.
Right.
And so I am specialized in missing kids and unusual homicides, including serial killings and whatever else. So I didn't get in right away on your case, but I have been working it for the past couple of weeks.
I wish I could talk to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm here now, and whatever you tell me, the worst thing I can do for people like you is if you have a story that requires your protection for the FBI, it would not be good for me to run out and say, oh, Letecia told me this, and that's not how it works.
Yeah.
If this can help us find Gannon, we'll do whatever we can. Okay.
Not like I just need like protection for my family. And I swear to you.
Okay. Well, you can get that, but we have to know the story first.
So how am I supposed to get help talking to someone first before we talk to you? Because I'm willing to do that.
So here's your deal. If you need help and if you want to go through the court process, that's fine. We leave and then you work through the court process. But then it just becomes the whole focus of this, Letecia, right now, you're the only one. You're the last one. You're the last adult with him. You're the last adult we know about with him. You have not told anybody anything else to lead us. We have been trying to work with Al to say, what is she saying now?
Yeah.
You know, and the Quincy Brown thing and whatever else.
I was mad at him about all that. But a lot of it was key to help you guys. But it should have just been, if I could have just reached out to someone to be like, I'm terrified for myself and for the family, then it would have been. Also, what I can help you with can also help you with something else you might be already working on too.
Well, what is that?
I'm just saying,
well, Letecia, you've got to give me something here to work with. If you want to go through the court process, like I said on here, the last question, if you want to stop at any time, you are more than welcome to stop and say.
But it says you can have one present to talk to you.
Yep. And that will kick in the court process and then we're done, which is fine. And if that's what you want. Okay. But the whole, if you need protection and that sort of thing, I can't get you there without you giving me something. So I listened to all the calls with Al, and I've seen the crime scene reports. Mm-hmm. Okay, what happened in the bedroom was not Gannon slinging his blood on the wall.
Well, that's totally not even to do with anything. Yeah, that's why I'm so upset about bedrooms and all those things, because I understand you're an expert. I know that, but I'm telling you I'm gonna need protection. That's it. It's not me. I'm not the person.
So, but if you're not the person, the charges won't be different. Okay, if you allowed someone else to come in and do the things to Gannon that we know happened to him, you're just as guilty.
I didn't allow anyone, and I don't know of anything like you're talking about to be happening to Gannon. I do know that there's something I can tell you that can help you or help me, help everyone, but I do need that help.
Well, so let me tell you where I am. Okay. Like I said, I've been 23 years with the FBI. For the last 20, I've been working violent crime. And I've worked some of the worst cases. And it's kind of messed me up a bit, to be honest, seeing what I've seen. And I worked 20 years of bank robberies. Mm-hmm. So I always thought that you were going to have, I'm the FBI, I'm the good guy, bad people go rob banks. And that's not how it is. I've had to help arrest other FBI agents, police officers, people from the church, school resource officers. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do. Mm-hmm. And on the other side, some of the bank robbers, one of them came out after serving a 10-year sentence and we got it off just fine, even though, we were on opposite sides of the fence. The thing that I have seen, though, throughout is when something very bad happens, people think they can't recover from it. And I do not think you are a bad person. I'm not. That's why I'm here. No, I don't. I've seen bad people.
And I know you told people that to get them to help you.
No, I'm not. I would not have this approach with you if I thought you were a bad person. I think something bad happened. And I think that what I've seen a lot, whether it's you think that you can get out if you do this or this or this, that's where you are now. And you're hoping that one of these things can save you. They're not going to be able.
What do you mean? What were you talking about? Someone's not going to be able to save me?
There was nobody else there. Okay. We've looked at the alarms, we've looked at the motions, we've looked at the detectors.
The alarms are already covered up.
The alarms were already covered up.
Yes.
Okay. But
sir, I'm telling you, what you have is not you. I know you say you wouldn't sit here and say this to me if I wasn't whatever. I'm telling you, it is true. I would not and did not. Would not, did not. And with you guys having my phone, I would have thought that you would have had some of the apps looked into. Now, I would have thought that sometimes when I talked to Albert, you might have listened to them all or whatever. It could have been some help and indication on the apps. I really did. Because I couldn't come at you and just tell you if you say there's somebody not involved. I could walk you through it and prove it to you, and you guys have already had this predetermination. I don't mean you. I haven't this first time I spoke to you. You guys have already had this predetermination that that's what's going to happen. It's already in your mindset.
Yeah, because we have no other evidence pointing us elsewhere. Right. So if there was a shred of evidence, Letecia, that pointed us to some other person, we would be all over it. As soon as Quincy Brown came out of your mouth, it doesn't take long.
So, 100% he's in Mexico right now.
Yes, we do know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because we did get our we have what's called a legal attaché.
Mm-hmm. Okay. that's where that alone, and I get that you're saying you have someone who looked into that and knows that, that's where I know in my heart that I can't trust to get help. That very reason.
You're saying Quincy Brown's not
No,
in Mexico?
that's not what I'm saying. But you would have said another word, like something in between that would have gave that off. Like, you wouldn't have said he's just in Mexico and he didn't do anything. You would have said, oh, did he come back here for a reason? You wouldn't have said any of that. You would have known some other things too. Or maybe you have and you just can't tell me those things. And that's okay. But
we don't, in a case like this, so tips will come in, you know, the public will call in. And then of course you and Al are primary interest because you're the parents of the missing kid. And most 90% of the time when a kid goes missing, it has to do with one of the parents. That's it. That we work on probabilities.
Okay.
So, and especially with you, then you're there, you say he went to a neighbor's house. That's the very first thing you say. And then there's no thought that somebody took him.
You said there's no thought?
There's no thought for law enforcement.
But you're not understanding what happened leading up to the days before. Nothing to do with Gannon, nothing to do with me, okay? In terms of me and Gannon, okay? I love Gannon with all my heart. And so you can sit here and say 90% parents, this, okay?
I'm not saying you don't love him.
I love him.
I'm saying that even I have had times when my son rolled a basketball underneath that I wanted to turn around and do something, and then I would have regretted it later.
But what you're saying to me is, what you speak is that I hurt Gannon.
And I don't think it was intentional.
Okay, but I didn't hurt Gannon, okay? And I didn't either intentional or not intentional hurt Gannon. I did not. That's just not what happened, okay? And I had this conversation with you just to see for a second if I could get help from you.
But you can't. How can you expect me to help you, Letecia, if you're not going to tell me what happened?
Because
you can't go, let me tell you. You can unlock the entire resources of the FBI right now. I've told you that. But then you say that you're not willing to do it, whether you don't trust me or you think that there's these
But you already told me someone wasn't there based on an alarm.
That's from what we can see. Yes,
okay.
Movement in the basement,
right?
Movement upstairs.
But you've already told me that based on that, okay? But what you're not realizing is there's 2 sensors on that home, okay? Two that can easily be manipulated, easily, okay? And if you even knew anything about prior, you would be thinking a lot differently now. But see, that's why I can't talk to you about these things, because you already have predetermined what you think.
It doesn't matter what I predetermined.
But you said intentionally, unintentionally, and that's not the case.
I'm not saying I'm right 100% of the time. It doesn't, you need to just disregard whatever I think, or really whatever anybody else thinks. If you have a truth, and if you have something that will help us find him, really, to hell with me and everybody else and what we think. You should just cast that aside. All I can follow is the facts of the case as they're told to me.
Okay.
And so for me to go somewhere else besides the facts, I have to then go back to the facts to check it. So when I say something
I'll talk to you in private, but you can't tell Albert about anything that led up to it or anyone else.
Albert will not know.
I understand that, but I need your help, and I need to know that you tell me those resources, you tell me whatever, okay? I know you're saying you got whatever, this and that and all that, but I really am going to need help, like, a lot. Swear to you. Don't base it on some alarm reports, because they can easily manipulate it.
Well, we're not just
they easily were. I know, I'm saying when you're saying no one else was there.
So
when you say that, don't base it on that, please. I'm begging you, because that was not even remotely. It was not even it. Not even.
Mr. Gruesing, I just remind you that you're still under oath.
At the beginning of that portion of the interview, Mr. Gruesing, you go through a description of if you allowed somebody else to come into the house and do bad things to Gannon, then you're just as guilty. Why were you going down that path and explaining that to her?
Well, it had to do with the numerous stories that she had told us and Al over the phone, and just whatever complicity she was going to make with me, I was wanting to move more directly towards her involvement. So just saying that if she was going to introduce yet another person, like the last one that she introduced was the pregnant lady, and it didn't really have any legs to stand on. I didn't want her to go down that path again.
So was that you trying to encourage her to talk about her actions as opposed to pointing it out to different people?
Yes.
Okay. What about the discussion you had where you're talking about the good guys, the bad guys dynamic, and that whole thing, arresting bank robbers? What was that purpose of that?
To tell Letecia basically that she was a good person and that good people can do bad things.
In that portion of the interview, she says she couldn't just come at you and tell you what had happened. What was your take from that particular point of the interview?
Well, I don't know if this is the same thing you're talking about, but she told me that she had keys or some type of keys she was trying to give us, but that she couldn't tell us directly what happened. And to me, that meant that she had been giving us hints along during the different phone calls through Al, because she had already told me that she knew that I and others were listening.
That's exactly what I was talking about, where she's telling you basically that I've been trying to give hints throughout this whole thing. Were there, in fact, some hints in her various statements?
Absolutely.
Can you give us examples of that, please?
Well, she mentioned that Gannon was not in Colorado in either the phone call on February 19th or 21st. I think it was the 19th. And then she told Al that he's not in the US. And we later learned that it's close to being true. She also, as we've spoken of numerous times, described the injuries, and she was even describing time periods that we were interested in, like the night before the 2 trips to Costco and what had happened in between those 2 trips. And then when she would come home, what happened after she arrived back at the house. And yeah, so when you compile them all together, she was describing a lot of what had happened separately through the investigation being done by El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And when you talk about that it was almost true that Gannon wasn't in the United States, are you referring to where Gannon was later found on the essentially banks of a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, down in Florida. Why did you tell her that you don't think it was intentional? What, in the way you're implying it in that statement is you don't think what she did to Gannon was intentional. Why'd you say that?
Well, in her first statement that I was present for with Al on the 13th of February, she said that Gannon's first injury in her timeline was that he cut his foot on Saturday. And then she went on to other things that had happened. And in my experience with domestic violence, I had seen that an accident might precede something intentional. And I was giving her the opportunity to say that if she wanted to.
Was that essentially you building it out for her to feel better about telling you what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes, and still just trying to find any factual information from her on injuries to Gannon when they might have occurred. And it's much easier to talk about an accident than something intentional.
Okay. The next section that I want to talk about is right after this. Do you remember her talking about she reached out to people to go places?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. It's at timestamps 1:46:45 through 1:48:30. So going directly from here to 1:48:30.
So you care about Gannon?
I care about Gannon. I have reached out every day offering for people to go in these certain places to get even insight to see. I've every day asked, hey, can you go do this? Can someone meet me here?
So you've asked someone to go look for him?
Right. Like I reached out and I asked Albert, I said, hey, can you meet me? Let me tell you about this and let's go to this location to look. I've asked all these.
What location do you think he's at now, Gannon?
No, I'm just saying like
No,
in
but
general.
I'm asking you
In
right
general.
now. Where do you think he is right now?
I don't know exactly. I don't know.
Well, where do you know him to
But
last be?
I am 99% confident Gannon is alive.
Okay. But where do you know him to last be?
I want to help, sir, but I'm in a room and you've already talking about all this and the courts and it's me against everybody else.
So here's the deal. Once this thing goes through the courts, you talk about that. You're the only one to be with him. You think you're going to be able to tell a story.
A story?
It might be a true story.
Gosh, sir.
But listen, I've listened to a lot of your stories and I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, okay, that's because I was mad at him. Had nothing, I already knew.
But I've seen what you told the news reporter. I've listened to what you told El Paso about the sex assault that happened in the house.
I already knew that you guys were listening to him.
Yeah.
So I said that because I was angry.
But what I think I can offer you today is some help.
Okay.
So in the beginning of that portion, Mr. Grusing, she's talking about she's been trying to reach out to get people to go places. Do you know of any effort she made to reach out to give information, factual information that could be acted on?
I don't.
So in this, basically in this interview, do you also go through a portion where you're describing that you're looking at her stories and they're just not making sense?
Correct.
I'm going to jump to 1 hour, 51 minutes and 40 seconds and play 1 hour, 56 through 1 hour, 56:24.
Yeah. And so I'm looking at your story, the ones that you told to Al, the ones that you've said in the media, of hitting your head. When you hit your head, you didn't see what happened. And then when someone else takes Gannon, or when he's riding a bike and he hits his head and stuff like that.
No, I didn't buy. I just told you I was saying that to Albert because I was upset that he wasn't listening to me, that I did not hurt Gannon.
I don't think you intended to hurt Gannon at all.
Sir, there's no.
No, I'm not saying you did, or he hurt himself. Something bad happened in his room.
No.
have you seen the,
Sir,
you helped clean it off the wall.
sir,
We know
that,
that.
this here, what you're talking about is completely irrelevant about the whole
Well, then-
thinking bad, whatever.
Tell me about, if it's irrelevant, Letecia, help me. Because there's a big blood pool in the corner, there's spray on the wall.
Because if I tell you anything about any of that, all you're going to say to me is, hey, da da da.
If you didn't do it, no, I will be your advocate. Because why, do we know each other?
No,
Why would I care? If you didn't do it, and it helps me find Gannon,
I didn't do it.
okay, well then help me find out who did.
Who did what?
That's a Gannon in his
Done
room.
what to Gannon in his room?
There's a pool of blood in the corner.
Okay,
That's Gannon's blood.
okay. So you're saying now this is where I have a hard time knowing what it is. You're like, okay, trust you or not, right? You're saying there's a pool of blood. Albert said saucer size blood, because I'm sure you had him say all this, because I'm sure you were there, or whatever. Okay, in his room, and you said something about, what'd you say?
On the wall.
Okay. Then, if that's your whatever, your expert advice or
There's
whatever,
more blood.
okay, then where do you think that I had any involvement with Gannon, and where did he go? That's where it has to click at some point. That
And that's what I listened to you do that to Al, to where
But I
you're
did.
making him guess what happened to Gannon.
I don't want him to guess.
Well, no,
I want
you're
help.
asking me to guess.
No, I was asking a question, sir. I wasn't trying to get you to guess. I was just saying in general, asking a question. I want help with people understanding. I tried to give any insight, help, clues, anything, but I can't because they know my daughter, everyone, my family, my mom, everyone. And you can think that.
But right now, Letecia, I mean, you can go down that road, but it's not going to save you in court
But-
because you're the last adult with him.
So,
And nobody else, just let me try to
I'm sorry.
protect you. I'm not trying to hurt you. This is actually protecting you. If you don't tell us where to go investigate,
Mhm.
then nobody's going to investigate for you. You're the last adult with him. You told a lot of lies about all these injuries from
not
his
to,
foot.
I didn't tell lies to you or to any police officer.
Did a sex assault happen in the house?
I didn't tell any lies to you or a police officer. Okay.
So we don't have anybody to chase those. We don't chase you.
Right.
Do you understand?
But if you take me, okay, and you do this to me, people are protected because you guys aren't going to protect everybody else. People are protected. Okay.
We can protect people. We can protect you, family, if this is involved. Now, I've worked South American theft groups. I've worked gangsters. I've worked organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
None of that stuff rings true with what happened here. I mean, how is a very organized gang going to come into a house in Colorado Springs?
Who said it? A house? Why does it have to be in the house? See, that's where
where he
you're not.
last was.
Oh,
Are you going to make me guess where he was then?
no, I'm telling you, you're not going to listen to me. See, you already just said his last was in the house.
But see, you're going back to you care what I think. You shouldn't care what I
I do
think.
care what you think. You want to know why? Because I care about how people think of me because I am not that kind of person. That's why.
And if you can point me to a different person, then I can help you.
I gave hints before.
So it stopped at 156:26. When the discussion about the riding the bike and Quincy Brown came up, she stopped you and said, basically she gives a description of she was just saying that to Al. You remember that portion?
Yes.
Was that her basically admitting that what she had told in that particular story, that Quincy Brown, that whole thing was not true?
Correct.
What about the portion of the discussion where you point out that, are you trying to make Al guess? Or are you trying to make me guess? What was your intent of making that distinction there, and what were you trying to get to?
Well, I had asked her a question about the blood in the bedroom, trying to get her to explain that to me. And instead, she posed the question to me that if she was responsible, where was Gannon? It's an open-ended question that only she knew. And as I told Letecia, I'd seen her do this to Al. Well, I'd heard her do it to Al while we were in the room multiple times. When it's a direct question, we need an answer, or I needed one for the blood. And instead, she's asking me where Gannon is, and she knows that I don't know the answer.
Did it appear from your perspective that was intentionally trying to not give you information as to what happened in the room, or to Gannon?
Yes, both.
Did you confront her with web searches that were done on her phone?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to that portion of the interview, and this is 1 hour, 56 minutes and 52 seconds through 2 hours and 10 seconds.
Because in here I even have what you entered in your phone, the stuff that you've entered and deleted, like blood is spurting from an arterial bleed, direct pressure not controlling.
Do what? I didn't look this up.
It's from your phone.
Blood is what?
Spurting from an arterial bleed.
No,
Somebody did from your phone. I don't like my stepson.
no.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce? I'll stalk cheating. I'll stalk Instagram. I'll stalk cheating in Colorado Springs. Catch I'll stalk cheating. How to get blood out of sheets.
Out of sheets?
Mm-hmm. I want immunity.
Oh, the blood out of the sheets was because we always had always nosebleeds. If I ever looked at blood out of
That's what-
sheets, it was nosebleeds.
And I figured it might be something.
I didn't ever look up anything about an artery or something unless it went from something else.
It's on your phone.
And I never looked up anything about my stepson unless someone else did.
The reason I brought up gangs is you looked up, I want immunity because it was gang related. And this sounds like, find me a new husband, find me a rich guy who
No.
wants to take care of his kids.
The new husband is just because Albert already knew that was about the lady Debbie Sherrill who wanted to find a new husband after 35 or something. He picked me about Amazon.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it.
And
Can I spray paint wood?
spray paint wood? Well, we always spray wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh
you.
yes, because I wanted them to be mine. Like
What about
me
it?
to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letecia and traffic accident, hit and run.
I didn't hit anybody.
No? What was that?
What date was it?
I don't have a date on these. I was downloading stuff as I was coming on the plane.
Yeah, no, I don't.
My
Did you tell me
husband
the
wants a
date?
divorce. My husband wants a baby, but I want an abortion. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently, which I get that. Parenting should be for people, not one. Quotes a suicidal person might say. I mean, these make me very sad when I read them because I can see you're doing all the work at home by yourself.
Which I wanted to be there. Like I wanted to totally have the kids as my children. That's the point you're not getting. Like I wanted those kids to be saying to me that I'm their mom.
Yeah.
Like I am the person who cares for them, loves them, everything. So you can think that
What do you do if you suspect a person swallowed poison? Did somebody actually swallow
poison. I don't know. I always click things and read them. No one
Did somebody swallow it?
No one swallowed any poison.
Okay. You will never forgive me and treat me like a princess. You'll never know when it's too late.
Oh yeah. I mean, I always search for things when Albert was gone.
What is it?
So in that particular portion, you mentioned the immunity. Was there a particular phone calls during the consensual recorded phone calls process where she was also saying the same thing to Al in those phone calls?
Yes, there was. It was one of the earlier phone calls I was involved in.
Did you ask her to describe what injuries Gannon suffered a little bit later after this?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to timestamp 2 hours and 50 seconds and play through 2 hours, 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
For everything.
So if you're not willing to go with who took Gannon, can you at least tell me what injuries he suffered? The true ones. As far as the cut foot, was that a legit injury?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
So he was outside in the garage, and when he was outside in the garage, he was running to go help me take the trash, take the trash out, come back and help me get stuff out of the car, and then he stepped on something, which I left the blood there. Like I left it, like because Albert said, "Don't touch that fine wood or African wood, whatever kind of wood it was."
What did the piece of wood look like?
I don't know, like a board.
Okay. And it's still there in the garage?
I had to drive over them all the time, so like I always had to drive over the pieces of wood.
Right. But you didn't take that out of the garage?
It's too big. You couldn't fit it in anything. You couldn't fit the pieces. The long boards that were in the garage, you could not fit. I left. Okay, so there was the piece of board that I threw in the back of Albert's truck, and then there was the 2 long boards that were sitting there. So the board that was about like this size, and the board that was the long boards that were sitting here. I left the long boards because that was supposed to be the fancy wood, and I didn't want to ruin it by trying to get wood off of it. The other piece of wood was the wood that I threw in the back of Albert's truck.
And what was that one?
There was a bunch of pieces that were laying around that from that night, from us running through there. It was like little pieces. There was a piece about this size, maybe a couple pieces. But
And
that
you threw it in the back of the truck? That bigger piece?
Well, you said bigger like this. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cheap wood. Like I knew it was not the wood that he would be freaking out over. So from Sunday, he did hurt his foot from Sunday.
And how badly was it bleeding?
It wasn't. I say Saturday, I'm sorry. From Saturday. Albert had just left, like, to drive to the airport. He wasn't even gone long.
Mm-hmm.
He had just left to drive to the airport.
Okay. So did it require a Band-Aid? Or?
Gannon, whenever he always does something, he tries to be like, he's not like laying over, he's like, oh, I need a Band-Aid, or whatever. Gannon would literally walk around with toilet paper in the middle of his toe, and it would have blood or whatever and just run everywhere to his room or whatever.
Yeah. So what did you do on this occasion?
We literally took the paper towel. That's why I just told you about the toe
Uh-huh.
and put it in between.
So it was in between his toes is where the injury
No,
was?
it was like wrapped here.
Okay.
We had it wrapped. And I don't remember if we got a Band-Aid, to be honest. This is just what Gannon.
So that doesn't sound like a big injury.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, it was blood. There was no big injuries. I left it on the wood because I said I'm not going to clean his fine African wood.
What did it look like on the wood? Drops, streaks?
Well, what I did originally was I was trying to take water to do it, but then I realized if I put cleaner, then that wouldn't do anything but cause the wood to damage. Because Albert always wanted to build things, but always wood doesn't
I
bother.
saw it.
And if I use those pieces of wood and all that stuff, then
Did you ever use that shop vac to clean up anything out there?
No, I never used the shop vac. The shop vac was never. I couldn't even like move anything with the shop. Anything that would have been used with the shop vac would have been Albert. Other than the times that we brought it, which would have been weeks ago, and we did spring cleaning or fall cleaning around the house, in the corners, and that type of thing. So that would have been the shop vac. There was nothing I ever did and vacuumed up something with a shop vac.
All right,
or,
that helps me. I'm just asking.
like any of that.
Right.
There was none of that ever happened.
So the burns on the arms weren't that bad. The cut on the toe or the bottom of the foot wasn't that
So
bad.
we still were able to go hiking. He was able to still go
Right.
hiking. It was bleeding on the board.
But
we
not
never
after
really-
that, not all over the house, that sort of thing.
Well, he had the piece of paper and went down to his room.
Yeah.
Like wrapped around his foot. So I mean, if anything, it could have been drops of blood or something. But no.
What about the wound to the head that you talked to Al about?
So Albert was like trying to get me to say whatever because I'm sure you guys are having him do that, and I knew that's what he was doing. So Albert was trying to get me to say that, like talk to him about like wounds or whatever. So I threw out some stories to Albert because he was making me so upset, just like everyone not understanding that there's an intervention portion here. And there's someone intervening in this. And that's where people didn't understand and weren't saying things. So I just started rambling stuff to Albert. And I even said to you guys, hey, I know you're listening. And it was just to do whatever.
But do you know what that sounds like, though, to a dad who's missing his kid? And then you say, and a previous head wound happened where it was blood running down his face and that sort of thing. And it's, had to bandage it up. And
well, I don't remember saying anything about bandaging up.
I think you said Quincy Brown tried to bandage it up.
Oh, because he was making me mad about something. Yeah. I was about to say, I don't remember me saying I did that. But.
So he did suffer a head wound, though.
Head wound?
Yes. Okay. Head or neck.
Okay.
And that is what caused the blood there. And so even if you choose not to tell us where Gannon is today because you're too nervous or whatever else, we would like to know where that was on him. So if we find him on our own, if you've given me the clues to go find him, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that wound?
Gannon is alive.
He's alive, fine. But where was that wound? Was it his neck or his head?
I don't know anything about a neck or head.
Well, you had to clean up the wall. You went ahead.
That is not even from what you're talking about there had nothing to do with anything from Saturday, Sunday, and whatever. That had nothing to do with any of it.
How could it not?
It did
there
not.
was a lot of blood.
It did
And
not.
You're going to have to explain that.
Sir, it did not.
Well, just tell me how.
It did not. I promise
But
you.
you're not going to tell me how. So where we can help you.
You're not going to help me, though.
How could I not help you? How are you going to get up, Letecia, on the stand after telling all these stories, which we're going to ask you about, and then say, I can explain all that, and it's some party that I never told law enforcement to go chase. If Gannon is alive, we have an 11-year-old kid somewhere being held against his will, and you're not telling us. You might as well have done this yourself. That's why I'm saying.
Let me look at it right here. Oops. I'm not fill it out. I'll just put it there. Okay.
So I paused it at 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 55 seconds. What did you write down in your notebook?
I just remember the first part, that the head wound was on Saturday.
You remember it saying, and had nothing to do with this?
Words to that effect, yes.
What was your take on that? That instead of saying it on the camera, she wanted to write it down in your notebook?
Well, whether it's by now, whether it's the argument that she didn't want to talk about, the burns, and even calling Gannon in as absent. You know, I wasn't pushing her. I would give her the opportunity to talk, and then she would not talk, so I would move on. And now that we're to the blood and what happened in the room, I think it was too difficult for her to say it out loud with the head wound.
When she's going over the wound to the head, and then she actually says she just started throwing out stories because Al was making me mad. You remember that portion? What were your thoughts on that particular part of the interview?
Well, that was consistent with what she was telling Al on the phone calls. And Al would continue to push her like, we need to find Gannon. And then she would say, what about our relationship? So she would move from finding out what happened to Gannon to her feelings. And that's what she was doing here again.
Is this also an example of her blaming others for her behavior?
Yes.
Did you ask her about blood being found in the back of her Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to play that portion next. And Judge, just as I'm watching the time, is there a time that you want me to shoot for a break?
3:10.
Okay.
Something like that.
I'll just watch the clock on that.
All right.
This next section picks up from here and goes through 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 57 seconds.
What about the blood in the back of the Tiguan?
Tiguan?
Mm-hmm.
The only blood we have in the back of the Tiguan, we opened the car up. In the car we were sitting in to do his foot. There's nothing to do with it.
There's too much to be.
No, no, sir. That is absolutely not true. That was where we were sitting on the back of the car when we were unloading the stuff. We were sitting on the back of the car. There is no, no, sir.
There's plenty in the garage.
But there was nothing in the garage. There was plenty of time that everybody worked in the garage. Had nothing to do with it.
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you, what you're asking me is completely, totally different than anything has to do.
Do you know what this looks like? Say you're telling me the truth. Again, please don't care what I think. Say you're telling me the truth right now. That Saturday had nothing to do with him disappearing and being gone for over a month. Do you know what that looks like for you?
It's like I'm in the middle of a situation and I need help getting out of.
But you're not willing to tell me how to help you. So now you're saying that Gannon had a really bad head wound on Saturday.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The head thing on Saturday and the amount of blood there?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're talking about completely different than what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah, but this doesn't look any better for you because now you haven't told Al that he has a head wound. You haven't called the hospital.
It wasn't like that. It was not.
And then you have to tell me. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but.
What I would have advised her. Nothing to do with me. Not what it was like.
So in that particular portion where you're asking about the blood on the Tiguan, had you been made aware of when she showed up to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for an interview and the condition of her car?
Yes.
What information did you know about that?
But the car had been washed.
Did you ask her if someone else injured Gannon in this
Yes.
interview? Okay. We're going to jump to that portion. It picks up here and goes through 2 hours and 20 minutes and 06 seconds.
Did someone else injure him on Saturday? That's an easy question. You don't even have to tell me a name. Did someone else injure him on Saturday?
I wanted to meet friends because I didn't have friends. Okay. So I wanted to meet friends. Okay. Albert ever tell you about any of these apps you had me go with?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's where this is going to be whatever, because you're not going to take my version and my side of
Right,
what really happened.
Letecia, let me stop you. If you help us, I will take whatever version you tell me, and I will actually prove it. That's all I do is I don't chase. I am wrong most of the time.
Do you have a way to pull up apps? Do you have a way to pull up stuff on apps? Do you have that?
We can do that while you're here. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm saying you said you have this.
Yes, we have ways to pull up apps.
Okay.
What app?
How do you have ways to pull up apps?
We have technical people. I'm not a tech person, but we have plenty of tech people that are super smart to do it. If you tell me what to do, we can do that while we're talking, take a break, you can go to the restroom, whatever else. We can solve this thing right now.
Why come I just can't talk to you without a bunch of people watching me?
Then we can talk right now.
Yeah, but come on, there's people here.
Yeah. What do you want me? You tell me what you want to do, and I will.
I want to talk to you to tell you about leading up to anything. I want to talk to you because I want you to find Gannon, and I believe in all my heart you will help me. Not lie to me.
I will help you.
Not try to say, oh, you're telling the story and throw me somewhere. Okay.
So is he alive?
Let me finish this and I'll answer your question. I understand what you're saying about federal versus local, whatever. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to want to talk to you is that I don't want anything said before held against me if I provide you with 100% the truth to help you.
That'll work. This is the first time we're talking, and it's for a reason. You haven't
Okay.
talked to the feds yet.
Right. So if I can, I don't want to be sitting here with all these people watching because I want you to listen at exactly what happened and go from there. Okay?
Okay.
And that's not, I know you're trained to do this and interrogate people and all this. I want nothing more than for Gannon to be okay. That's all I want. I promise you. That's all I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And I will take whatever resources, whatever help you want me to go do, even if it means take myself in the middle of somewhere where someone wants me to go to get him, to make sure he's okay. I would do it. Because I love Gannon. And I love my family. And I love the ground that everybody walks on. Albert, Harley, Lena, Gannon. That is my family. Okay?
So,
And I know in the end, you might think you got whatever by this and forensics and whatever. And I'm not arguing any of that. Very smart to know that you're a smart man. You're not stupid. But I need the help, the resources to not be attacked anymore. To know that something on the stupid app was a silly mistake. Okay?
so you brought someone in.
So I'm not, I just said I would talk to you.
I know, I get it. So I'm representing law enforcement from Colorado.
I understand.
Okay. And if you tell me something, even though, you know, we started a recording now and whatever else, and if you say we won't talk unless we turn off the recording, that can happen, but I'm going to pull in all those resources.
No, I want you to pull in resources. I'm not denying you to say pull in the resources. I'm looking at you from mother to a father. I have been scared because I don't know what's going to happen. Not with because I did something. I wouldn't have told you that there was people, random people, intervention, or all these things if there wouldn't have been. Okay, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have easily just been like, hey, if there was truly what you guys had thought about, I don't think you intentionally done it. There was this accident. Common sense, well enough to know, stick the phone and say an accident happened. I'm not stupid. Okay, might be freaking out because I don't know how to get this help, but I'm not stupid. Okay, and that's looking you dead in the eye to tell you I did not hurt Gannon at all. Okay, swear to you. So if you're willing to give me the opportunity to talk to you, I don't want to be like watched by people. I don't want to be, oh, whatever.
This is a separate recorder. This is mine.
Right. And so does Myrtle Beach have one.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Right. But I need the help.
You'll get that help.
Okay.
All we're focusing on is finding that kid.
Okay. And that's what I want. I don't want to look at like, you look at me like I'm just this bad person who doesn't want to find our child. That's not it. I just don't, when it came at me as an attack, okay, because that's what originally happened, okay, and I get it. They have to do their job because guess what? They're probably parents too, right? So they have to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get that part. Okay, you can ask me about any of these, whatever. I'm sure it was something I saw somewhere, and I don't never look up anything about some stepchild. I've looked up how I haven't got help, and how I wanted help, and how I wanted to be the person that they always were. Well, I didn't even want them to go home. I didn't even want them to have to go to their mother at all, because I had to see the pain and agony I was through, worry. So you're going to take my character based upon whatever.
That's just part. Listen, when a kid goes missing, we don't only look at the person, we look at the entire neighborhood, we go through people's closets, we go, everybody's lives is turned upside down.
And I'll tell you right now, if any of this is since then, of course I've looked at what people said. If people said something about the FBI, I Googled FBI.
Again, you worry too much about what we think. If you will get us there, we can protect you.
Okay, so then I talk to you. And I don't talk to Myrtle Beach Police Department and all these other people. I talk to you and I explain to you. Okay, because you already saying you are charging me with something.
It's already been charged.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're already saying that. Okay, so how do I know that when I give you this here information?
But that's what this recording does. It protects you because I've already told you we will do this. Well, we used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand that. There's nothing against Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on this.
Okay, well,
if someone else took Gannon, we can find
in
him.
here, and I don't like that. I want to be able to have emotional, raw conversation.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are sitting here.
Nobody's sitting there.
Okay, someone's watching from there.
They are in the other room. It's the
Okay.
district attorney. Do you want me to tell them they can't watch?
No, I want to talk to someone in a raw, real conversation that you can see truly in my heart the situation. That's what I want.
That's what this is.
No, it's not, sir.
But how can I
Who
make
is
it
it?
that
The district
decision?
attorney from Colorado?
Yes.
Yeah, see? Come on.
I can ask them to leave the room.
No, it's not about leaving the room. It's about I'm asking for, instead of going through all, this, whatever, sitting here wasting our time or whatever, I'm asking just to talk to you. Because I'm taking your word that you're going to help me and you're going to provide the resources from wherever you said you have them.
Before I do,
So in this portion of the interview, starts out with you asking her about, did somebody else injure Gannon? And then she went on the discussion about apps. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you asked her to give the name of the app. And then it led to that long tangent. Was that another distraction attempt away from potentially things that may help?
Misdirection, yes.
Did you ask her about trips that she may have made to Palmer Lake area, so northern El Paso County?
I did.
So we're going to watch that next, and this is short. It's from 2 hours, 20 minutes and 10 seconds through 2 hours, 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
before I do that, let me ask you some questions, okay? Because this is our investigation.
Right.
You're taking all these trips up to Palmer Lake, multiple trips, different cars, renting a car.
Okay.
How are you not involved in this?
First off, I didn't ever get to drive the rental car anywhere because immediately once we, let me go and correct on this now. Once we got the rental car or whatever, the National Guard was there. Everybody was in the house. We went in Albert's truck the whole entire day going to come and go and all these places. So I never drove the rental car anywhere. And it's already been corrected from budget about the rental car situation. I had to get that corrected yesterday. I never even drove it anywhere because I didn't get to. So whatever GPS you get from the rental car, it never was driven by me anywhere, but literally up the street back. I didn't hardly drive it anywhere. So there was no rental car driven to any kind of places at all. The only time I went anywhere in the rental car might have been maybe 40, 50 miles. I don't know, no more than 100 miles, counting there and back. And that was just driving it through the day because I went back to get my car.
What information did you have about rental cars when you were asking that question?
We had that on the day Al returned back in town, which I believe was Tuesday. The Tiguan had been parked at the airport, and Letecia had rented a car for that day leading into the next day. But then she'd actually came back and picked up the Tiguan Tuesday night. I don't remember or not if I had the mileage. She is correct here, and she drove it between 50 and 100 miles. I think it was about 70 miles. It came back that the rental car was driven. And like she said correctly, you could see the level of detail here. I believe she's being honest, and it probably was not driven up to Palmer Lake. So, yeah, it was factually correct what she was saying.
Were you aware of her having access to any other rental cars during the early days of this investigation?
Yes.
Like the Nissan Altima?
Yes, I believe her Tiguan was seized, and then after that, she rented the Nissan.
A relative rented the Nissan? We've got that in evidence. That's
Okay.
from a different witness. But also, did you later learn that she also had access to 2 different types of rental vans?
Yes, I learned that later.
Okay. Did you have a discussion about PetSmart / Petco that leads into a discussion about blood on the walls and on her shoes and that kind of thing?
Yes.
We're going to jump to 2 hours, 24 minutes and 51 seconds and play through 2 hours and 28 minutes and 5 seconds.
Because everything that I've looked at in this case, when you see the blood spatter on the wall, you see a big pool in the corner.
Okay.
You see your shoes that we've collected with Gannon's blood on the bottom of them.
Okay.
And then you point to Eduardo, who doesn't exist, or maybe he did exist, and we don't have a last name. Then you point to Quincy Brown, and then you say Uncle Matt, these names and stuff, and it's like, I've seen it before, and that was Harold. That was.
But I'm not Harold.
I'm not saying you are, but
I'm
I'm saying
Harold.
this is my experience.
Right. I got you.
I'm not saying you are, but it didn't go well for him because his attorney got up. He's one of the best attorneys in Colorado. He got $600,000, Greg Truman, and he started
Paid $600,000. Okay.
with his dead wife's money. And Craig got up and said, Harold is not a murderer, but he is a liar.
Right.
And that's what I was worried about when I first got the case, because they asked me to come in and work that case because I had worked other cases like it. And Harold's just sitting there all confident and whatever else. Please don't say this is you. I'm just saying this is my experience, because Harold told all these different stories. But when you start out with your defense attorney saying, my client is a liar, he's just making up crap. That's to the victim's family on how Tony died. That's to his friends at church. And all of them got up and testified. These are the different ways Tony died.
Again, it's not good.
But he might be today. You don't know that if someone is willing, if this, whether it's related or not, the head thing, if someone's willing to hold a kid for 30 days, how are they not willing to kill him?
Can I ask you something, or can I say something?
Yes.
Even if the scenario would have been me just going to go talk to the lady here and telling them, hey, this is what happened. This is who did it. I know that he was hurt by someone. You know what the next question you're going to say to me? Who was this person? And all I'd say to you was, oh, well, can you help me figure it out from this app? Or can you help me figure it out from this? And you know what you would say to me? Oh, yeah, sure. Right? That's exactly what you would say to me. So unless I can take you directly to where Gannon is, safe and sound, that is the only way that you're going to be like, oh, okay, wait, she was telling the truth about something.
So this person is telling you that he's safe.
So that's the only thing it would have been like. I've even asked y'all, or I say y'all again, I mean, you're
I get it.
Hey, please help. Why isn't there a reward? Please, please, please. You're not understanding. Like, I have begged that completely. Like, day in and day out. Begged it to let me.
I still don't understand, Letecia. The thing I don't.
So in this discussion where you're trying to find information about how could there be blood in these places and on walls and Eduardo and Quincy and all that kind of thing, is this consistent approach from her in that she then doesn't want to give you any answers?
Yes.
When either in the recorded consensual phone calls with Mr. Stauch or this interview, did she ever give you any explanation like, you know what, I just woke up and Gannon was hurt and I don't know what happened?
No.
She ever say that she blacked out and Gannon was just gone and didn't know what happened?
She said once that her head was hit and she was unconscious during part of this period, but not that she didn't know what happened.
Okay. Did she ever say she woke up in some other place and didn't know what happened?
No.
Some point, there's been a couple of references now where she's wanting to go off camera and she does it here again as well. Some point, does one of the DAs that was with you out in South Carolina actually come into the room and have a discussion with her about going off camera?
Yes.
Was that Martha McKinney?
Yes, it was.
Who was the other DA that was with you out in South Carolina? Do you remember?
I don't.
Was it the young lady sitting here with us, Angelina Graziano?
Hi.
She look familiar?
Yes, she does.
I'm going to jump to that section. So jumping to 2 hours, 34 minutes and 20 seconds through 2 hours, 44 minutes and 54 seconds. And before I jump, as I'm typing in that timestamp to get to that exact point, is it shortly after this where you actually leave the room for a little while and have a discussion about, can we do this off camera thing?
Yes.
And when you did that, was that leaving her in the room, the defendant in that same room by herself for some period of time?
Correct.
Did she do anything unusual inside the room during that time?
I recall.
Starts talking in Spanish or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So we're at 2:34:20 and I'm going to play through 2:44:54.
I'm with the district attorney's office.
Just so you know, I looked behind there. This place is under construction. There's no one back. I can walk you back there if you want to look.
Oh, no, I believe you. I was just talking about all these people watching.
Yeah, and Martha's been watching.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Jonathan, you want to talk to me
About protection?
So I don't have any trust in anyone. And obviously, I know I've told him that I said things to Albert because I was mad and I said whatever. But how do I know that I'm going to get help? Like, because I didn't hurt you, okay, at all. But I need the help to figure out how we're going to get skin.
Let me read you what she wrote. For all of us to show it to you.
And I know it's Saturday. I probably should,
The head thing was Saturday. It had nothing to do with this. Check my phone for an app. This was fine. So we do have your phone, and we have gone through, like, these are keystrokes.
Right. I'm talking about, like, when you download apps.
Did you have a different phone beside the one that was in your van? Did you have another phone, like a second phone?
Yeah. No. It's the same phone.
It's the same
yeah.
phone?
Yeah. No, not the same phone. You guys have the phone. That was just someone else's phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at this time, that
Yeah, I'm saying that's the same, the 843, the 655
Okay.
number.
But you didn't have a second one that this app might be on.
No. I only have this phone.
So, and let me explain, Martha. My understanding of what Letecia's asking is, how does she know, since I've said, if there's a bad guy or guys out there that did this to Gannon, that she can tell us where these guys are, and she's concerned for not only her safety, but the safety of her family.
Right.
And how can
He asked me would I trade my life for Gannon, and I said yes, but I said it's also other people. Like, how do I know that everyone else is not It's not going to be like, and how do I know that you guys aren't just trying to be like, whatever, if I walk you through anything or can help you with anything, I don't want to be just thrown somewhere, like being like, okay, well, you didn't tell me this, and I want to be able to help you and work together because I'm sure you have kids or grandkids or whatever. I do. I don't want to sound like I'm cold-hearted, and I'm just tired of being like the person chased instead of being able to have someone to actually have compassion to help me.
Well, I was a little bit confused when I was watching it because John talked about how they're the FBI and they're the premier law enforcement agency that could protect you, could protect your entire family. And if Gannon's alive,
okay.
I can't make you any promises,
right?
Because obviously there's a lot of information that you have that we don't.
Okay.
So there aren't any promises. I can't come in here and promise you anything regarding the court case or the arrest warrant or your involvement in it.
Okay.
But I can tell you what the number one priority is.
Right.
And it's to find Gannon.
Right.
And so if you were talking to some small law enforcement agency and they said, sure, we'll protect you, I mean, I can see how you would be suspicious of that.
Why didn't you guys were the lead agency? That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I mean, they're the most elite agency there is.
Oh, okay.
And so if there was a time for you to feel like that you could protect
that recorder, we can.
Because I know you have yours. That's what I'm saying.
As a backup.
So if you want the recording turned off, you need to tell us really explicitly that that's your choice. Because the recordings have been put into law so that there's not a debate where he says you said one thing and you said I didn't, right? So it's to protect the person being interviewed.
Right.
But if it's something that
it's not that I'm trying to, I just don't, it's just I wanted to have like a conversation with him, just him, and try to explain to him in complete detail about everything, because I do want this, I want to help to the next level to find out who he is. I really do. You guys have looked, you went to GPSs and all this, but you haven't found Gannon because you're coming after me. And I understand you're going to say, well, this is what we have to go on, and I respect that totally. But it was the first time I ever get to sit down with people to actually to say, okay, this is what happened, this is what I know, please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, because see, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. So do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? I don't want to waste time.
And if there's a chance it can be paid, everybody wants that information. But the only people who can say them are the FBI. I don't want you to think that this is being broadcast to the whole world.
Right.
You know, there's another DA with me. There's no County County person.
Right.
But they're the ones. What the reason that we do that also is, I might miss something, and I probably do, and so then I can go talk to them and say, what am I missing? And then also it protects you, because if I make a promise that I can't deliver on with the FBI, then Martha could sit there, and then she would knock on the door.
But as soon as I give you information, what's going to happen is someone's going to say, well, you were involved with this person. You were cheating with this person. You were doing this. I'm just giving you scenarios.
But that's a lot better situation than you're in right now.
But what if I wasn't? That's my thing. And that's where the burden of proof, I can't depend my life on the burden of proof to be involved with just someone thinking that I'm just a bad person. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
There aren't any promises I can make you about you. I can tell you that we're looking for the truth. And it seemed to me from listening to it that you had information, but I can't make you any promises.
But what I'm saying is, if you're saying to me, I have information, you're going to come and say, well, you should have given this information when I did nothing but attack. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
You can't armchair quarterback yourself, though. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't look into the future and say, well, we're going to say this because you said this. If what Martha and I are saying are true, and that our only focus is Gannon, we don't care who leads us there, we just need Gannon. Then you are protecting yourself by telling us this. If you never give us this information, then you don't protect yourself. And then we have one person to prosecute for Gannon.
Well, our focus is who took him and who hurt him, not with when people came forward with information.
How do I know that? Because that's my biggest thing. I know you're saying that, but like whatever I can do to help, I can help you. But I'm saying, how do I know that if, let's just say it's whatever, I tell you a specific person, okay? Let's just say that, okay? Then my thing is, well, your thing is going to be like, well, you held this information for me and I'm having to utilize my resources, okay, and do all those things, not understanding that maybe sometimes there are people who are afraid of any other things going on.
Every day in my work, there are people who report things later than some people think they should. Every day. And we try to focus on the violent crime, and we certainly try to focus on the kids. I know that you want assurances and you want me to be able to say, you know, I will or won't do this. And I can't make you promises because I'm in the dark, right? It would be foolish for me to make you promises, but I have people who late report sex assault all the time. We have people who come forward years later. Our interest is in the truth about the crime. This is really all the conversation I have. And I know that you wanted to have a frank conversation with them where you could really tell them. So unless you need me, I'm going to step out.
Okay, but you're still going back in the room.
Would you like us to turn it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'll turn it off.
How do I know that? It's not that I want you to know
No.
anything. I want to be able to like really talk to him and just know that I can sincerely see in your heart you're going to help me.
I can bring you back there and you can see us turn it off. But the truth is, I could just turn it back on again.
I know.
I mean, there's a point where no one can verify everything you want.
Well, plus, that's her life. She has to tell the truth, just like I to you when you don't want her to listen to you. You kind of have to look at logic here.
Okay.
I don't think Martha would throw away.
No, I don't want
No,
you to
no.
know. I want you to have all the information.
Yes.
That's
Well,
it.
So are you okay with the reporting continuing? We just won't be monitoring.
No, I don't. He says that we
You
wouldn't.
wanted to turn off?
He said I could just talk to him.
Okay. So we're just going to turn off the recording, and that's your choice. That's
Okay.
what you want, right?
Yes.
And so he controls the turning it off from here, or are they?
No, you'll have to ask,
Okay, I'll have to
find
do.
someone.
And so it's just going to get turned off,
And then once it's done, then I'll come back out and we'll turn it back on.
and it'll be a conversation between the two of you, and it'll be like the way law enforcement.
All right.
Anything else for me?
No.
I'm gonna go get him. Turn it off.
I know they're not. So.
I'll go up. Do you want me to
No,
do that?
it's fine. I just want to know. That's what I don't want to know.
So that's that portion, Judge. Do you want to take the break now or go a little bit more?
Let's go a little bit longer.
Okay. Introduce it.
Okay. Yeah, let's go a little bit longer.
Some point, did you have a discussion with the defendant during this interview where you're talking about ransom?
Yes,
Why was that part of the discussion?
she had brought that up. I think it was on February 15th that Quincy Brown was demanding a ransom. And also, since we were talking about a group possibly having Gannon, I couldn't see another reason why someone would have him. He would still be alive without them asking for something in demand.
But why bring it up in that particular interview? Why confront her with that?
Just to change tactics a little bit and see if she will move somewhere else, really.
Okay. In that portion of the discussion, were you also talking to her about in ransom cases, kids don't actually turn out to be okay?
Yeah, and maybe I'd worked one ransom case, if that. We don't see that very often. Normally our rule is the 24-hour rule, the 48-hour rule. The further away you get from an abduction, the less likely the child is going to survive. And so now we were at over a month.
Does that same hold true for a missing kid? So the longer you get away from the point that a kid goes missing, the chances of survival go down as well?
Correct.
Did the defendant bring up who she describes as an FBI agent named Barbara?
Yes.
What was your take on that portion of the discussion?
I did not know a Barbara who was involved, and I asked the Colorado Springs office if there was a Barbara working in the case, and they said no as well.
Okay. The next section, Judge, that I want to get into is about a 10-minute video. Do you want me to go into that, play it, and then?
Let's do that. And then
Okay.
have a break.
So preceding that, she's already sort of challenged you on, because you asked the question a particular way, that shows that she couldn't trust you as it relates to Quincy being in Mexico. Do you remember that part?
Yes.
Does she bring that up again about that's why I have a problem with trust?
Yes.
All right. And so I'm going to jump to 2 hours and 49 minutes and 1 second.
And then it happened February 5th, I think. So what happened was I got all the messages when I logged back in for my ICOS. I got all the messages that were like just sitting there. And so I took that message and I forwarded it to I sent it to people and I sent it to Albert. And I said, hey, I said, can you get someone to like look into this? I said, it could be just people, sending random messages, or it could be creepers, like people, whatever, being stupid, or it could be just in general, the actual person. And so no one ever said anything to me about it. Then I get the Snapchat. Okay, so that's
Let me interrupt you for a second.
Mhm.
Letecia, there's an 11-year-old kid. Again, we have to go back there. 11-year-old kid, injuries in the house. Now we know that. Taken. And you don't come to law enforcement for
this was a law enforcement
but no,
person.
there's no Barbara. I mean, how did you get in except through your friend? You had
She
Amber
said-
from the FBI.
Right, but she said that she worked with the FBI and she was going to send information. She said that she worked with Amber. I swear to you. If you call Amy, you can get the number from her to find out what Barbara, who the Barbara lady was. And she was actually emailing her today.
But if you told them back then and you trusted them with that information,
This is why
why are you not today?
Because no one has helped. I tried since February 5th. The 5th. Today's March. That's why you see I had such a problem with trust. Is because
I was there when you were talking to Amber, though. That was your chance. And
Amber.
Yeah, that's a legit FBI.
So then, is that what happened when I was talking to Amber? I got a message back from the attorney who said not to talk to you guys because you guys, A, weren't lead agency or something like that, and then B, not to say anything else unless he was present. That was when I was trying to talk to Amber.
But why wasn't that with Barbara then?
Because I gave it to my friend Amy, who had this relationship with Barbara, like trying to check on her.
See, and again, this sounds like a lot of your calls to where you're pointing fingers in different directions, but never giving specific things.
Right. I did.
Right now, I mean, if Gannon is somewhere and you can get us there, and he sent proof of life or a picture of Gannon or whatever else, it makes no sense for some man to have an 11-year-old child.
It wasn't that. It was because we thought it was someone playing games. And if someone was playing games, we were trying to say that person would have been like obstructing or whatever. That was the whole point. Not somebody had him and they were like, here, come get. My point was that we thought it was someone, hey, here's someone playing games. Could you find out who this person is?
Yeah, but do you see where that's going? And all your talks with Al. Those are distractions. Those take up time.
Yeah.
And Gannon's over here somewhere.
Yeah.
And you were misleading law enforcement.
No, I didn't mislead them.
No, well, you're misleading anybody who would report to us.
No, I didn't mislead any of them. Who did I mislead?
With all these other stories.
Tell it to Albert. I wasn't misleading law.
But you knew we were in the room.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have said stuff like that if I was trying to mislead. I was just being whatever to Albert because he was making me upset. That's all.
The dad of a kid who is not finding his son.
Because I'm also the stepmother who helped him get the kids, and he wouldn't have gotten them without me. So yes, he wouldn't have.
You're willing to do that to Al, though.
No, I already had apologized to him and said that was awful to say that to him out of anger. I had already done that.
But before we kick this thing in motion about all this protection and whatever, why haven't you said one thing, though, today? How in the world would he suffer a head wound on Saturday that requires...
I didn't say it was a head wound that required anything. I said the head thing you're talking about when I said something to Albert. I said the head thing you're talking about. That's what I said.
So the bike accident thing?
You already tried the bike accident?
No, the head thing talking to Albert.
Never mind. I'll just wait until you are ready to talk to me with from beginning to the end, because I already said that is completely irrelevant to anything that what you're talking about. Completely irrelevant. I told Albert something else that was just stories, just to be whatever to him, and it was wrong, and I already had apologized.
So the things that you told Albert were that he was feeling these burns. Was that happening? I'm
not going to answer any more questions because you're asking me about things telling Albert out of being upset. There was nothing happening that I was telling Albert. Nothing. I was literally just saying that to Albert because I was upset for him not standing by me and was figuring this out. This had nothing to do with me wanting to purposely do whatever or tell you guys anything. That was not what it was. It was me being upset with Albert.
Let me go back to a kid missing is about as bad as it gets.
Oh, yeah.
I had a bank robbery 15 years ago to where a female went in the bank, she robbed the bank, she got the money, she came back to the car, and she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
She was prosecuted for that. There were guys in the car with guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but she could have gone into the bank, said, lock those doors, those guys are making me do this.
Right.
Yeah. Yours is now, we have 30-some days of Gannon missing, and you haven't talked to one law enforcement officer to say, I know where he is and he's safe.
I never did not try to talk to you guys. I never did not. No one ever, when I felt like I was getting like a completely like bombarded by El Paso, no one ever reached out to me from FBI to like have a conversation like you did. No one ever did.
And you don't feel comfortable talking to El Paso why?
It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking to them. I just feel like from point A to point B, they have taken this approach. Like you made even a comment about something about Farmer Lake and all this about this.
Right.
Because that's the approach that they've taken, as if it's just a person who is not alive. And that bothers me because I don't want.
Well, we're actually the ones that told them that. And that's statistically true.
What? You statistically told what?
From Gannon's age and from the amount of time that he's been missing, he is most likely dead.
But what I'm saying is, as a parent, is that maybe because you're like used to saying that or something, but is that something like as a parent you would want to hear?
No, but would you rather hear a lie? Would you rather hear statistically he's probably alive when it's about a I would say it's less than a 1% chance at this point.
But why?
Him being 11, they would have asked for something. If
But why?
kidnappings don't happen without a demand or without it being a parental deal.
Parental deal or a demand.
Yeah.
So you're saying that nothing else, nobody intervenes ever. Ever.
I've seen one other time, and again, I've worked violent crime in Denver for 20 years, a little over. And I saw one kid wander down the street. He had autism, and this was up in Brighton. And a guy took him in the house. He had him for a day. The guy was mentally disabled as well. So we had two things happening at once. We had a kid with autism who just started wandering. And then we had a developmentally delayed adult who was just playing video games with him for 24 hours. But we ended up, the public said, there. And I remember knocking on the door. He had made little blankets for the kid in there. The kid was playing video games and nothing bad had happened.
Right.
That's the exception. I've been over kids have been dismembered, 10-year-olds.
That's awesome.
And from the blood in the house, that's what I'm thinking happened. I'm not saying he just got dismembered in the house, but there's enough blood in there that we don't think he survived.
How could you have possibly say that when you clearly see Gannon walking, leaving on Monday? That's
No, leaving on Monday at 10. Yes.
right.
Correct.
Right. Walking. Okay.
But he comes back.
Walking.
Correct.
Okay. Walking.
Not walking well.
Totally fine. Stomach hurts. Walk with like this. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but he's back at 2.
Back at 2. Okay. Okay. If that's what you say, then then this whole thing is even pointless to even say anything, because if you're saying back at 2, but then you're also saying something about going legs and here and there and whatever, and it's none of it is even making sense. It doesn't even make sense.
So
to
between
me.
the two Petco trips is when he disappeared then.
It doesn't make sense to me
Letecia.
to say.
So let me tell you. I've been working for 14 years with a guy named Scott Kimball. He's our informant that went around killing the girls. Do you remember me telling you about him before?
Oh, yeah.
When we
yeah,
first
yeah,
started.
Yeah.
Not our best day, because I have dads out there who still wonder if their daughters are alive. Scott taught me one thing very well. There's only 2 people that can tell a story when someone either goes missing. Because one of these girls, Jennifer, she's still missing. Like I said, we're pretty sure she's dead because it's been 14 years since anybody's seen her. But Scott told me, John, only 2 people can testify to what happened between me and Jennifer. And that's me, and that's Jennifer. And you're never going to find her.
He said that to you?
He did.
Wow.
So I've got to answer to his dad for the rest of my life. And I'll probably be answering to his dad after I retire, because Dad has my cell phone. Dad calls me on her birthday, on the day she went missing, on Father's Day.
How was he able to say that to you?
Because he's like, there's no other witnesses. So when I take a guess, and that's a guess that he came back home, that's because people that looked on the video said he probably did, or, I don't have the information you have. And I hear you do that to Al by saying, oh, so that's what you think. Well, none of us know. You know.
Because I have to be that way. If I don't be that way, then no one's going to help me. I didn't hurt Gannon. I didn't.
That's fine, but right now you're the only one who was with him.
But I didn't hurt Gannon.
But how are you going to get past these charges without help? How does that work?
Without help?
Without you telling me. Again, it'd be like someone, I told you the story about Jennifer. If somebody knew where Jennifer was, and they're not telling me or Bob Markham, the dad.
I didn't say I knew where Gannon was.
You said you know he's okay.
No, I said as a parent, I'm never going to sit here and look at you and say, he's not okay. That's not what I'm going to do, because I didn't do this. So why would I look at you and say that? I'm dead looking at you in the eye saying, I would never as a parent say that. No way could I ever say that, because I love Gannon. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
I told you.
All right, now it's really 3 hours, 1 minute, 35 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we won't take our afternoon break until 3:35. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Aaron. We'll just need the screens turned back on again. Thank you, Judge. In that last section, and also in the section where the other DA was in the room, appears that defendant used misdirection again. Again, was that fairly common throughout this whole thing?
Yes, and she was very effective at doing it when we brought the district attorney in, and she couldn't promise Letecia something. That was yet just another obstacle that we had to overcome to get to the questions we were asking.
Similar to the idea that if she would put conditions out there that maybe even be difficult for you to meet?
Yeah, the witness protection, the DEA involving other federal agencies. She had a very organized way of thinking about how I might not be able to do the things she's asking, and thus she might not have to answer the questions.
When the misdirection would be employed by the defendant, was it around specific points of interest in the story of what happened to Gannon,
Yes.
such as what?
Well, right now we were trying to figure out who had him to get at the identity of that. And that was where we were focused. And then instead of giving a name, she would give conditions. But looking back at the phone calls, she would do the same thing with Al. It was a condition of their relationship status first before she would give the location of Gannon.
Do you remember her making a statement right after what we just watched where she says, "I'm not the one"?
Yes.
And you then go through a description of extradition to Colorado and being in jail.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to play that next, and that starts at 3 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds through 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. I'll just play it directly from here, actually, because it's only 6 seconds later.
I told you where most of these happen. They happen in the house with parents who love their kids.
I get what you're saying, okay? I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate all the work and time and dedication you put into all of these things to have those statistics. But I am not the one.
But then if you're not the
I'm not the one.
you're going, so do you know what happens from here?
What?
You go to a local holding cell.
Okay.
They hold you for 24 hours up to 2 weeks until you get extradited back to Colorado.
Okay.
You're in jail, Letecia. And unless you tell me that somebody else did this, you're the only one that did.
No, I didn't do it.
But I'm telling you.
But I didn't.
But that's what would be horrible, is if someone else did this and you're going to let them skate because you're scared.
Not letting someone skate.
What could you possibly be scared of at this point?
I'm not letting. Do you think I would sit here and let someone skate if I could take you directly to the person right now? Why do you think I would need resources?
You don't need resource. Right now, what you need is that if someone took my son,
yeah,
and I know who it is, am I going to go to jail for the rest of my life because someone else took my son?
No, absolutely not.
No, and would I be afraid of my own protection going to jail when I could be free and that person could go to jail? That
Yeah,
doesn't
she
make
just
any
sit
sense.
there. Even if I walked you to the person, she just sit there and said, "Oh, I can't make any promises."
Can't make promises, but which is better? To go to jail for the rest of your life and hope that we find the person, or to point us to a person? If I'm in your position, it makes no sense.
Right.
Well, what could you be scared of at this point? Reprisals?
No, the fact that you don't have. Apparently, you would have found some of this already if you would have had the resources. That's what scares me.
So stopping it at 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. After you explained the extradition, you said you're the only one that did this. Does she then use misdirection again to get you off topic and move you away from trying to press her?
Yes.
What's your impression of that very end where what scares me from her perspective is you would have found this if you had the resources. What's your take on that?
It's what I explained to her earlier, that she's expecting me to know answers to the questions that only she has the answers to.
Is she also, in a sense, challenging whether you even have the ability as an FBI agency to provide her the things that she's putting down as conditions?
Yes.
Did you confront her by saying right after this, her story makes no sense?
I did.
So I'm going to jump to that section. It's 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 49 seconds. And it goes through 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds.
Letecia, your story makes no sense. And what it goes back to now is that you can't take responsibility for what happened to Gannon.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
You can't insert someone else in here unless you're going to tell me who it is.
Hey, I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
That's fine. But then you would tell me who it is if
I
it's
didn't
someone
do
else.
anything to Gannon, sir.
Did he do it to himself?
Okay. I didn't do anything.
I'm not asking you if you did. I'm asking you, did Gannon do it to himself?
Do what to himself?
The head injury, the neck injury, whatever that was that caused that pool of blood down by the bottom of his bed. You know that the sheets and all that stuff, the blood seeps down in.
And what now?
The blood seeped down through that corner.
Sheets?
Through the sheets into the mattress.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You cleaned it up off the wall.
So wait.
There's. Do you know where the head of his bed was?
I don't know anything about blood and sheets. Okay, I did not take any sheets and clean up.
You told Al on the phone you cleaned up the wall.
So now paused at 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds. You start to confront her about the head injury and the blood and all that sort of thing. Did she use misdirection there again, directing away from the head injury?
Yes.
What was significant about that to you?
By this point, none of my questioning was effective with her. So every time we would go to one of these and she would misdirect, the significance just was that I was going to have to change course yet again.
Again, was this happening as you're trying to dive into what actually happened to Gannon, but then she diverts over to the sheets?
Yes.
what's happening here, where someone's come in and said something to you and then you're getting up to leave?
So Letecia had requested to talk to me off camera, and the police department could not turn the camera off, so they had decided to get us a separate room. And myself and Special Agent Cohen were going to speak with Letecia off camera in this other room.
And so is there a period of time where the room is just empty while you're off with the defendant in some other room?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that. And so the, I'm going to play it until both of you are out of the room, and then we'll pause it again.
Hey, Letecia, for your request, you're just gonna leave that recorder in there, and we're going to a room that doesn't record. Are you sure you don't need to go to the restroom?
Okay.
Bring those in case you don't get it. You need anything to eat? Take your water with you just in case, please. Okay. I think it's right there. Straight?
So before we get into this off-camera discussion that you had with the defendant, that little portion where she was inside the room by just herself, did you see anything in there that caused you concern as to her mental faculties?
No.
Did she appear to be acting normal to you?
Yes.
Okay. This off-camera discussion, let's talk about first just the process that was undertaken here. Who was involved with it, first of all?
Well, Myrtle Beach arranged for us to have another room to talk with her in. I believe chairs were already put out. It was a lot bigger room than this one, from what I recall. And myself, I introduced, or I guess Special Agent Cohen introduced himself, and we just sat in the middle of the room to see what she had to say.
And when you say Special Agent Cohen, you're talking about the guy sitting here?
That guy, yes.
That guy? Should we call him that guy from now on? How long would you say that portion of your interaction with the defendant lasted?
I recall about 30 or 40 minutes, maybe.
Was she talking to you in that room much the same way we've been seeing in this recorded interview?
Yes.
Can you give the jury some ideas to what that means?
It was more of needing protection that I recall. The primary things I remember from this was that this person or people that she was saying was responsible for Gannon might have been associated with an app that was on her phone, and that Al had wanted Letecia to participate in a threesome, and this person that was part of the threesome might be the person responsible for Gannon's disappearance.
When you say these people, is she pointing her finger away from herself saying these people, or is she saying these people that are inside of herself?
No, it's another person, and why I say people is when she's talking to me, it sounded like a group. So I'm leaving that just kind of open, but she was referring to this threesome as like it was another female who was involved, that if we find who's in this app, we might find the person who abducted Gannon.
And when you're saying app, you're talking about, was she saying an app on a phone?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about these other people, just to be very clear, she's not, well, is she saying that these other personalities that are inside of her own self,
No.
other persons or personalities?
No.
Okay. Did she describe in that portion of your interview, this off camera, a different way in which Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was the pushing the beds together.
Okay. Did she describe that as occurring on Saturday night? So that would be January 25th.
Yes.
Do you remember her giving you any description as to her looking at and assessing that injury?
Yes. Letecia said she looked at the injury, assessed it, and said it wasn't very egregious.
Did she include specifically that it didn't even need stitches?
Yes.
Did she give a description as to where on the head that injury occurred?
I don't recall at this point.
Okay. If you saw your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on just a second. No, I'm not seeing it in this particular report, so let me come back to that in just a moment. Did she talk to you about taking a SIM card from her phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Yeah, I don't remember that either. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that one is definitely in this report that I've got in my hand right now. Before I get to that, though, were you aware from the investigation that her cell phone was seized by El Paso County Sheriff's Office on January 29th when she tried to leave the sheriff's office during her interview?
Yes.
Do you know, or are you aware of cell phones having SIM cards that are in them?
Correct.
And so her indication that she still had a SIM card from that phone, would that be factually possible?
It should not be.
Okay. I'm going to show you again. It's 7218. I'm sorry, 7219. SIM card sections here. This is pagination 11-7220, page 3 of 4. Look at that when you're done.
Okay,
Did that refresh your memory?
yes.
What did she say about the SIM card?
She said that it was the SIM card she had previously, but she had placed it in her friend's phone.
Okay. Did she describe getting a bunch of messages then at that time?
Yes,
Was this another distraction in your mind?
yes, it was nothing that we thought was possible. I don't even know if the investigation was able to verify it or not, because that happened after my involvement.
Okay. And then going back to that head injury issue that we were talking about earlier, where I asked if it would refresh your memory to see the report. I just didn't pick up this one page. It's 11-721. May I approach and have him review that page? Or?
Okay, go ahead.
It's this last paragraph on this page.
That's- Okay,
Did that refresh your memory?
it did.
Where did she describe that head injury that was caused by pushing the beds together occurring on Gannon's head?
She said it was a gash in his left temple.
Did she also give a full assessment of other injuries during this portion?
No,
Okay. Was there some discussion here about Angel and Petco?
yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
Well, we discussed Angel later, back on camera, but I remember Angel coming up as a result of this app and the threesome that happened. Is Angel was a female who may have been involved in Gannon's disappearance.
And this Angel is potentially the one that the defendant was suggesting might have been contacted for the threesome issue?
Correct.
Shortly after that portion of the discussion, do you come back on camera with the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to retrieve that page of the report from you. And jump to the next time that you're in the room, which is 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds. Is this immediately after you get out of that separate room that's not recorded, you then discuss Angel on camera?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to watch here?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to play 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds through 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 41 seconds. Judge, this is about a 12-minute gap of time. So maybe you want Mr. Gruesing to sit down.
You all right? So for this, look at the district attorneys and stuff, for this protection thing with Angel, we have to know last name, all that stuff, how you met her. I mean, I know you say that app and whatever, but how else do we identify Angel?
I mean, I probably could just reach out like using Snapchat and stuff like that.
Can you describe her?
Yeah.
What does she look like?
So she actually kind of looks a lot like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like almost like, you know, so she's definitely unique.
So where all have you met her?
She came to our house.
When did she come to your house? Were you saying September?
It was somewhere around September, so whatever that she babysat for us.
And then who all did she babysit?
For everyone?
Uh-huh.
Both kids.
Okay.
We had a bunch of like we had people who would be like the babysitter, and then I let her until like someone came over, and another friend came over for Thanksgiving. And that I helped babysit. So we had quite a few people that would help here and there. And it was the main babysitter. And she was.
So these messages that are coming through to your phone, that, you know, threats or whatever they are they coming from her?
So you can get on a VPN network or something like that. You could probably reach out through Snapchat. So, my last Snapchat name that I have for hers.
What is her Snapchat name?
I would need to have my phone.
Or do you remember? Did it have her name in it? Was it numbers?
That's why I asked for help, but he's not willing to help, so. He's not willing to help.
So to tell you back what we talked about. That
I don't know, sir. If I'm not going to get any help, then I would just have to get help. Otherwise, I trusted you to talk to you.
Well, we went in there.
I know.
And I don't know, Letecia, if it's just the way you're used to communicating over a long period of time, but when you're asked a question, you don't really answer. You kind of go in a little circle. So if I said like, no, well, I said like, where did you guys see Gannon? And then you say, well, I was supposed to drop off, you know.
Yeah.
So we're just used to asking you a question and then you tell us an answer. And it's just, you know.
I just I've always like said, talking, whatever, just because how I talk.
So that's just how you've always done for like the last, what, 5-10 years?
I mean, most of the time, it's nothing like personal. I knew nobody was going to help me. So, it's like, you know.
It's going to look bad.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it's going to look like I was doing these bad things with people. And I just.
No, it's not even going to look like that.
Yeah.
Here's what it's going to look like is that you were the last one with Gannon. Nothing on this angel thing we can't authenticate any of that. When you say it's all off camera, like with the black Impala in the parking lot, we have cameras for that whole place and we don't see you need
Okay.
anybody.
Well, can you like show me that so that I can show you what direction?
But you would know where it is. Where did
I
you
said
meet?
what direction because I'm not from Colorado, so I can show you like on camera that video that you're talking about, what direction, like where it would be at. Then maybe you could pull like if you wanted to pull a camera off at another place. I mean, because there's lots of places you could pull a camera off of. That's all I'm asking for. I mean,
Yeah.
That's offering help.
Yeah, it's help, but Gannon goes into this car. I mean, this is a person that you trust.
I do.
Right?
That's the thing. What am I supposed to do?
So then why would you go home and say that he's here, that he's now gone away, that you're leading?
I never said he was here now gone
Well,
away.
that he was at the house.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you see where I'm going with that? Why would you make up that story to law enforcement?
Story.
That he was going to a friend's house.
Because if her nephew was a friend. I mean, I don't understand how that's a problem.
Angel's nephew was a friend. Oh, that's right, that they had played together. But did she live in your area?
Yes.
Where did she live?
Again, I'm like constantly, like stuff will come through, and it will be people spinning stuff, saying stuff.
But the people, are they different people from Angel? I mean, are they acting on her behalf? Because that doesn't sound like a friend to me.
Obviously, if they're not helping with your child, they're not friends. But how do you think that makes them look? You know, trusting people. You see, doesn't that make them look like they're irresponsible? Not trusting people, trusting someone. Okay.
Do you know who tells the story from here on out? Your story?
I asked for help.
But do you know who tells the story? How this works out from here?
Could have taken you to do a lot of things. You could watch me on my phone do a lot of things.
There is an Angel. Well, just like we found Quincy Brown, by the way, we can find Angel. But if there's not an Angel, that's the last story you're going to tell law enforcement about Gannon.
Sure.
Well, but I mean, we'll get your warrants for the threes thing, whatever else. We'll go interview this Angel, and if it's like what I think Quincy Brown is,
okay,
then Angel's just.
You're not trying to help me.
I will help you.
Okay. Well, I tried. I tried to get your help. When I gave you the rawest information, you tried to get help, but you wouldn't help me.
But I think I can help you. How is that?
By helping me find him. That's how. Believing. I did just like they did.
I'm happy to chase down anything you
You
tell me
did just like they did.
Letecia, and I can. Is that I think that Al left you alone because he's gone to Alaska for so long, and then he's on this trip, and you're left raising Gannon, and something bad happens. I don't know if it's your fault or Gannon's, it doesn't really matter. And you panic, and you ask, was I the person talking for Al? Yes, I was. But I think the closest you came was talking about his head injury. And then, because you asked Al,
I would have, like.
No, if someone took your son, you would have called.
I did call.
You did not call the police.
Yes, I did. I called the police.
Petco, right when he was taken.
No, that's not taken. He was supposed to be playing. Like, as soon as he wasn't home, I did.
But you were supposed to meet her, what, the next morning?
No, I called immediately. When at 6 o'clock, at the time he was supposed to be home, I called the police. I did.
And then what did you tell them?
You already know what I told them.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't? Yes.
Because I told you, I have talked to a lot of people that are sitting in the same chair you are right now. And I've seen them, and I'm sorry if it offends you if I say story, but that's the only way you're coping with this right now.
Coping?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all cope.
Okay. Sure.
We
I did
do.
everything. Okay.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to come to the truth.
Okay. Well,
because it's going to be painful.
I gave you the truth. I did hurt you. That's the truth.
So the last truth you want to tell me,
I'm
just
not
to
going
make
to say
sure,
anything else, sir.
is the Angel story.
I'm not going to say anything else, sir, because you didn't help me.
I will help you if you will tell me one concrete way to find Gannon. So,
Okay,
Letecia,
you're not trying to help me, sir.
yes, I am.
You're not trying to help me, sir.
You can be a hero here. You can,
I'm far from a hero
but you can
because
be
I'm a
one.
parent.
You're a
who did
parent who
not
was,
hurt a child.
you're a parent who was left behind to deal with a stepson.
No, it
and
wasn't.
stepkid.
It wasn't a problem.
No,
You
it's
think
a
I was-
problem when something like this happens
So
in the
that's not
house.
it was not a problem to take care of children.
Then what happened?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Like for you to say that to someone, it's hurtful. That's what's hurtful. It's not a problem to take care of children.
It's not a problem to take care of children, but bad things happen in the house all the time.
And how? No.
Yes.
No, sir. I mean, John, no. No.
Do you want me to walk through where all the blood was, or do you know it already?
Listen, sir, I don't.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that I did not hurt Gannon.
How does the bottom of your shoe have
And
Gannon's
as
blood on
long
it?
as I can live with that and know that God knows I did not hurt Gannon, then I'm okay with that.
Well, you can convince yourself of that all day.
Okay,
But-
sir, that's not helping me, sir.
Is there a way for me to help you? Even if
Okay.
you're trying to convince yourself it didn't happen,
Okay.
is there some way for you to say through a third party?
Sure, whatever you say, sir. I don't know what else to tell you, but I did not hurt him. Did not.
Then you won't tell me who did.
Would not.
All that blood would not be in the house if Angel just
I
met,
would-
met him at a Petco.
It's not. You're like that's far beyond what you're even talking about.
What is far beyond?
There's like many of times we've had blood in our house.
Do you remember the spray that was on the wall?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I've seen the markers from the spray. The spray went from the bed all the way up here. Well, you had to clean it up.
Smear?
No, it's not a
Okay.
smear.
All right, whatever, sir.
It's a spray.
All right, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Spray. I don't know what that
It's
means.
called spatter.
I don't know anything about that.
So
Okay.
it comes from aspirated. You're going to hear all this anyway, so I'll tell
Okay,
you.
sir, that's
It comes
fine.
from aspirated blood.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that he didn't accidentally do it.
Okay. Okay. Whatever, sir.
So that's what we were waiting on for the
Okay.
warrants, because somebody struck Gannon in the bed.
No. If
No?
someone struck Gannon in the bed,
That's
thank
what happened.
God we were all drugged then. If that's what you're saying happened.
That's what the blood
God,
shows.
we were all drugged.
Well, then can you tell me how that blood got on the wall?
Sir.
That's Gannon's blood on the wall.
Okay, well, I guess, sir, if you think you have all the answers, then
You're making me guess.
I'm not.
You've got the answers.
I'm not making
Letecia.
you guess, sir. I'm going to be respectful to you because
Letecia,
you offered to help me. You didn't help me, so I'm just going to sit here.
So we've got it paused at 3 hours, 25 minutes and 41 seconds. Mr. Grusing, this continuation of the discussion about Angel, was there any indication in the investigation that somebody by the name of Angel was involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No.
At the beginning, when you asked her for her being the defendant for a description of Angel, what did she say?
She said that Angel looks a lot like herself.
Do you remember the defendant saying that she had no motive to do this?
Yes.
We're going to play that next. It's 3 hours, 26 minutes through 3 hours, 34 minutes. So about 8 minutes, Judge. I don't know if you want him to stay up for 8 minutes or not, on the stand or not.
Give me just a minute.
Okay.
One second. You can, it's up to you, Mr. Grusing, if you want to stay there for the 8 minutes or.
I'll go.
He's got a step school, I think.
if someone presents us with evidence, then we just follow the evidence.
Okay.
Right now, you're the last person who can.
Then I don't do bad things to people. I don't.
I don't think you do bad things to people.
I don't do bad things to anyone, and I didn't do anything bad again.
I think something bad happened again, and I don't know of a way to get you to tell me about it.
Okay.
I tried through Al to get you to tell me about it. We've tried here.
Okay.
You came, and I think you have a defense mechanism. And I think your defense mechanism was, you need to go into another room, you tell us.
No, that
nothing
was
with
not
anything.
no defense mechanism. I trusted you to talk to you because I thought you would
If you
help.
trusted me to talk to me, you would tell me where Gannon is right now.
I don't know where Gannon is.
You do. You know where he last was, and it wasn't at the
Okay.
Petco.
Okay then.
But see, you can't make me guess. That's not
I'm
fair to me.
Why would I keep
not fair to
talking
Gannon.
if you're not going to help me?
You tell me how to help you.
I already did. I already did tell you. I told you how you could help. And you...
Nobody holds a kid like that.
Okay, that's what you think.
No, I'm just saying,
Okay,
if the
Sir.
sun comes up in the morning, it goes down at night every
Okay.
day. We have
Sir.
worked hundreds of these
if
things.
that's what you think. Okay. Me talking to you is not going to do anything else because all you're going to do is go think that you're going to get me to say something that I did that I didn't do.
That is not what I
Because
want.
I did not do anything to Gannon. Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. Why? I have no motive. None. Don't have the first motive. Everything I wanted in my life, I had it. Why? Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense a lot of the time what happens inside of a house.
Sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. All I can tell you is I did not hurt him. No reason to. In fact, to go on the record, I had a way better relationship with Gannon than I did with Lana. Way better. Because we were so much alike. We always like the same things. We always have problems with our stomach. We always do all these things.
Do you know that there's almost a correlation sometimes between how much you get along with someone and how bad things happen in the house? I'm telling you that, Keisha.
I don't. Well, maybe bad things happen in your house.
They happen in the house a lot more than they do out in public.
Maybe bad things happen in your house. But
would it help if we showed you pictures of what we saw on the wall and by the bed? When you say nothing bad happened, you can't get around. Yes, Al, but we did not show Al that on purpose. He had to come get stuff out of the house. And he looked and saw the blood pool was about this big on the concrete.
Okay. And
that is not from a little gash like that.
Okay, and then what? And then you showed this to him, or how did he see this?
He had to come get stuff out of the house. I wasn't even there that day.
After you allowed people to stay in this house for a week.
I did not allow anybody to do anything.
Someone did.
Okay, well, that's not my call.
Okay. So
what I'm saying, though, is the wounds that you're describing to him, even when you're saying it doesn't.
Sir, I'm going to tell you now.
When you say that head thing was Saturday.
What I'm telling you now is people were inside of a home living, and it was not me. So maybe you can talk to whoever allowed people to live in the home, okay? Whatever you're saying that was done extra or whatever, maybe you can talk to those people who were allowed to stay in a home during this supposedly, okay? That's what I think. Maybe you can talk to people who were...
You're saying that the injury to Gannon happened...
I'm not saying anything except I know you're telling me this stuff. You're saying this about, how bad these were and these things were. All I can tell you is maybe you can talk to the people that were allowed to stay in the home during this time. During this time that you have this supposed evidence, people that were allowed to stay in the home and people that were allowed to walk in and out to see it, supposedly. Okay?
So Gannon was in... All these wounds happened after he went...
I'm not saying anything other than, sir, you are telling me. You just said you're on record and telling me that Albert went inside somewhere that you were supposed to have as a supposed crime scene.
I wasn't there for that. If you want to get an answer for you about who was with him.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying for you. You as a professional, you would have allowed that, supposedly?
If he has to go get stuff.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure that's
as long as the scene had been processed.
Okay. Processed, sure. Okay. I'm sure that's how it works in this country. Doesn't it sound a little bit weird to you?
If the scene has been processed, no. I had a girl that was burned alive in a house in Bailey.
The scene was processed supposedly when people were still there day 1, day 2, day 3, and the scene was processed. Day 4, day 5, day 6, and the scene was processed.
You're saying that people were going in and out of the house, civilians, while they were processing the scene.
I'm asking you that because apparently you said the scene was processed, and then you want me to talk to you when I know how shady that whole situation is. And you want me to give you answers for how shady that is. So you need to tell me in the scene that was processed, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, there was nobody going in and out. There was people living there.
Right.
Okay.
When they thought Gannon was still alive.
Okay. Living there. Okay. But you're saying the scene was processed because not you, but people surely were there. It's all on camera that there was crime scene people there while people were living there.
Of course, because they didn't know the severity of the scene. They just thought Gannon ran away, like you said, to go see a neighbor.
So the point is, how am I supposed to put my trust and faith in any bit of the system like that when that was going on? How?
So you're trying to put faith in a system where you
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm saying
if you would have told police the very first night that he was taken forcibly, everything would have been different.
That's not forcibly. Okay, I said exactly what I said, which was he didn't come back at 6 o'clock.
If you would have said other people have him and they should not have him, it would have been different. You controlled the way that law enforcement responded.
I did. So now it's my fault that they
by saying he's walking over to play with a friend.
Had people in there doing a supposed crime scene, and now you have all this stuff after you let people live there. And now you want to look at me and say something. Sir, I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
Okay, well, who did?
Did not.
Who did?
Did not. Just like all of the other things.
Why are you telling me you did not? I don't care if you did or not.
I'm just telling you. Yes, you do care. You're your father. You would care.
I care about Gannon. I don't care if you did it or not.
sir, I didn't, okay?
But you're saying you did it, but that doesn't help us find it.
Okay, well, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I would not, no motive, no reason
I'm not asking you about
to hurt
motive or reason.
our child. No reason.
Who did?
No reason. No reason.
Mr. Grusing, at the beginning you talked to or made a statement about a defense mechanism going into the other room. What was the purpose of you saying that?
Well, defense mechanism or misdirection. I was trying to, hone in on what happened that day. And neither I nor Special Agent Cohen found her story about Angel to be credible.
This tangent that we just witnessed happening where you're trying to get her to give who hurt Gannon, right? That challenge of that. And then she's talking about the scene instead. What was your impression of that?
It was yet another attempt to knock me off my line of questioning, another misdirection. As you can see, she's very effective at doing it. And I was telling her that the whole reason that law enforcement responded like they did was based on her initial report. But as she continues to talk over me and saying that because of the way she created Gannon just being at a friend's house, now that is a problem. It's yet another big hurdle that I've got to overcome to get to what happened to Gannon.
In that last clip that we played where it's the discussion about Angel, in some respects, did she actually revert back to Gannon is with a friend and didn't come home on time?
Yes.
So reverting back to the very original story that she told the police on January 27th.
Right.
That statement that she makes in this particular portion, she likes Gannon way more than Lena. You remember that?
Yes.
When you went through those searches with her earlier in the interview, did you find any, or did you recount any searches, I should say, to the defendant about involving stepdaughters or Lena specifically?
No.
In fact, you read to her some of those searches. One of them, I don't like my stepson.
Correct.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce?
Yes.
Did you ask her after this portion of the discussion about Quincy and Eduardo and the mountains?
I did.
What were you trying to get to there?
Well, as you could see with this story, it didn't take her long to get off of Angel and then divert to other people being in the house. And I wanted to just address the other stories yet again. And again, where we are at this point is we're still trying to find clues about where Gannon is. And I'd already explained to her that I think the closest she came to describing Gannon's injuries was when she spoke about Quincy Brown. So I decided to go back there and give that a try.
What do you mean by that? That the closest she was to describing Gannon's true injuries was when she was talking about Quincy Brown. Tell me what you're talking about.
Well, I never saw the full autopsy of what happened to Gannon. I only heard about it secondhand. But when she was describing the head, the hands, the knees, and the blood pouring, that's the most descriptive. She had come with us meaning investigative team, even including here.
So that was the most descriptive as far as any potential injuries that she was willing to tell the investigation.
Correct.
So we're at 3 hours, 34 minutes and 50 seconds. We're going to play a 5-minute clip, 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds.
If you give me another name, I will chase that person. You tried Eduardo in the house. You tried Quincy Brown up in the mountains. Now you've tried Angel.
I never said anything about the mountains.
Yes, you did. You're supposed to ride a bike up there in the mountains with Quincy Brown. But
I never told you that.
You said you knew I was in the room.
I didn't say I knew you. I don't even know who you were.
FBI.
Never know who you were. I didn't never say FBI either. It's not what I said.
Law enforcement.
No, I said I know someone who's listening.
That's got to be us.
Okay. No, it could have been anybody.
That's fine. I don't need to argue that.
Exactly. There's no point of arguing that. You're not going to help me, so.
I think you could control this story by.
Always control it, sir.
Well, you are concerned about what other people think.
I've been completely respectful to you, and I have talked to you. I've been respectful to you, been kind to you. I did all these things to you because that's who I am. So I was raised. I wasn't raised to be bad to people.
I don't think you're a bad person, but I think bad things happen all the time. I've seen it.
Why bad things have to happen?
Because an 11-year-old boy is not home and he's not hanging out with somebody.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'm glad that you think something so bad happens all the time. I'm sorry that you have to have this shield up of nothing but no compassion and all that. I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I have no reason, none, to hurt anyone in my family. None.
Can you tell me why there's blood on the bottom of your shoes?
Out of what shoes?
The shoes they recovered in the garage.
In the garage?
Or in the top of the washer or something.
Did you think I didn't walk around in shoes? If
With Gannon's blood on the bottom?
what has that got to do with anything?
It's,
I've already told you, we were outside unloading stuff. What has that got to do with anything? We were outside unloading my car. I mean, come on. That doesn't mean somebody's a bad person and done something wrong. That doesn't mean that, sir, at all. Nothing like that. To hurt Gannon, innocent, loving, help me out more than any person in the household. More than Albert. More than anyone. Help me.
I'm not
Help
saying
me.
Gannon's a bad kid.
No, help me. Do you know how much you'd be helping me with everything, pulling everybody else's slack? Who did it? Gannon.
Yeah, and I think that's why this is so hard.
No, it's not. You're right. It's hard. You're right. It's hard because I didn't hurt Gannon. That's why it's hard. So to not have him helping me, that is hard too. Very hard. Knowing that right now, sitting at home, Gannon knowing the situation, you know what Gannon would do? He would wait on me anything I would ask him just to make sure I was okay. Anything.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Oh, he would. Before even Albert would even do it, he would. If he was sitting here right now and needed anything from me to ask him to do anything, he would do it. So there's no intention, motive, reasoning, nothing for Gannon. Nothing to hurt him in any kind of way. None. Nada.
Now, you did say on the phone calls there was no premeditation involved.
Yep.
You said
I was saying to Albert, like he was, if you're talking about when Albert was asking me that, I was simply saying because you were trying to get him or whoever was trying to get him to walk me down some pathway of whatever it may be, whatever that may be. Come on, sir. I didn't wake up and be like, oh, my life changed today. That's not how it works in life. Bad people, whether you say do this or do that or do that or do this, they just do bad things
no,
to
it's
people.
not necessarily true.
Okay, well,
I told you good people do bad things. I've seen it.
are you a good person?
Yes.
And you do bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
But if you had any key to telling us where Gannon is, you would tell it to us if you were a good person. Would you not? And so you.
So pausing it now at 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds. At the very beginning of this, you said, if you give me another name, we'll chase that down. Have you ever tried to go back and count the number of different versions of stories this defendant gave during the pendency of this investigation?
No, I've not.
Is it too many to count?
I just haven't sat down and done it. It's
Yeah.
quite a few. Yeah.
And then variations of maybe like the Quincy Brown story has different branches of that story.
Correct.
The Eduardo story has different branches on that story.
Yes.
The Gannon was playing with a friend and didn't come home. Are there different branches to that story?
Yes.
And then we get the pregnant woman with a money in her belly story, different story.
Right.
Why did you tell her you don't think you're a bad person? What was the purpose of that?
It's hard to get someone to talk about something bad if they think the person talking to them already thinks they're bad.
Were you hoping that that would maybe loosen her up and she would give you some information?
Well, and yeah, I think she did not intend for this, whatever the awful thing was that happened to Gannon, to happen.
That's what you were trying to get her to
Correct.
believe you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay. Were you actually thinking that?
Yeah, I didn't know how all this started as far as I was only taking my role in this investigation. I was not the case agent. My role was just to speak with Letecia, take in as many facts as I could for these interviews. And so I was taking in what she was saying, and she was putting it back again to me with the foot injury on Saturday and now a head injury on Saturday. So we've got a progression of things happening. And I was just gathering from her what I can and passing it on to the investigative team.
When you said those things, you obviously didn't have Gannon's body had not been recovered yet.
That's correct.
Hadn't heard anything about an autopsy and the number of injuries that he had suffered.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember asking her right after this clip that we just saw about where did you last see Gannon?
Yes.
Why did you want to go down that path?
In my experience, especially if you have a close relationship with someone who has disappeared, you are clearly able to articulate the last time that you saw that person. And so far in the phone calls with Al, and even with my time, she has not said what that very last sighting of him was.
Okay. And we're going to jump to that section now. 3 hours, 40 minutes and 59 seconds. And we're going to play it through 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Your argument isn't going to work, Letecia.
Argument about what?
Your argument that somebody took him. You're not going to be able to tell that story.
Okay.
If you help us today
Okay, sir.
find out where Gannon is, if you can, because I have 100% confidence that you can tell me exactly where you last left Gannon.
Okay. Now you're accusing me.
I'm just telling you what
Okay.
the research shows, what our investigation
Well,
shows.
I'm
Then
glad that
listen.
you have research then.
You,
I'm glad
it,
you
will
have research.
it will look much better for you.
I didn't do anything. So what do you want me to look better at? I didn't do
Are you going
anything.
to tell me right now that the last place you saw Gannon
I'm
is
not
really
gonna
him
say
getting
anything.
into an Impala?
Sir, I'm not going to say anything because you're not trying to help me.
Finding Gannon would help you.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't
Wouldn't
you
it?
think that?
Then tell me where
Don't
he
you
is.
think that? Don't you?
I know it.
Really don't think that?
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is.
Where did you last see him?
I'm not, sir. I'm not. You proved that you were not going to help me. Okay, you did. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you tell me where you last saw him, I can help you. I promise you that, Letecia.
I don't get it. Then her Gannon. I mean, I don't know how to like write that out, say it in 10 different languages.
So what do you want me to say? You didn't hurt Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No. No.
Did you put Gannon somewhere?
No.
You didn't put him in a
Oh
dumpster.
my God. Dumpster? Why are you even saying these bad, horrible things?
Because we've been tracking your car. We've been tracking, even when your phone is off, it can be tracked.
Good, sir. I'm glad.
And so we've been going through dumpsters all
Okay.
through. Is Gannon in a dumpster?
Sir, you can go through
Just please.
whatever you
That
want
would
to go
save
through.
us.
Sir,
That would save us
I didn't do
hundreds of
anything.
days. Just
I
tell me
didn't
if he's in
do
a dumpster.
anything to him. Okay.
That's fine. But
Okay.
will you tell me if he's in a dumpster?
If I didn't do anything to him, how am I answering that question for you?
Whether it's Angel or whoever
How
else.
am I answering this question for you? Really? You sent to a parent and asked them that?
Because we want to find him. I would not ask you that question
I
if
didn't
it wouldn't help us
do
find
anything
him.
to him. Nothing. Okay. Didn't hurt, harm, kill, nothing to him. Did not. Would not,
Where's the last place you saw him?
sir.
Please.
You've already asked me all these questions.
I know, but that's an easy question. The last place you saw Gannon, which can really help us find him.
So you've
Why would you not
already-
say that? If you had nothing
Because
to do,
I've already tried to help you.
no, but if you had nothing to do, if you did not hurt, harm, anything, why would you not tell me the last place you saw him?
Okay.
Because it's a memory you don't want to look at.
Memory?
Yes,
Really?
I would think it's a memory.
Okay.
Gannon's been missing now for how many days? You know when you last saw him, but you won't tell the one agency that can find him.
You already said, you already basically lost my whole
That's
ability.
not a
to-
true story. That's worse than Quincy
Okay.
Brown.
All right. Okay.
What
sir.
about the pregnant lady with the money in her
Okay.
stomach?
Sir. Okay.
Letecia, tell me the last place you saw him,
Sorry.
and we can find Gannon, and that will help you so much in this case.
Help me.
Yes, it will. What do you think is going to help you now? If I walk out of here and we haven't got a lead on how to find Gannon,
Okay. Well,
all you've got is the story of the stuff on the wall. You've got the blood. You've got blood all over the house. You've got
Okay.
blood on the bottom of your shoes,
okay.
and you've got about 7 lies.
Okay.
If you help us find Gannon, that will help you tremendously. And yet you won't tell me. Why?
Because you're not going to help me.
Yes, I will.
So we got it now paused at the end of that section, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds. Why'd you throw out the dumpster?
There had been searches in dumpsters. And at that point, since we had no leads, I was hoping maybe she could at least, I was being truthful there, saying, can you at least narrow our world on what we're searching at this point? Because we didn't have a lead on where Gannon was.
And you were just trying to get that from her at that particular point.
Yes.
Do you remember going from that discussion into asking her about any mental health issues that she was dealing with?
Yes, I believe I asked her a second time after asking her initially.
Right. And so that's what we're going to get into next. And that's at timestamp 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds. And it lasts for almost 2 minutes. So it goes to 3 hours, 52 minutes and 18 seconds.
I am not the one. Not the one.
Do you know if I asked you ahead of time if you're having anxiety or depression or stuff like that?
It's not like you asked me about anxiety or depression or, any of those things. Because to be honest with you, that's it. That's all.
So you said Gannon's been seeing counselors. Have you been seeing counselors?
Right. About teaching. One time. Maybe she did it too because she was going to give the emotional support animal.
That's it.
Yeah, it was the 2 times on base. And we talked about not wanting to be in teaching anymore and all that route. Stress on the job. That was what we talked about.
You had searched a little bit on the suicide stuff.
What suicide stuff?
Was that you or was that just random keystrokes?
Suicide? I don't even like.
Have you ever thought about suicide?
Who?
You.
I'm not thinking about suicide.
I'm just asking. quote a suicidal person might say. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, because I have someone in my family before that have said that to me, and I've looked up information.
But that's not you. Okay.
Wow.
How do you think
People
that?
have things in their family go on too, you know, that you maybe want to look up and be like, oh, this is going on in their life. I wonder how they're dealing with this.
Doing something.
No, can I make a phone call?
I'm going to.
So when you're asking her about any mental health issues, did she indicate basically only 2 times?
Yes.
And what was the reason that she was seeing this counselor?
Counseling on the base regarding her teaching, I believe.
Okay. When you left the room here, what were you doing?
I believe she asked if she could make a phone call, and plus I wanted to check with our team, so I wanted to see, what was going on with them.
Okay. When you came back in the room, did you start to ask her about the board that was found with blood on it?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to jump to that. So we're at 3:55 in 0 seconds. That period of time in between. So when we stopped at 3:52:18 till when you're about to come back in the room at 3:55 in 0 seconds, was she just in the room by herself?
Yes.
Was she acting normal?
Yes.
Any concerning behavior from her?
No.
Okay, we're going to start it at 3:55 and go through 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 11 seconds. So a little over 11 minutes.
Need restroom or anything? Who did you want to call, Letecia?
I just wanted to call to see that Harley got home.
She did. Yeah, they talked with Harley. They talked with Dee Dee. They talked with Laura. There were search warrants at Laura's house, Dee Dee's house, your van. I think that's it. So yeah, they got home back.
With Harley with Dee Dee?
Yeah, because I told them that I met you out of the car and you said you liked Dee Dee to be the guardian in between time.
Okay. Well, why are you searching their house? I mean,
because you'd stayed there.
I'm saying like they're not in trouble, are they?
No, neither Laura nor Dee Dee are in trouble. Am I asking you stuff the wrong way, Letecia?
Certainly not.
I do want to help, and whether you did this or not, it doesn't matter to me. The reason they asked me is to come help find what happened again. And if I can't get past, if I can't prove a story, whether you tell it to me, Al tells it to me, whether it's all past the sheriff's office, again, I don't take anything as true until I can prove it. With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom.
Okay.
And I've done no body homicides before. They have more on this case than we do on most of them.
Okay, sir.
I don't want you to be the way you can help yourself out of this thing is to give us something, even though it's very.
You just said you have what you need, so why do you need to keep asking me?
Because you were the last one with him, and you know.
But if you have what you need, why do you keep asking me?
Because our goal is to find Gannon. Our goal is not to prosecute you. That is the district attorney's job. We're investigators. And like you've just seen, I do a poor job about half the time because I have to guess. Because as much as we try to track you with your cars and your phones and whatever else, there are gaps. We do have, like I told you, the blood in the house. We do have the blood on. Do you know about the board that was thrown in the forest? Letecia?
Oh. What? I'm sorry, sir. What?
The board that has Gannon's blood on it that was thrown in the forest.
Okay. So all right. So what?
It's got your DNA on it.
Okay.
But then how do you explain stuff like that and then turn around and say, but then turn around and say, I don't know.
I lived in the house with Gannon. I was Gannon's main caretaker. I wouldn't be surprised if everything I done didn't involve Gannon. Like, oh, okay, well, you brushed your hair. Oh, okay, y'all can brush your teeth, whatever.
But that board was from the house, and then it's up all by Highway 105.
Board from the house. I've already explained to you about any kind of stuff that would have been from the foot. I've already told you that, and I don't know what you.
But Deanna didn't go throw it up.
Okay, so now someone threw it there. So now someone threw it there.
Or dropped or whatever. How did that board get up there?
Sir, now you're going on about the board.
Letecia,
and Albert already called about this board.
Yeah.
You were there, right?
Yes.
And the sock and all this stuff, right?
The sock had nothing to do with it.
Okay. But yeah, he said a sock.
But he did say a sock.
Right.
But the board is true.
Sir.
The board was right where your T1 was.
Sir, Tiguan.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, because we tracked it.
Like, you could have gotten all that from me easily. You just got into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like,
Right. But if you track from where your Tiguan
now-
went and you look at where that board went.
Tiguan now, okay, so this is why it's so like backwards. So now my Tiguan, but I was driving the truck, and then now my Tiguan, and now you tried on the rental car, but then
No, you had 3 different cars.
there's
And,
proof on the rental car that I didn't even get to drive it. So I
right,
mean,
there's low mileage on it. But we don't know where you went because you had your phone off.
my phone off. I had my watch on.
Yeah, but you had your phone
But
off.
the
But
watch,
the watch is up in the forest somewhere, isn't it?
no, the watch ain't in there for us. You guys have my
There's-
watch. It's at El Paso Detention Center.
That's the watch there. I thought you had an iWatch.
That's where the watch was at.
Okay. No, I haven't heard anything about
From Find My Watch says it's clearly sitting in El Paso County.
that. Okay. But your phone was off those couple of days.
What couple of days?
The 27th, it was off when you were between the Petcos.
But I had my watch on.
Right. But what I'm
The
saying,
watch tells you where you go. I mean, it's mirrored.
yeah, but I'm telling you, we have holes in our investigation, and you can help us with that.
Sir, I didn't even drive my car anywhere really, other than just going to meet friends.
You drove the Tiguan up there.
Yeah, other than to meet friends, yes.
So who were you meeting up there? What friends? That can be a lead we can help find Gannon with.
You guys already know all my friends, so maybe
No, we don't know those up there.
that should be the ones that you really know.
We don't know the ones up there, I guarantee you.
And like the guy said, oh, tire pressure and all this, then you would have saw where if I stopped anywhere or done whatever. Come on now, sir.
Why can't you tell me though?
Sir,
Instead of
you want me to give
making
you, like, I've already had to tell you everything personal about our lives. You have everything
I
personal.
don't have what friends you saw up there on 105 where that board is.
But look, I'm not going to admit to any kind of board.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying tell me who your friends are up there and we can go talk to
And
them.
my Tiguan wasn't even driven that way until
Okay, so maybe it was
later.
how much later?
I don't even know. Before they took it.
Okay, so was the truck up there?
Truck up where?
Up that 105 area.
I was going to Castle Rock. I've already said this.
But
I was going to Castle already said this.
But is that where the board was? It was in the back
Sir,
of the
I don't
truck.
know where the board was at because I don't know. I really don't know. That's if you're asking me a question that I really don't know.
So we have a board up
Okay.
there where you were driving
Okay.
with Gannon's blood on it,
Okay.
with your DNA on it.
Okay. So
So
my DNA, which would be what?
skin cells.
Okay. My skin cells, which I lived in a home, if that's what you're
Correct.
telling me.
Yeah.
And I've already told you that there was all this wood in the garage.
Yeah,
I
but you
already
never
you.
told me that you took a piece out of the truck and flung it up there.
What?
Or put it or flung it. And,
Oh.
and again, Letecia, I think you get
No.
mad when I say a verb or something where whether you placed it, flung it, dropped it, hit it, I don't know. But all I know is that our FBI evidence response team recovered it
Okay. Did you check everybody else in the house?
as far as for their DNA.
No, not the DNA to see if they put it there. Because you remember, these are the people that were in the house when I wasn't there. Did you check all them?
The people in the house.
Yeah, did you check the people in the house?
You mean the crime scene people?
No, I mean the people that I'm sorry, rephrase that because you don't like that was allowed to stay there when all this stuff you're talking about would have been there. Okay?
Correct.
Did you check all these people?
As far as their DNA.
No. Did you check to see if any of them did this?
Drove and threw that wood up there.
Did you check them?
Their GPS, their phone.
No. Did you check them? Because that is doesn't matter. You mean tell me you checked Veronica's GPS and her phone?
Judge, that's now paused at 4 hours, 6 minutes and 11 seconds, and it's 4:49.
Is this a good place for a break?
It is, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our weekend break.
If it was such a bad thing, to be honest with you, wouldn't it make more sense for me just to like get in my car and go live somewhere else?
Gosh, you talk about just motor mouth. That he just said she been talking for over 4 hours. Holy schmoly. And I got it planned at 1.25 so we can kind of get through it. Oh my goodness. Mouth almighty. And that's not the end of, I
All
think.
right, when we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of testimony from John Grusing. I think that's where we're resuming.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
When we coming back on Friday, the next day, on 13, like we still about to hear her talking. Damn. somebody, I can't remember, one of y'all in the chat, y'all told me that how many hours or how many, somebody had put it in there before how long she was on there talking. How many days of questioning or interrogation video. I heard it's something like really ridiculous. I can't remember. I couldn't believe it when somebody said it. That's probably why I can't remember it. Well, remember, this is my first time watching it, so wow, interesting. That is so much talking. And I know one interview that we seen, she was in there for like 4 hours. Oh man, I couldn't do all that talking. I mean, I can do all that talking, but I would have to take some breaks. Like, I need some food, I need some rest, I need to get back up. Let me go think about some things. I don't know. She ain't even drinking no water or nothing. Like, she gotta have a dry mouth by now. Boy, that mouth is going 1,000,001 miles per hour. And for some reason, in my head, and I know this is probably what she thinking, she really thinks she is about to like she about to go home or something. And I think that's why she keep talking and keep talking and keep talking. I promise I won't do y'all like TT. I'll put y'all back in the trial. I'm not going to keep talking and talking and talking. Okay, we are in day 13. Let's get busy.
Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
And we don't need it just yet, Judge, but at some point here in just a minute or so, we're going to need these screens from them as well. Good morning, Mr. Grusing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did, thank you.
Good. When we last had you on the stand, we had just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that and what that meant to you during this interview?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So especially during this later part of the interview when I was asking her about the blood, more than once, she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect?
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer. And so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County, did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right, so the next section we're going to play is a shorter section. It's at 4 hours, 7 minutes and 13 seconds through 4 hours, 10 minutes and 13 seconds.
Do you know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs in El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder.
Okay.
And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, all the phone stuff, et cetera, and then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get off.
I'm not taking a chance for nothing because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. Do you know what an innocent person would do? they would be freaking out.
I know.
You are not freaking
Yeah,
out.
right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard
for,
you freak out on the
days?
phone one
You
time.
think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak
No.
something out one way and another way.
I've had the wrong person in a room like this before.
Okay.
And trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay, well,
That makes no sense. And no jury will buy, no jury's going to buy
Okay.
that you sit here with an answer that somebody else
Okay.
took Gannon, that all this head wound and all
Okay,
this
sir.
all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never question anything.
But you must, because you're taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance.
How are you not taking
Because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything again.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Oh, okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power
Yes.
will make sure.
Prosecution claim explains, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call a special.
Prosecution claim explains, please.
How are you not taking a
Because
chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything again.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Oh, okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power
Yes.
will make sure.
I believe in a higher power as well.
I'm glad you did, sir. That really makes me feel a lot better. It really does. I'm serious. So then you know.
But Letecia, if this comes down to common sense,
I do have
and these
common-
prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told
Okay.
about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
I'm not, what else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already talked to you. I've already told you I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon?
Sir, you don't need to go.
Where did you
through-
gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't know, because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling.
I've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to getting descriptions of what happened to him?
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, those sorts of things. And then she will settle back down. So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying out a different tactic again.
Including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was with Gannon, since she was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine, and then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely to something in case we give them too much evidence and then they say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us and we share as much as we can to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question is, why were you doing that in this case? But you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Letecia, this is not about you.
I didn't.
You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Okay, well,
Help yourself right now.
myself.
Why would you not?
Help myself to what? what?
Just tell me what happened.
So what happened to who? I don't know.
The way you
Do I
described,
have to stand up for a moment?
absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the
then
house.
if that's what you think, then
No, it's
sir,
not.
okay.
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay, sir.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you
Oh,
said?
I do. That's why. You
What
want to know
about the
why?
truth?
You
Do
want to
you
know
study the
why?
truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? Because I know God knows that I did not do anything again.
Okay.
I mean,
but what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
oh, so know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Miller. So he started this church, and he ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do, and that's where he went to the accusations part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusations and how this did to him and what he had to go through and all that.
Okay.
But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. You know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, got it. I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, into believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, you know, in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right.
Sure.
But, you know, there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this and you can either A, bring him home, bring him to the front step, drop him off so that I can please never have to worry about this again.
Right.
Or you can let me just stay focused on believing in you, as in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Gannon.
Okay. So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds.
So let's go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
What? I didn't do anything bad again.
No,
I'm not gonna go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not gonna go answer that question because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his other wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christian like you are. I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person because a God follower, and I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you have to repent your sins to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down, and it is not involving hurting, harming, or killing anyone. Okay, so I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has like a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold, though. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I'm here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11.
It doesn't matter age, you're right. It's tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
and
that.
if you had
tragic.
the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take, and you're going to say this.
I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
That. To be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay,
like
give me
with everyone
speculation.
else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll take speculation.
Speculation is getting in his life. Speculation is being with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked about, we stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that you really care about is the person that you've harmed, I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you're asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
All right. Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yes,
Did she bring up a miscarriage that she apparently had had sometime prior?
she does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds and goes through 4 hours, 23 minutes and 47 seconds.
And Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Picking up from where we left off, we were going to jump to the confrontation about blood on the wall and being compared to a miscarriage, and it's going to jump to 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds.
It had nothing to do with harming Gannon. Why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like,
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. The carpet?
Uh-huh.
Because I was going to get more carpet. The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Jenna had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. Come on, sir. There was all the time. Jenna was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
But what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir?
Because you're taking a big risk with these
Sir, I believe in a higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt, I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
Then what did you do?
Didn't do anything again.
So why did you confront her with the blood cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lena's participation in this, but I wanted to see.
Lena, you mean?
Yeah, Lena's participation and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes, and again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to go there.
Appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes and 29 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 32 minutes and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Grusing to step down during this 8-minute portion.
Thanks.
So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes and 29 seconds.
talking about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want Gannon home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was? Give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I'm giving you.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad.
Well, then tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. What's your last image again?
Sir, I don't
Please?
have any bad images of Gannon.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't have any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then
going to say
tell me the last time you saw him.
Oh,
What did you see? Letecia, all that stuff you said earlier.
okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me? Do you need time to think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need any time, sir.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions
You've never answered this one.
because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put a report out.
Okay.
Can you please answer that?
See, you automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go
Yeah,
there.
no, wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters.
Sir,
What's the last thing
I'm
you
going to
saw?
tell you one more time. I did not hurt.
I didn't ask
harm,
that.
do
I did not
anything
ask
wrong
that. I don't
to
care. What is the last
Haven't
image
you
you have of
like
him?
checked all these places I've been?
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you
I'm just
answer me?
curious.
Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to like sink in your brain
What's
for
the
a little
last
bit
image you have of
to
Gannon?
say,
You're going to live with it for the
Gannon
rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't.
No,
Because I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left
oh,
with.
what? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't
Okay,
do.
then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you already
And you won't answer it.
but you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't tell me what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I
I'm
don't
not going to
care.
say anything other than saying, it will shock everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it. And
But
it's going to
you
come
didn't.
out.
What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir, you came in this morning.
No, I did not.
And you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away. That last image of them.
Well.
It never goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
Right.
There's only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have, when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean.
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years later.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
Yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing with Gannon.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Gannon was fine. Gannon.
Where was he? Was he
No,
standing?
you said, tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell
Okay,
you
I'm sorry to interrupt.
how Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay. Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with him. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say they're not really necessarily favorite or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we talked earlier? Remember how we talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question.
You're saying, you're giving me qualities again, and you're not saying what you saw. You're saying he's a favorite stepson.
Sir,
What did you see?
sir,
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon. So.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Nope.
Seeing him for the last time.
Oh, well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you
Not
have
gonna
that?
be the last
Do you
time.
have that picture in your mind?
Sure.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this. This is
Well, why
why.
don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because you
It's
want.
not-
I'm not. Why would
I'm
I
not
keep answering questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying
What?
did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy lives. That's what it will
That's not
always
what you
be.
see in your brain.
Okay. Well, see, now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
Okay. Oh my God.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why wouldn't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt him.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for
It's
you?
not a problem. I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry. Oh. I'm going to ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Grusing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be throughout this entire interview preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff, this entire section, was this another example of her deflecting away from the thrust of information you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Right after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. So just a couple minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done.
Oh.
Please.
Are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
No. Yeah, I don't
Why?
trust anymore for you because.
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
Because I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not in the store. I mean,
I will be able to tell if you say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, it's behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I'm glad. I appreciate you having behavior analysis. I mean, what else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
So you don't want to answer that one.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why? If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell?
Because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you're
what
hurting
you
or anything.
think
I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay,
yes.
so if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah 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 about it, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying
You
to
have treated me
remain.
with respect.
I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you, and I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed your predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon, and he would be standing there, and you would still say to me, "Oh, that's not him," or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me, yes.
Then why do you care what
You
I
know
think?
how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now.
So this idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement?
Yes,
Because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
Up to you.
I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
So now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened and you've been able to avoid trouble. But it doesn't happen in this case.
Okay,
these stories that you told are much worse for you than if you just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it.
No, it's not even injuries. Kids have, there's all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen
No,
alive.
that's not even how it was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay.
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it?
Why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay,
head.
why don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No, I'm
it happened
asking
on
you.
Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me
Well,
what
I'm saying
day
it's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No, what?
Yep.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. I remember that I had
We're not
puddles of
talking
blood.
about you. We're talking
I
about
know.
11-year-olds.
They said I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
What, sir?
The blood on the wall and by his bed.
The
and
blood.
on the mattress.
The blood that you or your team allow people to be in the house.
That has no bearing on this.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, sir. Okay. Maybe check one of them.
Are you ready to tell me the last time you saw Gannon?
Maybe check one of them. Because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon, even though it was months before. I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. You were the last one with him, Letecia.
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No.
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. If you didn't have anything to hide, you tell me your last image of me.
Have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him, just your last image in your head. What's the last image in your head you have of him?
Falling.
Where was he?
Yeah, you said that image. That's the
I mean,
image.
was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
You have any questions for me?
Hmm?
Any questions for me?
No?
No, I'm asking you. Have I not,
Oh, sorry, I thought you said.
have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers, Letecia. No, I will help you if I can, but I can't. What I've got right now. You all right? You understand that?
No, I'm sorry.
Anything?
You think what?
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't?
No?
Let me go see if Mark will need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
So I can.
Let's pause now at 4 hours, 46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
Do you then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past, as far as talking in circles, dodging questions, and I just wanted to bring that back around. Something that she had told me to see if we could go straight forward just once with this last image question I had.
Did she ever give you a straightforward answer to the last image in her head?
No.
Throughout this long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
Yes.
That's appear to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Your final contact with her is back in this room, and it starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
Well, I think we're done, Letecia.
Okay.
So from here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever the jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you in.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me? I think we've talked for long enough today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
All right. Well, where's the warrant?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the NCIC is what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant from Colorado.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else?
What do I get charged with again?
First degree murder for Gannon Stauch. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you, is if we find Gannon, that makes a big difference.
You let me go.
We'll let you go.
If he's alive.
If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator.
Okay.
If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes. Good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
Okay. All right. Can I talk to you about time? Just one more, please.
So we're now at the end of that recorded interview, essentially. Is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
Yes.
Did you in fact have a short discussion with her off-camera?
Yes.
What happened in that discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your, even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think, within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said something to the effect of, if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And in looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in two different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
Did she appear to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her? This is a first-degree murder charge.
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor?
No.
Jasmine?
No.
Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
And that's all I have. I just need to disconnect this computer from here so that Mr. Cook has a clean podium.
Okay. Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Gruesing, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years. Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents early in your career, you were in different states?
Always Colorado.
Always. Okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Ms. Stauch referred to you as something and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you were a behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. What else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but I have to hear things a few times before they sink
No
in.
worries. Yeah, so I was a special agent, and I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Okay. Now, you told Ms. Stout during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her, I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early, whether it would be El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stauch.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said, Letecia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever. You haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I. But in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what if I started questioning you right here instead of saying, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing. Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining you and I was using the third person to refer to myself.
It would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it. Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Letecia, I don't like my stepson, you know, you recall those,
I do.
discussing that with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I don't.
Correct? Okay. And that's not because you didn't look. It's just because that was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know when you're talking about when her actual search happened on her phone.
Yeah. When she, Googled in, I don't like my stepson. What do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it?
Correct. Yeah, it was no timestamp date was given to me for those searches.
Okay. So some of these searches could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them could have been actually after January 27th,
Correct.
but before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being, stab him 17 times, bludgeon, force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
That'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stauch tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video and told her that she's told you about 7 different stories. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
Okay. And then Mr. Allen asked you one time, and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another story. So,
Okay.
yeah.
But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go back and
Correct. We
basically
could
there
count
was-
them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing
That
with.
sounds correct.
And in one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay. Now, during some of the interviews, Ms. Stauch or Letecia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is almost 5 hours a long time to be in an interview room like that?
It just depends on the situation.
What was your goal when you went into this interview room with Letecia? Was it to find out what Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting a confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon?
That's correct.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Okay.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
You
Thank you,
ready?
Mr. Grusin.
Thank you.
Mr. Grusing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes.
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No,
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
it did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No,
or acting as a separate person?
no.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational, I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Yeah, sustained, you can rephrase.
Sure. Any other indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview, and I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Letecia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful. And I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall
Information?
Yes, anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide. She could recall easily dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened again?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate, and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon while she was even still in Colorado. So just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because we saw that she knew what she was doing. And we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Prosecution, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call.
So real quick before we about to go into day 13, part 2. Thanks everybody. Thanks to the new subs. Thanks to all the new people that are over here hanging out with us, watching old Cray TT. Those are some good points that the detective just made that I was thinking about, but I was like, I couldn't understand why he kept questioning her. And the good things that he did get out of that he mentioned about is that when she kept going around that ring around the rosy and stuff, that the last image that she had of Gannon was absolutely terrible. And guys, I did not know she was using his phone. She really must have thought they were not going to find him. Yeah, I won't go on to reading everybody's comments, but yeah, lady, shoot, I think she did all of the above. From what I understand, she took it was overkill. Like, I heard she burned him, stabbed him, shot him. I just don't understand what could have happened. Okay, Charles say, I take it to trial. And if they did find him, it was all because of the crime scene investigators that took him to Florida in that suitcase. Yeah. I thank goodness the people that were looking over, that were getting ready for a parade or something, they are the ones that came in that actually found his remains, his body, in the suitcase and everything. They came in and testified early on in the trial, but I'm like, well, dang, what she thought? She thought the alligators was gonna get him. And it's so crazy because this is the same suitcase, from my understanding, guys, that they walked past when they were searching the house. And that makes me think that when she kept saying, and she kept telling Al at some point in time, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, she was telling him he was still in the house when they came here. I think she had put it in reference as like it was the intruder, but I think all that time she was talking about Gannon. It was like she was mixing a little truth with a little faction, a little truth with a little fiction in order to kind of make it 1-on-1, and also so she can kind of believe it, maybe. No, Just Shamrock, you right. They found him. They were getting ready for a parade or something, and they seen it, and that's how they found it. Oh, okay. So Michelle said it wasn't no parade. Okay, but it was some kind of inspectors that were getting ready for something. I thought they were getting ready for a parade or something, but either way, the bridge inspectors, they found him. I thought they were getting ready for a parade, like St. Patty's Day. Yeah, so I thought, she was moving this thing all around from the closet to the bedroom to it appears that they seem like she used a board that was placed outside. Like, she, I mean, yeah, it was the workers that found him. Yeah, it was definitely the workers that found him. And I don't know if they was inspecting the thing for parade or if they were just out there inspecting the bridge. I thought it was for a parade, but either way, they the ones that found him. And I think once they found him, I think that's when do y'all think that's when they started doing the tracking of her phone? Does anybody know that information in regards to how that part went? Like, did they find him? And then that's when they went back and looked at her phone data and seen that she was all the way in Florida and her daughter was in Florida with her? Or do you think it was the vice versa? Because remember, her daughter really, at least from what we hear, she had nothing to offer because she didn't know. She just knew she was going to Florida with her mom and she was just in the car and she didn't say anything. She didn't see anything. She said she didn't see the suitcase. She didn't see any of, her dump the suitcase. I guess they had the dogs with her, so that's why she couldn't smell him in the vehicle. So, oh, thank you, Drunky. Awesome. Shout out to Drunky. She said she's gonna turn somebody green on this Friday. Welcome to the Sweet Pea Gang. Let me see who we got in here. I got to go to a different screen. It's so silly the way it's set up. Oh, look at that. Michelle, check that out. She said, oh, welcome to the Sweet Pea Gang. She said, all my friends, y'all see that? She just said, damn, all my friends are here. And then Drunky hit her with the bullseye, said, here you go. Now you can be in here all the time. Thank you. Shout out to Drunky. Yes, that was a good aim. A very good aim for you. Y'all been good with these aims, boy. That's what I will tell you. It'd be well worth it. Not to say that we don't appreciate any of the other ones that receive it, because they are also part of the Sweet Pea Gang, and they always I see a lot of people always saying thank you in the comments. They may be rewatchers or replayers, and I utmost respect to them. I appreciate them also, right? So, but it's always nice to see somebody that's in the chat actually get one. It's an awesome thing. Michelle said Letecia TT is what we call her. Left their hotel room about 4 a.m. in the morning when Harley was asleep. That bridge is not very well lit, and she tossed him over the bridge, hoping he would float down. And she said he hit the ground. Whoa. Yeah, I see him on the stand. You think there's reasonable doubt? You have to tell me what that reasonable doubt is about. I need to understand. Because she getting a new trial, so I need to see what the reasonable doubt is about. She said, who, what, when, where, why? Who got me with a membership? When did this happen? What? As soon as you said all your friends was over here, Drunky pulled out her bow and her arrow, and she sent it right on over there to you. She said she was gonna hit you with her best shot. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into our 13 part 2. I don't know if it's a 13-3. I have to check and see, but at least we will be finished with 12 and 13 today for the most part. We should get through 12 and 13 today. This part is 37 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's a 3.
Special Agent David Donati. While Mr. Donati is walking up to be sworn in, we've already put People's Exhibits 281 through 289 in the witness stand. They're photographs.
Sorry, Special Agent Donati, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Doing fine.
Thank you. Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is David Donati, spelled D as in David, O-N-A-T-I. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
For 12 years now.
What are your responsibilities with the FBI?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different places. Currently, I work in the Minneapolis division doing criminal investigations. I started off my career in Lander, Wyoming, which is an RA or resident agency on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I spent 3.5 years there, and then I came to Colorado Springs and spent about 5 years here.
What were the years that you were in Colorado Springs?
2015, probably from April 2015 to September of 2020.
All right. What kind of cases have you investigated?
I've done a multitude of things, everything mostly in the violent crime aspect, everything from bank robberies to missing persons, homicide investigations, kidnappings, bank robberies.
Okay. What kind of training do you have that allows you to be an FBI agent?
To be an FBI agent, you attend the New Agent Academy, which is about 20 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. There we learn a series of different things, everything from interviewing to collecting of evidence to all the other duties that a special agent does. I've also attended other training during my service with the FBI, which has helped you to be better at your job and continuing training as collecting evidence and interviewing people.
As it relates to the case that we're here for, how did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Early on in the investigation, we were contacted by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office about a missing juvenile, and they asked our office to assist. And at the time, I was assigned as the case agent to help with that assist.
Did you at some point assist removing some items from a VW Tiguan?
Yes, I believe that was on February 7th of 2020.
So let's talk about the Tiguan, at least as far as you knew it. Did you understand that to be associated with the defendant in the case?
Yes, I understood it to be the vehicle that that she owned and that she drove.
What were you tasked to do as it relates to that particular vehicle?
On that particular vehicle, I was tasked to assist. I had other people that helped me collect the what is called the telematics system from the vehicle. And that's several different components that has the ability to store data of the vehicle while it's being operated.
Specifically, what kind of data were you looking for or hoping to get out of the telematics?
Well, every vehicle is different. Every manufacturer is different. But we do know that these systems do store everything from dates and times to actual GPS coordinates. And some vehicles do also store things like when the vehicle was in motion, when the vehicle was stopped, different systems on the car running, things like that. So like I said, depending on what that vehicle manufacturer and that data consisted of, it can tell you a lot. And some vehicles, it doesn't tell you much.
What does that process look like on removing the telematics from a vehicle?
So the telematics systems can be stored in several different places. There is items that are called the infotainment system, the electronic control modules that store this information. In this particular vehicle, there were 3 different items that we were looking for, and most of those are contained in the dash or under the dash somewhere.
Were you able to find those particular items for this particular vehicle on that February 7th date?
We did. We collected 3 different items from the vehicle, and that involved removing some sections of the dash to get to those.
Do you yourself then analyze those components to get this data that you're looking for or hoping to get?
No, that is then what I do is I collect those components as evidence. I enter them into our computer, and then I put them in FedEx shipping and ship them to Virginia, our headquarters, where the experts can then analyze the data.
Okay, is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So I want to direct your attention to the photographs that I put on the desk there in front of you. It should be People's Exhibits 281 through 289. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Will you please flip through those and then let me know when you're done looking at them?
I'm done.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are they of generally?
So the photographs of the Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe to be owned and driven by the defendant, it was located in the El Paso County's vehicle bay where they store their evidence.
And are those photographs fair and accurate representations as to what you saw in the removal process of this infotainment center?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry.
I actually took these photographs as we removed them from the vehicle.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move forward mission and permission to publish 281 through 289.
Defense,
No objection.
281 through 289 will be admitted.
Thank you. We're connected back over here now, Judge. In just a moment, we're going to be projecting 281 up behind you. And just as a housekeeping matter, there should be a pointer there in the witness box and a telescoping pointer of some kind. You can either use that to point at the photograph itself, or you can just describe it by looking at the photo in front of you.
Okay.
Either one that you want to use. So we've got 281 up behind you. So let's look at the left side first. That's what looks like a shipping label. What is that?
That is exactly what you said. It's a FedEx shipping label where I package the items, use the FedEx computer system, and entered the information on where I wanted to send it to. And I believe the date on that was February 10th. If that, it's hard to see on the screen, but it's the shipping date.
And it's kind of awkward the way that we've got to do this. So if you stand up and, oops, go back, please. If you stand up and are talking about what's in the photograph, just make sure that our furthest jurors can hear you. The microphone doesn't pick it up very well.
Sorry about that. So this is the shipping label that I used, and I believe the date was February 10th when I shipped it out.
Is it typical to collect items and then ship them out a couple of days later?
It is. One, I have to enter everything into the computer. That document has to be signed by my supervisor before I get the numbers, which are our tracking, our evidence tracking ability. So sometimes that takes a day or 2 days. Then I can package it up and send it out for FedEx.
How is it stored in the meantime?
Our facility is a controlled storage for evidence collection.
Is there any opportunity for the data that's on these devices to be altered or changed while you're waiting that shipment process?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then on the right side of People's Exhibit 281, is that the vehicle?
Yes, this is the 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe the defendant to be driving.
Was that belief based off of information that you had gathered during the course of this investigation?
It was.
All right, 282? What's in 282?
In this picture, we're more centered on this, the glove compartment area. And this would be the information electronic control module that will be removed. It sits right here. It has kind of a plastic cover, but once we remove it, I think there's another photograph of that.
When you're going through this process, are you basically just gaining access to the thing and then unplugging it and pulling it out?
Yeah, there's basically that's it. In some situations, like around the display module, there's molding that comes on everybody's dash that is popped out or removed. It's usually in by clips. Every once in a while, there's a screw or something like that that needs to be removed.
And then just so that we're understanding what's happening in this photograph, why does it appear that there's white powder on everything in there?
This vehicle had gone through a previous evidence collection, and I forget what the name of that is, but that's like a luminol.
Blue Star?
Is Blue Star.
Okay.
That's used to under lights to detect evidence of other types of evidence like blood or other things like that.
So is that basically just the residue of the Blue Star, what it looks like once it dries?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
283?
And this box here, the front is what you saw in the other picture would be on this side of this silver box. And then all the cables come like very similar to a computer component. They can be unplugged and pulled out.
Did you in fact unplug this unit and pull it out? And that's one of the things that was shipped off to Quantico, Virginia?
Yes.
All right. 284?
And this is the item sitting on the bench top just to get a better focused picture of.
Same item that was in.
Same item that we've just talked about.
Okay, perfect. 285?
This is the infotainment display. This is usually on vehicles where your radio is seen, or if you have a backup camera, things like that. So this piece that is removed here was the venting above it, and the piece that we are collecting as evidence is this display system you see a knob right here.
Okay. 286.
This is the back of that unit. The face would be facing the gear shift right there.
So is that on the face that's sort of facing down towards the gear shift, or is that basically that touch screen that's in a lot of modern cars?
Exactly. It's a touch screen that, like I said, usually allows you to change the radio or do the air conditioning, a lot of other features. Some of them have mapping systems, things like that.
287.
This is a little bit harder to see, but this would be the emergency call module. It is located inside the dash behind the steering wheel.
Okay.
You'll see a better picture when we actually get it out.
288.
And this is that same item, the emergency call module.
So that comes out of the left side of the dashboard, left of the steering wheel?
It comes out of I couldn't tell you exactly which side of the steering wheel from memory, but yes, it's the left side, it's the driver's side of the vehicle, kind of back behind the steering wheel. So you had to remove some components of the dash to get to it.
And then that should be 288, that's up there now. So let's look at 289.
And this is that same item on the table where you can see it a little bit better.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit back down. So tell the jury, you mentioned that this will go into a temporary storage at your facility and then you will package it up to ship it. How do you ensure that what you're shipping and what is received is the same thing?
Good question. We have several ways of doing that. We have an evidence tracking form that goes with it that talks about who handled that product, but the items itself actually get packaged inside a box. It gets the red evidence tape over the top so that during shipping, there's anybody that would tamper with it, that tape would be ripped, the box would be open. So we can say that if it gets there and that tape is secure, that the item was not tampered with during shipment.
Once an item gets analyzed, do you know what happens with the data that may or may not come off of these units when you ship them off to Quantico?
Whenever that evidence is finalized and they get some information off, they would then send it back to us in a similar manner. It would be packaged with red evidence tape and put in FedEx and sent back to us.
If there is location data that's included in the data that's pulled off of that, is that made available to other members of the FBI to potentially map that information?
Yes. So when they pull that information off, they can send it to us. That helps us because we're in the middle of an investigation. And as soon as we can get that information, it definitely helps us quicker. A lot of times we get information sent via email or something like that. It would show us data points or GPS coordinates that we could plot on a map on a computer system and overlay it with like something that you'd be familiar with is like Google Maps with different points plotted on it.
Did that happen in this case where information came back from Quantico with location data for this particular vehicle?
It did. It came back relatively quickly, but that information is kind of raw data, and they tell us that it's not has not been certified or verified yet. So they tell us to look at it and use other means to try to corroborate that information. But I did get the data points early on in the investigation.
Did you give that information then to Special Agent Kevin Hoyland to go through that mapping process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether that was successfully done or not?
Yes, it was successfully done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
So I have
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Donati? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Special Agent Dwight Falkowski. I'm going to place this on the witness stand. Go ahead and pull this one out.
Okay.
Before Mr. Falkowski takes the stand, would it be possible for defense and I to approach just briefly?
Oh, sure. All right. Agent Delkowski, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Step on up a
Yeah,
little
you
bit.
can come right up in here.
It's all right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled Falkowske.
Mr. Falkowski, who do you work for?
I work for the FBI.
What do you do for the FBI?
I work as an automotive forensic specialist, and I want to expound on that.
Yes, please.
So that involves taking parts from vehicles, cars that have been that are brought to us, and we go in and find the data inside the vehicles, and we extract the data and then recraft it into a format that's human readable, so we can find out stuff that the car has contained, such as location data or phones or devices that have been connected to the car and the data associated with those things.
All right. So what kind of training allows you to do that job?
I'm an electrical engineer by a bachelor's of science from Virginia Tech. I have other items on my CV that I could put out for you for FBI training if you like.
Sure. Yeah. So let's start with that, the FBI training.
Okay, let me pull out my CV.
Okay.
Okay, with the FBI, I've taken DEMS training, that's Digital Evidence Management Systems, digital evidence handling, legal ethics training, CDART mentorship and proficiency testing. That is a specialized internal thing. A little explanation there is previously I worked for the FBI as a contractor that allowed contractors to handle evidence in their facility. And also I have testified as an expert witness now twice.
Okay. How long have you, you said, I think, an electrical engineer. How long have you been an electrical engineer?
My degree was from Virginia Tech in 1992.
Okay. What's your investigative experience? How many different investigations have you been involved with?
More than I can contend with at the moment. I have an estimate on my CV. Like one moment.
Sure.
Let's see. I've listed over 70 devices that I've examined since 2018.
Okay. What kind of devices have you examined? And I'm not asking you to give us an exhaustive list, but just a generalized idea of what kind of devices that you've worked on in your role as an FBI agent.
Okay, I'll give you the primary two pieces that I typically see from vehicles. And one is the infotainment system, which is the center portion of your car that provides you with information about, like, if you're navigating or what music you're playing, that hardware. Also, another piece of hardware that we pull from the cars is a telematics device. This is a piece that typically talks back to the corporation that's providing connected services.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've testified as an expert witness. What jurisdictions were those expert witness testimonies provided in?
Both were in South Carolina.
Okay. Was that with the Alex Murdaugh case?
Yes, one with the Murdaugh case.
Okay. What was your assignment back in 2020? Same assignment as what you're testifying to today?
Clarify, please.
What was your assignment with the FBI in 2020?
In 2020?
Yes.
So 2020, I was doing the same work as a contractor with the FBI.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to work on some devices as it relates to the Gannon Stauch investigation?
Yes.
Before I do that, Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to qualify this witness as an expert witness in automotive forensic specialists.
Defense?
I don't have an objection, that's fine.
All right, the witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So as it relates to the devices that you examined in this case, what devices did you look at?
There were 4 pieces that I examined, and I have, I don't have the list of them in front of me, but there were 4 pieces from the vehicle. I knew that some pieces that we had worked on were not valuable in extracting data from, but there were one in particular, the infotainment system from that car was probably the primary one we looked at.
Okay. When you say 4 pieces, does that mean that one of the modules had an SD card in it or something like that, that expanded it out to 4?
No.
Okay.
The 4 physical pieces, and it should be listed in the hardware list or on the in the evidence that I've provided, the digital evidence, derivative evidence. There are 4 listings there, and it shows explicitly on each piece what was provided, and it includes pictures.
Okay. And then as it relates to your work, did you have 2 different efforts for just gathering this information? One that was an initial uncertified basically result, and then a second that was more in-depth?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and explain the situation around that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So it came to us initially as an active search for a missing child, and in which case we prioritized something like that and put it, we're working on that now. And so when we initially got the pieces in, it was from a vehicle that we had not previously looked at, so we had no idea of what it might contain or the data in it. So we provided a very fast analysis on the system at that point and was able to extract location data out of that vehicle. But then part of our standard process is when we develop tools to get data off of vehicles, we have to validate them later, which requires a much more exhaustive effort to show that the data that we're putting on a system is exactly what we're getting off. So when I say this data point represents the vehicle in this location, that is accurate. So it took us an additional approximate year or so to finish that validation process.
Okay. So when you have that initial effort that you get that unvalidated data, what did you do with it? That unvalidated data?
We provided it as preliminary data back to the field.
Okay. And then that secondary effort that you mentioned was roughly a year down the road from that first effort. Was that data, did that basically validate all the data, including the data that you had sent the first time?
That's correct. And there were also, I believe there was a little bit of additional data provided as we found more data on the system over time.
Okay. Was there any discrepancy in the data? And what I mean by that is that the initial data that you provided early on, was any of that data that you provided to the investigation proven wrong based on the secondary release of data?
No, that data proved accurate.
Okay. So when we're talking about the item that was given fruitful information towards this investigation, what was that particular device?
The head unit, there was 4 devices. I believe it's the item that ends with 04. Is that?
Well, you're the expert. I can't.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from. All I know is it magically appears.
All right, give me a moment. Let me pull out some records and so I can find what we're looking for. Okay, I do have the list here.
Okay.
So you want me to go through all 4 pieces or just this one?
Well, so let me ask you just a clarifying question before we go
Okay.
down that path. Did you look at all of the items that you received from Colorado Springs to see if there was going to be any useful information on all of them?
Yes, we evaluated each piece.
And then through that evaluation, did you determine, based on what you've already said, that only one was going to provide any useful location data?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that one then.
Okay.
What particular item are we talking about that provided useful location data for this investigation?
Okay, it was the information ECM, that's electronic control module, basically the head unit that I explained before, from a 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan.
Who did you receive these items from?
From our internal evidence control facility.
Okay, but when you get it from your internal evidence control facility, can you tell like what case it's being sent from?
The case number is with it, yes.
Okay, and can you verify that it belongs to a Volkswagen Tiguan that was seized in Colorado Springs as opposed to, let's say, Seattle, Washington?
Yes, we have a chain of evidence maintained in the digital evidence management system.
And the information that we're talking about here, was that in relation to this specific case that we're having you testify on?
All right, I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The evidence that we're talking about here, the
Yes.
location data that you were able to pull, can you verify that that information relates to our case that you're testifying in today?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, how do you get the information off of this electronic control module head unit?
You want to go into specifics?
Yeah. Tell the
Okay.
jury how that works.
I'm going to pull out my notes from that. Okay, when I'm processing the evidence, this is what we did to this particular piece of evidence. We first labeled the evidence with the evidence item number and took photographs of it in its state as received. Then we disassembled the specimen, removed the circuit boards, and removed some of the memory flash chips from the circuit board that was inside. And from the flash chips, then we were able to read those flash chips using a tool so that we would have what was a binary image provided that represents the data that was inside those flash chips. Now that data is in a digital format, readable by computers and not necessarily understandable by humans. And so this is where our processes continue.
So let me break in there just so that we're understanding.
Okay.
When you say that you pull a chip off and then you read it, do you mean that you're physically looking at it and reading information off of it?
We have specialized tools that access the chip and can read the chip in its proper protocols to be able to pull the data off correctly.
And were you able to successfully do that in this particular case?
Yes, for 2 chips.
For 2 chips off of this electronic control module circuit board?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you then look at the data before you send it back to the investigative arm or area?
Yes. So this case, at this point in the stage, you've only got a binary image with no understanding of what the data means.
Okay.
And so there was processing performed at this point.
So tell us about the processing.
Okay. So part of this is we were able to extract logical file systems from the image. And from the logical file systems, we combed the files that we found for information that might be related to location of the vehicle, because that was stated as an item of interest. And from that, we found, one moment. We quickly found that there was some location data available in some computer logs that were on there in a textual format that were very easy to access, which allowed us to quickly, within 1 day, write a parsing tool that would go out and pull that data from those logs. And that data was represented with coordinates and timestamps.
And when you say coordinates, do you mean like GPS coordinates?
Yeah, geo coordinates.
Geo coordinates?
Yeah.
When you get those geo coordinates out of that log that you're describing, what do you do with it?
So we prepare it into a format that is usable for us humans. I can give you a coordinate, but then you don't even have to go and type those coordinates into a thing like Google Earth to be able to see them. So we take that and provide, the parser takes the information and puts it into a file that you can just throw into Google Earth. It's called a KML file. And that file will automatically populate the locations and times of the vehicle on a map.
Okay. So how do you get that information back to the originating investigative region?
So in this case, we also provided let me just add there, because of the nature of the search, we went ahead and looked at some of the data and provided a PDF as well, along with the KML file to say, here's some points of interest you may want to go look at. And that was, let's just see which method was provided back. It was provided back to the field. I believe that was over electronic communication.
Okay. Do you know who you provided it to?
So I wrote down here the case agent, which I guess at the time that might have been Donati.
Okay. So Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you provide that to him? Do you have that information?
I have the date that I had the review. February 12th, 2020.
Okay. And then is it common for field agents to then potentially give that information to other potential experts, FBI or not FBI, to then do some sort of mapping with this data that you're providing?
Absolutely. It's their call what they do with the data.
Okay. The should be up there on the desk with you. I put the exhibit envelope. Should be People's Exhibit 291. Do you see that?
This thing?
Yep.
Okay.
You see that? Do you recognize it?
Is there something inside I need to look at?
Well, do you recognize it or not?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, did you put the information on some sort of a card, SD card or something like that?
I put on an SD card, yes.
Okay. The information that was contained in that SD card, was that provided back to the field to Special Agent David Donati?
That was provided, yes, at a later time.
Okay. How was that provided to him?
Okay, so that as I was speaking earlier, we had about a year's time pass where we provided the validation of the data. So when our evaluation of the whole process was complete to our satisfaction, then we provided this evidence in totality and in confidence back to the field through the SD card.
Okay. And so what we have in People's Exhibit 291, is that the information that you provided back to the field based on your extraction of the data from those modules?
I see it says SD card, but I don't see the SD card here. So
okay. So do you remember prior to you getting on the stand, me asking if you'd had a chance to look at this item or?
I looked at the SD card and I initialed the SD card. Is that not available?
Okay, so that should be in that envelope.
In the envelope. Okay, I just wanted to check.
There should be some scissors there to your left.
Okay, I will open the envelope.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Is that what you looked at?
That is what I looked at.
Okay.
This is the evidence we provided.
All right.
I did not recognize the package it was in.
Okay. So is that the same SD card that was provided in this investigation that contained that location data that you sent back to the field investigator, Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that data that you recovered from the electronic control module back on February 12th of 2020?
Yes, I verified it just shortly before this meeting.
Your Honor, at this time, I move forward mission of People's Exhibit 291.
Defense
Can I ask just what are your couple questions?
on authenticity? Yes,
The
go ahead.
exhibit.
Go ahead.
Yes. Special Agent, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Just quickly, this SD card information you have, is this the verified stuff that came approximately a year after February 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, this isn't the initial.
This is not the preliminary data.
Okay.
It does include the preliminary data that we provided at that time as well.
Okay. And how is the preliminary data different from the final data that you got at a year later?
So the preliminary data was what we initially found during a compressed timeline to try to locate a missing child, and later on proved to be accurate in its totality. There were some potential additions to the data as we continued to process it over that year.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or inconsistencies between the preliminary data and the final data that was published or released a year later?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have an objection.
All right, Exhibit 291 will be admitted. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
And that was the some of my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
No, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Falkowski? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Before you get down, we can put that SD card back.
It is in the envelope, it is not sealed. Here's.
Council approach for a moment. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honor, people call Sherry Holes to the stand.
Right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holes. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Sherry Holes. It's Sherrie, last of Holes, Holes.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic serologist and DNA analyst at the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed such as?
I've been employed in that role approximately 4.5 years at the CSPD Crime Lab.
And what does a forensic serologist
Stop
do?
you for just a moment.
Oh, sure.
Can you move that so that it's on its side so it doesn't block the view of those two jurors right there?
Oh, let me just put it right here.
Or you can just lay it down on its side. Okay.
We'll just do that.
All right, go ahead.
I think I was asking you what a forensic serologist does.
Yes, a forensic serologist examines evidence for the presence of biological fluids. Specifically in our lab, we look for blood, semen, saliva, and also we examine for other potential biological evidence that may be suitable for DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience of training do you have in the field of forensic serology?
Well, my training, first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from University of California at Davis. I also have a Master's of Public Health with a specialty in Forensic Science from University of California, Berkeley. Prior to my employment in Colorado, I was employed in the same capacity for approximately 10 years. I was also a forensic DNA analyst and serologist in various crime labs in California. Most serology training actually does occur on the job. There are a few formal classes that I did take, such as microscopy of semen evidence, and mostly it was on the job training. In fact, when I came to Colorado Springs and was hired here, I spent about a year just going through a training protocol before I was deemed competent and able to begin casework.
And are you peer reviewed when you do a serology examination?
Yeah, so all the reports that I write with my results are always technically reviewed by a second qualified analyst within the lab to make sure that they agree with the conclusions that I'm offering in the report. And then there's also another level of review called administrative review before the report goes out by another second qualified analyst, serology and DNA analyst.
And approximately how many forensic serology examinations have you conducted in your career?
Oh, in my career, it's well over 1,000.
You don't keep track each time you do one and say.
I usually average about 100 cases for serology a year. So over the course of almost 15 years, yeah, it's well over 1,000.
That was a bad attempt to try. I'm sorry. Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've been qualified as an expert in this area approximately 40 times previously.
And are those both here and in California?
That's correct.
At this time, we'd ask that the court qualify Ms. Holes as an expert in the field of forensic serology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection to her being qualified.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So I want to kind of focus on your role as a forensic serologist here in Colorado Springs, the Metro Crime Lab. Were you asked to conduct several forensic serological exams?
Serological, correct, yeah.
In this particular case, the disappearance of Gannon Stout.
Yes, I was.
Could you give the jury a rundown on how you come about or how you became involved in this investigation?
So when we get a request from an agency, in this case, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, typically there's a couple of things that happen. One is they will write a cover letter with a description of the pertinent case details and some of the items of evidence that they would like examined. And then also typically there's a meeting between the submitting agency and our crime lab supervisor, our DNA technical supervisor, and they make decisions as to these are the items that we will accept and which what are the priorities on which items will be tested.
And so is that common in any criminal investigation that the investigating agency will submit a letter asking you to perform analysis on certain items of evidence?
I can't speak to how other laboratories and agencies do it, but that is what we request, just so that we have some background knowledge of, it helps us decide of the case, so that helps us decide which evidence are best going to answer the questions being posed in the case and what is most probative, in other words, offering proof. in the case circumstances.
And is it often in large investigations that you may actually meet with the detectives or other investigative officers to talk about what should be tested and why and that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely they try to do meetings before the first request comes in, but often in a large investigation, there can be several meetings that occur over time as more investigative details come to light or more questions are being answered in the case. And that is what happened in this particular case.
Can you describe that for the jury? Why did that happen in this particular case?
I was not involved in the actual meetings that were occurring. That was our crime lab manager and the DNA supervisor. But from my understanding, as more information was coming to light in the course of the investigation, more questions were being asked, more evidence was being collected on multiple different occasions, which then was coming into the lab with a request for examination.
And when you conduct your examinations, how do you get your results back to the investigating agency?
So once we have, and when I have issued a report and it's gone through the 2 layers of review, it is then released to the investigating detective, the lead detective on the case from one of our administrative staff.
And did you do several reports with regards to this investigation?
Yes, in this particular investigation, I released 7 reports.
And do you know why there were 7 different reports on, I'm assuming, 7 different dates?
Again, I think additional items were being collected, additional questions were being asked as additional evidence was being collected and during the course of the investigation. So they didn't have all of the evidence or even all of the information from that very first request. So again, as they were having more meetings with our lab management, it was decisions were being made that we need additional items tested.
And so what would be your role, just so you can explain to the jury, in the process of doing your analysis with regards to evidence in this particular case?
My role was to examine the items of evidence for the presence of, mostly for the presence of blood, and then also for other potential biological material that may be there, and consolidate any swabs or cuttings that I take, as well as documentation of the evidence. The documentation is done through photography and from note-taking of my observations of the evidence. And then any samples that I deem would be suitable to go on for DNA analysis, I'm then consolidating into what we call a DNA packet. DNA packet is just an envelope that has numerous tubes that I prepared. The tubes have little pieces of cuttings or little swabs from the various items of evidence. Then that will go forward to the next step, which is the DNA analysis.
And with regards to this particular investigation, you indicated earlier that you may have been looking for blood or the presumptive presence of blood in these types of items. How would that impact your DNA packet, or whether or not you create a DNA packet with regards to what the results of your blood test was?
So when I am looking for blood, that always starts with a visual exam. If I see staining that is consistent with visually looks like blood, we then do a chemical color test. It's a presumptive test for blood, meaning it's not a confirmatory test for blood, but it does indicate the presence of that. If I have a stain area that looks like blood, reacts to that chemical presumptive test, I typically will take a small cutting or a swabbing of that stain, trying to preserve additional stain, not take the whole sample when I can. And then that would go into a test tube. That test tube then goes into the DNA packet. I also do what we call trace swabbing, and trace swabbing is areas that may contain DNA cells or cells that have DNA. So many of our tests are so sensitive now in DNA analysis that we don't actually need to have a stain present. We can also get a DNA profile from just a very small number of just cells. Cells can be deposited just through touch or from wearing clothing, that kind of thing. So some of my serology examination is also doing trace swabbing. So areas in which I don't actually see a stain, but may be interested in DNA results from maybe through someone having touched an item per se.
Okay. And we'll get to those as we go through the individual items. Did you have several individual physical pieces of evidence that you examined and performed a serological examination on those items?
Yes, I did.
And would you also receive swabs from various areas of a residence 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And when you received all these items, were they all sealed in a protective way so that no one touched them in between the last person who opened the item?
Yes.
And rather than go through that with each item we go to, every item you looked at was sealed when you got it?
Yeah, if anything is not in a sealed condition, I note it, but I do not remember receiving any items in an unsealed manner, no.
And when you create a DNA packet, do you also seal that item and preserve it in a way so that the DNA will not be impacted?
Yes, I do. My envelope that I create that has all the little tubes from the cuttings and swabs, that gets an evidence tape seal once it's ready to go forward and it's stored frozen for further analysis.
And is that why we don't admit them here in court, because they need to stay in the freezer, that kind of thing, to preserve that DNA?
Yeah, they are best maintained in a frozen manner. And literally, it's just an envelope with the tubes inside. So it's best just not to bring it to court at all.
So to your right are a series of exhibits. And I'd like to go through these one by one, as painfully as that sounds, but I think we can go through it fairly quickly. The first exhibit that you'll see in that box on that table is exhibit 182. Could you pull that out and tell us what that is?
Yes. This is labeled as the toothbrush belonging to Gannon Stauch.
And do you need to open that to see that that's the toothbrush in there?
I can see it from the bottom. It's been partially opened.
Okay. And when you received that, was it sealed, of course?
Yes, it was.
What did you do with that particular toothbrush?
This toothbrush was submitted as a possible secondary reference standard. When we need to make DNA comparisons, we need a reference standard or a known sample from an individual. This was submitted as a possible secondary reference. Gannon was not present at the time, so they have a toothbrush, which hopefully would have his DNA on it. So I did some swabbing of the toothbrush. I also took some cuttings of the toothbrush bristles as well.
And was that done on February 8th of 2020?
The report was issued on February 8th, that work, yes.
It says that the request date was February 5th, 2020. So did you do the actual testing sometime in between those two dates?
Yes.
So Gannon's body had not been discovered yet.
Correct.
So you created a DNA packet for this item?
Not just for this item, but yes, this would be one of the items, those little cuttings of the toothbrush bristles and the swabs, those would go into test tubes and be included in the DNA packet with other samples that I collected.
Now, earlier you testified that you're also a forensic DNA analyst. Is there a reason why you didn't do DNA on this particular item versus creating a packet and sending it on?
Yeah, at this point in time, I was not a qualified DNA analyst at the lab here in Colorado Springs. So my only role was to do serology examinations.
So now you can do both, right?
I'm to a certain point in my DNA analysis training that I am qualified to up to a certain step, but there's always more training to be done.
Did this item and other items go on to Donna Minogue for further DNA testing?
Yes.
And I don't know if we want to just stick that back in
Oh,
the
sure.
box, just that so it doesn't get cluttered up there. Or that works too. Okay. The next item in there is People's Exhibit 184. You could pull that out and tell us what that is.
Yes, DNA standards for Gannon's biological father.
And do you need to open that to see what's in there?
It's partially open. There's, I can take a look at this. Okay, there's just some swabs that are in here.
Are those buccal swabs from Mr. Eugene Stauch, also Al Stauch?
Yes, buccal swabs are swabs that are taken from the inside of the cheeks and the gum area, and those are taken as a reference standard or a known DNA standard that will be later on used for comparison purposes.
I guess while we're doing that, let's pull out 185 as well. What is People's Exhibit 185?
DNA standards for Gannon's biological mother, Landon. Okay. Yes, this also contains 2 sets of swabs.
And so those buccal swabs as well from Gannon's mother?
Yes, these are buccal swabs also collected as reference standards from Gannon's mother.
Now, we're doing this together, but I'm assuming when you conduct the test, you're doing things individually, right? You're not mixing and matching items of evidence?
So we have yes, that's correct. We have a very set process on how we examine items of evidence in the lab. We always, before we even start any examination, we do a thorough cleaning of our workspace using bleach. We know that DNA, because it's so sensitive, our testing procedures are so sensitive, they are prone to contamination. So we have to be very careful, make sure we don't leave our own DNA on any evidence. So that involves wearing protective face coverings and hand coverings and gloves, hair coverings as well. And then we also want to make sure that there's no contaminating DNA on our work surfaces. So those are always bleached down in between every single item of evidence. We always lay out a fresh piece of like white butcher paper. So the evidence actually doesn't even touch any of our work surfaces. Any of our implements are cleaned as well. And then we always look at the order in which we look at items of evidence is also important. We try to look at evidence items that may have potentially low amounts of DNA before we would look at evidence items that have high amounts of DNA, something that would be very bloody, would have an expected high amount of DNA. We wouldn't want that to contaminate our work surfaces at all. So the order in which we examine is important. And then lastly, we always look at reference samples last after looking at all the other evidence items.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what did you do exactly to create a DNA packet for those 2 buccal swabs?
So the buccal swabs, individually, of course, one by one, examining those, my role was just to take a portion of one of the buccal swabs. I essentially it's like a long Q-tip, like a Q-tip head with a long stick. That's what the swab is. And I just take a sterile scalpel and I just portion off one part of the swab. That goes into a sterile tube, which is then labeled with the associated barcode number that we've given it, then that tube is that I've created goes into the DNA packet.
And I'm referencing your February 8th, 2020 report, if you need to refresh your recollection, but do you recall looking at a piece of tan carpet that was rolled up inside of another piece of carpet that was found in the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
And what were you looking at in regards to that carpet?
So I was looking for the possible presence of blood.
Did you see with your eye the presence of possible blood?
I did.
And what did you do upon seeing that?
So once I visually see staining that looks like it may be blood, I then do the chemical color presumptive test, which was positive for the presence of blood on the carpet. And then I do, actually on the back of that rolled up piece of carpet, I then swabbed a portion of that potential blood staining so that portion of that swab can go in the test tube and then into the DNA packet for further analysis.
And do you have People's Exhibit 386 there next in the list?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 386?
Let's see. This is 3 sets of possible blood swabs.
And what are those blood swabs from? Does it indicate on the
It
envelope?
does, yes. These were identified using placards A, B, and C, collected from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
And so, what are these? Are these Q-tips or am I being too general here?
It's very much like a Q-tip. Their swabs come in sterile packaging. So typically there's a sterile wrapper, and within there are 2 swabs that they are, when our crime scene investigators are collecting these, they would open up the sterile packaging, take out these 2 swabs, which look like a Q-tip, but they have long wooden sticks. And then once they're finished swabbing these particular areas, they go back into the individual swab wrappers, and that's how I receive them. This one has 3 sets, meaning there'd be 3 separate collections then contained within this outer envelope.
Are the 3 sets labeled in a particular way?
I'm gonna need to refer to my notes.
Now, page 2 of 4 of your
Oh, thank you.
report.
Is that on my report or my notes?
It's in your report.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my notes. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they actually, inside the outer envelope, inside there was 3 smaller tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of those were labeled with either an A or a B or a C to indicate the placards that they had used during while they were collecting the evidence.
And does it say where these placards were located within the residence?
Let's see.
Was it in the garage?
Yeah, so the outermost barcode label, which they put on here, says from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
So with regards to these placards, if the jury wanted to, they can look at photographs and go to the garage and look for placards A, B, and C, and that would reference the swabs that we're talking about?
Yes, correct.
So what did you find with regards to placards A, B, and C, or at least the swabs from those areas in the garage?
So each of those swabs did show kind of a reddish discoloration, each set, A, B, and C. And I did my chemical presumptive testing for each set of placards A, B, C, and all were presumptive positive for blood.
And did those get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, portions of those swabs were then cut and placed into test tubes, forwarded for DNA analysis.
Okay. I believe the next one, Your Honor, if I may have permission to look for the exhibit.
Might have to narrow it down a little bit more than that. That's okay.
Well, People's 451 is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Let me show you people's, this is admitted evidence 451. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
Okay. Do you need to look at that further?
Okay, I do, yes.
Okay. Obviously 451 is a piece of carpet, right?
Yes, that was a carpet, correct. Carpet 1 is how they designated that one.
So now while I'm up here, what did you find in people's exhibit 451?
That piece of carpet, there was staining observed on both sides of the carpet that was presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
I did, yes. Or not the whole carpet. I did take samples from the carpet.
Now, People's Exhibit 503, in your report, it's labeled as 6839 SW2-01, period 01, another piece of carpet. Do you recall seeing that?
So let's see. Carpet 1 is that item number that you just described. There was a second carpet 2, that was 6839 SW2-04.01. Is it a different exhibit that you're referencing?
Yeah, I think 451 was a different one. So let me show you that again so you can look at the lab number.
Okay. Okay, so that's the -01. That's for carpet 1.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Is the next one carpet 2 then?
The next one should be carpet 2.
So same thing with carpet 2. What did you find on carpet 2, which is People's Exhibit 503?
Yes. Carpet 2 also had visible staining and also reacted positive to the presumptive test for blood.
Did you also look at the foam padding associated with People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in the foam padding of People's Exhibit 503?
Also, foam padding had visible staining and was positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
The next exhibit in the box to your right should be People's Exhibit 512. Can you pull that out?
Yes.
What do you see in People's Exhibit 512?
This one is labeled as the electrical outlet cover with possible blood. And it says collected from southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And what did you find after, did you conduct a presumptive test for blood on that item?
I did. I noted some visible staining on the electric outlet cover. I did the presumptive test for blood, which was positive.
And did you perform a DNA kit for that item?
Well, I did do some swabbing of the stained area that could then go on for DNA analysis. Yes.
And so do you do that, for instance, if it's a physical piece of item that may have blood on it, would you actually swab the blood versus a CSI at the scene swabbing like the garage floor that we already talked about?
Yeah, typically when we train CSIs or law enforcement officers, we always suggest that if they can collect the item and bring it into the lab so the serologist can examine it, that's the best practice. If it's an item that is just not movable, such as a garage floor or just too unwieldy to collect, then they do some sampling as well. But we always prefer on anything that can be packaged and brought into the lab, we always would prefer to examine it ourselves and do all of the documentation and collection in the lab.
Is the swabbing the same process though? Keep referring to it as a Q-tip. Is there something else I should refer it to?
Yeah, swab or Q-tip. It's the same. We always have these. So we use the sterile package swabs that we open up, and then I label the swab wrapper as to what I'm going to be, what the barcode number is associated with it, and I swab it. I let it dry. Once it's dry, I can then take a portion of the swab, put it into a sterile test tube for DNA analysis.
You can put that back, and then the next item should be People's Exhibit 516. That?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 516?
This is labeled as possible blood swabs collected from electrical socket in southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And do you know if that socket is related to People's Exhibit 512, the item we just looked at?
Yes, I believe that they did actually. I'm not sure who actually collected the swab, but that it was swabbed prior to being collected and submitted to the lab.
And what did you do with that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I just noted some coloration on the swab, and then let's see. Tested it with a presumptive test for blood, which was positive. I then took a portion of the swab, cut portion of the swab, put it into the test tube for DNA analysis.
The next time I want to talk to you about is in your report. It's People's Exhibit 504, but in your report you label as carpet 2. Does that refresh your recollection a little bit about the 3 different carpets you looked at?
Okay. Yes. So there was a carpet 1, there was a carpet 2, and then there was an unlabeled carpet rug. So,
right.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
So what did you find with regards to People's Exhibit 504, what you have labeled as carpet 2 in your report?
Again, visible staining was present on the carpet. The chemical presumptive test for blood was positive.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
Yes, samples were taken on carpet 2 from the back side of the carpet. Swabs were taken, cuttings were taken, and even some of the stained fibers were taken, all to be forwarded for DNA analysis.
Did you do the same for the padding that was related to carpet 2, People's Exhibit 504?
Same process, did a visual exam, noted staining, which was presumptive positive for blood, and again, took a small cutting of the stained area that could be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And with regards to carpet 1 and carpet 2, do you know where this carpet came from with regards to 6627 Mandan Drive?
They were labeled as coming from the southeast room, also known as the child's room in the basement.
that been Gannon's room, or did you know?
That's my understanding that they were from Gannon's room.
Was it your understanding that there was a large area of blood in the corner of his room underneath his bed?
Yes.
I now want to turn to your February 28th, 2020 report. And I believe the next item in the box will be People's Exhibit 371. Is that right?
That's 378.
Do you see 371 up there? Oh, I apologize. 371 is defendant's buccal swabs. Do you recall getting defendant's buccal swabs?
Let's see. Were they part of a kit? Let me take a
No,
look.
they're currently admitted into evidence, but they're in a freezer somewhere.
So I did actually get buccal swabs. They were part of an evidence collection kit taken from Letecia Stauch, which had fingernail scrapings and a buccal swab. So I did portion out some of the buccal swab from Letecia Stauch for DNA analysis.
Okay, and that went on to Donna Minogue's analysis?
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's go to the shoes that you have there. People's Exhibit 378. Are those the shoes you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Is that People's Exhibit 378?
Correct, yes.
Now, earlier you testified about swabbing for DNA for the presence of things that are other than blood. Did you do that with this particular item?
Yes, I did. Again, we call that trace DNA swabbing. It's in areas that we don't see staining, but we may be interested in any, say, skin cells that may be left by, in these case, shoes, maybe someone who wore the shoes. We could potentially still get DNA from swabbing, in this case, the inside soles of the shoes.
And so can you demonstrate, I know the shoes are in plastic, but can you kind of demonstrate for the jury where you swab these particular shoes in the hopes of finding DNA for the owner of those shoes?
Sure. So for the owner, I would expect that their DNA would be on the inside soles. So I actually, for each shoe individually, these are separate swabbings. I took the swabs together and I swabbed the insole, like reaching into the shoe, and then also the back heel area. And that was done separately for the right and left shoes.
And did that get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Did you also swab any potential blood on the outside of those shoes?
Yes. On the right shoe, I did swab. It did react. The right shoe did react to the chemical presumptive test for blood on the outsole. It's on the bottom of the shoe. So I actually just swabbed the entire outsole, including all of the recessed areas of the shoe as well.
Now, when you got these shoes, were you able to visibly see blood on them or what appeared to be blood?
So I did note that they had kind of an orangish, reddish coloration. I didn't, sometimes things can look like blood and they don't react, and other times, the blood potentially can take different colorations. Both shoes had that coloration, although the left shoe did not react to the presumptive presence of blood. So unclear if the coloration is due to potential blood staining, but the right shoe did react to the presumptive test for blood.
And what happens to blood if you put shoes in a washing machine and run the washer?
So what happens to blood? So blood obviously is going to, for the most part, be washed off, but within blood, there are cells, and cells can sometimes survive washing. We do know through actual studies that have been published that some DNA can survive washing. Of course, some would be lost to the wash process, but depending on various factors such as what type of substrate or surface the DNA was deposited on, what type of wash cycle, what type of detergents, or even if bleaches were used, those are all going to impact whether or not we would get recoverable amounts of DNA from something that has gone through the wash.
When you received these shoes, did you notice anything that was consistent with them being run through a washing machine?
I actually did note for these shoes that they had a strong, what I call clean odor.
And yet you still saw some discoloration that appeared to be blood to you on these shoes?
I did note discoloration on the soles of the shoe, the outsoles, and that's where I focused my attention as far as presumptive testing for blood, and was able to find positive results on the outsole of the right shoe.
Did you also receive a swab with regards to this case, which is People's Exhibit 246? Should be in that box there. If it's not in that box, I can just ask you about it.
Actually found it.
Okay. What is People's Exhibit 246?
This is labeled as package of 2 swabs for woman's black and white Nike shoe. And then there's some indications on the bottom, handwritten, swabs from Nike shoes, laundry room, right shoe.
And so are those consistent with People's Exhibit 378, the Nike shoes that you just talked about?
Yeah, they actually were swabbed prior to being submitted into the lab. The outsole was swabbed.
And did you submit that on to DNA analysis?
I did this. I believe I actually tested it for the presumptive presence of blood. I did, and that was positive. So yes, and then a portion was submitted on for DNA analysis.
You need help getting rid of some of those
No,
exhibits? or
I
you-
got it.
Next want to go to People's Exhibit. Well, before we leave 378, did you talk about all the areas you swabbed, both outside and inside of the shoe?
Let me just refer to my report. Okay, so the right shoe, I did swab the entire outsole of the right shoe that had reacted positive for the presumptive presence of blood, even in all of those little recessed areas as well. I did swab the right shoe lace as well. And then I took the trace swabs that we talked about for wearer DNA on the inside sole and the inside back heel area. The left shoe, I did not get any presumptive positives. They were all negatives. So I only did those trace swabs on the insole of the left shoe.
And were those individually packaged for DNA analysis? So when Donna Minogue did her DNA analysis, she knew exactly what she was doing based on your label.
Yes, I always label the swab wrappers with what I'm collecting. And then also the test tubes get the same itemization as well.
And does that apply to everything where you create a DNA packet? Do you label it so Donna Minogue, who does the DNA analysis, can then say, this is the item that Sherry Holes looked at?
Yes, that's our standard practice within the lab.
And next, I want to turn to People's Exhibit 459. Do you have that there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 459?
This is labeled as swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions in garage and laundry room of 6627 Mandan Drive.
So what is the Blue Star? I know the jury has heard a lot about Blue Star, but what does Blue Star mean to you? And how do you treat that differently? For instance, a swab that says blood on the garage floor is A, B, and C said.
Sure. So Blue Star is another chemical presumptive test. It works in very much the same way as the chemical test I'm using in the lab. I use a different one, but it has the same process. Blue Star is used by our CSIs out at crime scenes, and it's typically used in areas in which they suspect there might be blood or they're looking to see if there's blood, but it's really not visible to them. And they can spray this reagent onto an area. It will react. It's very, very sensitive. It will react even if an area has been cleaned potentially. So it's chemiluminescent. Usually that's something that they do in a darkened room, and it's much like luminol. It glows and they can take photographs of areas that are reacting. When they find a Blue Star positive area, then they swab it for us and they submit it into the lab. But because it's already gone through a chemical presumptive test, I don't need to now repeat another chemical presumptive test. It's already reacted positive to the Blue Star. It's the same process that my test would do. So when I get something labeled as Blue Star positive, my role is typically just to, like in this case, these are swabs, just go ahead and collect a portion of the swab into a test tube and forward it on for DNA analysis.
And is that what you did with 459?
Yes.
And did you do that with everything that was labeled Blue Star, at least swabbing of the Blue Star?
When things were swabbed, yes, there were a few items, larger items that said Blue Star positive that I did still, like carpeting, I did still do a visual exam, but swabs, I just took a portion. I didn't do further chemical presumptive testing.
So with regards to People's Exhibit 518, which should be the next exhibit, did you do the same things with that particular item?
Yes, this is labeled swabs of Blue Star positive reactions from the staircase between the main level and basement of 6627 Mandan Drive. Again, my role was just to take a sample using a scalpel, take off a small portion of the swabs, put them into the test tubes.
Is that 518 you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me, if I can approach her.
You may.
Sure.
Let's now jump to your March 17th, 2020 report. And I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 423.
Yes.
I can just hold it for you if you like.
Okay.
Do
Yes.
you recognize that?
I do recognize the label on it. I did not package it in this packaging, but yes, I recognize this is a plastic tub and lid with possible blood.
Did you examine this item?
I did.
Do you need to open it to look at it?
No, I don't.
Do you need me to open it?
No.
All right. What did you do with People's Exhibit 423?
This item was examined for the possible presence of blood, so I did do some visual examinations. That's how we always start all of our serology, and I did note that there was some red-brown staining on one short end of this plastic tub, on the tub and on the lid. I then did my chemical presumptive tests for blood, which were positive. I then took a number of different collections, swabs of these different blood stains or potential suspected blood stains, and those were then forwarded for the DNA analysis.
Can you just generally describe where you swabbed this item and how you labeled it for DNA analysis?
Sure. I collected, one collection was swabs of a suspected bloodstain on the outside lip of the lid, short end of the tub with the label, meaning there was actually a sticker label on the tub. So I was differentiating that side from the other side, which did not have a sticker label. Second collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside corner of lid, short end of tub with label. The third collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside lip edge and side of container, short end of tub with label. And the fourth collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on the inside corner of the lid, short end of the tub with label.
And again, Donna Minogue would be able to know exactly what she's testing based on your labels.
Correct, yes.
You can go to your May 27th, 2020 report now. And I'll have you look at People's Exhibit 278, which should be in that box next to you there. Do you have that?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 278?
This is labeled as one package of 2 swabs from the bed located on east wall of Gannon's room.
Did you test that item for blood?
I did, yes.
And what was your results?
Presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct analysis on other swabs within that People's Exhibit 278?
This is one package of swabs. There was a separate item submitted called additional package of swabs from bed. I don't believe it's contained within this exhibit, but there was a separate item, which we have a separate barcode for, also from the bed, also positive for blood, or presumptive positive for blood.
And did that also go on to DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
How about People's Exhibit 191? What is that, by the way?
This is labeled as a Brillo scrub brush.
And what did you do with that Brillo scrub brush?
I examined it visually for the possible presence of blood. I did note some staining on the brush, and I was then able to do get the positive presumptive test for blood, and then do some collections of the staining that could go for DNA analysis.
And assuming you forwarded that on to DNA analysis?
I did, yes.
Where did you see, where did it test positive for blood on that particular item? Do you have that in your notes?
I do. This particular item tested positive on this kind of, oh, you actually can see it. It's kind of a flat type scrub brush with a handle. It tested positive on the flat surface on that back side of the brush.
And did you see any indication that this item may have been washed?
May have been washed. Let me check my notes.
You can actually look at the exhibit. Can you see where that exhibit was recovered from?
It actually does not note. Let me see the notes on this one actually is just called Brillo scrub brush. That's all that it's denoted.
That's fine. How about People's Exhibit 192? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
What is People's Exhibit 192?
This one is called a blue and white scrub brush. Okay.
Go ahead and tell us what you did with that.
So also visually examined and did note staining on this scrub brush, which was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. I then was able to collect stains from 3 separate collections. I collected from the base of the scrub brush head, between and on the bristles. Suspected blood stains were also collected from the back of the scrub brush head, and suspected blood stain was collected on the actual scrub brush bristles themselves.
And did that get forwarded on to DNA for DNA analysis?
It did, yes.
How about People's Exhibit 193?
People's Exhibit 193 is labeled as scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
What did you do with that particular exhibit?
Same process. I did a visual exam, did note some suspected blood staining, and which reacted to the chemical presumptive test for blood. I then collected possible blood stains on the back of the flat scrub brush.
Went on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Next item is People's Exhibit 417. Do you have that up there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 417?
This is described as 3 sets of possible blood swabs, tested presumptive positive blue star, collected from basement living room carpet, pillow on north couch, and area rug.
And did you forward those 3 swabs on for DNA analysis?
Yes, these were 3 separate swabs from some blue star areas. These also were sampled, placed in the test tubes, forwarded on for DNA analysis.
People's Exhibit 519.
Okay, this item is labeled swabs of blue star presumptive positive reactions from basement. Let's see, base of stairs and southeast child's room.
And how many swabs total are in that particular exhibit?
Let's see. This particular exhibit has, let's see, 6 different collections in it.
And I'm assuming those are packaged in 6 different tubes?
So of these, let's see, are they packaged in separate tubes when I do my packaging or how I receive them?
When you receive them?
So when I receive them, they typically are in, let me just check my notes. They actually were in 6 separate tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of the envelopes then had a description of where it had been collected from.
And since these are Blue Star swabs, did you just prepare these for DNA analysis?
Yeah, my preparation is just to sample or cut a portion of a swab to forward it on to DNA analysis.
We go to your June 17th report now and have you look at People's Exhibit 361.
Okay.
Well, I've got that here. If I can approach you.
You may go ahead.
I'm going to pull out a suitcase that's been entered in evidence and speaking with it. 361. You recognize this item?
I do.
You need to put some gloves on, which I
Oh,
probably should put some.
I have
on.
gloves. Yeah,
Because I'd like to have you demonstrate where you swap this particular item, okay?
sure.
Eric, can the witness come out here and I'll hold this while she does that? So, did you swab this item for blood?
I did on the inside of this.
Go open this suitcase and show the jury where you swabbed it?
I noted staining in this area, this reddish brown staining, which did react to the presumptive test for blood, and this was the area that was swabbed.
You'll see staining there?
I can.
Is that your circle that's on this suitcase?
Yeah, I circled the stain area. That's just for when I take photographs. I've also noted LMG positive. LMG is just shorthand for leukomalachite green. That's, I'm sorry, leuko, L-E-U-C. Okay, that's too fast. It's the chemical presumptive test that I'm using in the lab. This LMG positive means it has reacted, and then I take photographs of this stain from various angles and with a scale. And I always like to have that notation in my photograph.
Are there other areas within this suitcase that you noted in swab?
There are other areas that I noted. I had seen other potential stains, like for example, there's one by lining. Actually, there's 2 that I have noted staining, but I've circled and said LMG negative, meaning I did do the chemical presumptive test, but it did not react. So I don't swab stains that don't react to the presumptive test.
I'll leave that just after. Did you forward these swabs from the suitcase on for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at a blanket, People's Exhibit 365?
I did, yes.
Can you show you People's Exhibit 365? I think you can just use this in the plastic if you don't mind.
Yeah, press. Okay.
I want to hold it if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Can you see the areas where you swab this blue blanket? On the other side?
One's on the dark blue side, it's on the light side and the dark side. Okay. Yes. Yeah, that I can see it on this.
All right, I'll hold it while you point things out for the jury.
So I examined the entire blanket and I did note in this area right here. And there's kind of some reddish brown staining, which I circled, multiple different stains that did react to that presumptive test for blood. So I actually took, you can kind of see these tiny little squares. That's where I took cuttings from this. Because it's together, I was able to combine those into one test tube. And so that's the only area sampled on the blanket for DNA.
Did that test positive for blood?
It did.
Do you know whether or not this blanket was inside the suitcase when it was recovered?
Yes, I did put that in my report. Blue blanket recovered from within suitcase.
And those swabs, again, were forwarded on for DNA analysis.
Yeah, those were cuttings put into a test tube that was forwarded for DNA analysis.
Now, we don't have an exhibit that's titled Gannon's fingernails, but did you have an opportunity to examine the fingernails from autopsy from Gannon Stauch?
I did, yes.
What did you do with those particular fingernails?
Just going to refer to my report and notes. Okay. So of the right hand, I received 2 entire fingernails. From the left hand, I also received 2 entire fingernails. Separately, I examined them and I did swab the undersides of the distal ends, meaning the ends furthest from, like, I guess, the knuckle. I did swab separately the right undersides and the left undersides of those fingernails. And for each case, for both the right hand and left hand, the swabs from underneath the fingernails were positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And did you forward those on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why did I forward, or why did I
And
swab?
why were the fingernails that we knew came from Gannon forwarded on for DNA analysis? Do you know?
To look for the presence of possible foreign DNA, which may be on the fingernails.
I want to jump to your report dated March 17th. And do you have People's Exhibit 194 up there?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 194?
This is an empty plastic Heinz vinegar bottle.
And did you receive that bottle into your lab for analysis?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to that bottle?
Again, I was looking at this bottle for the possible presence of blood. I did note some faint light staining around the handle area of the bottle, which did test presumptive positive for blood. And that area was swabbed and then forwarded for DNA analysis.
Do you have People's Exhibit 435 up there? What is People's Exhibit 435?
This is People's Exhibit 679.
Okay, that's the next one.
I don't have any more exhibits in here.
Well, let me just do it this way. Do you recall examining an Amazon box that had potential blood on it?
I do.
And was this Amazon box recovered from the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What did you see when you got the box in your lab?
On one side of the box, there was some potential blood staining that visually looked like it could be blood. And I did do the chemical presumptive tests, which were positive for those stains on one side of the box, on the exterior side.
And did you forward those swabbings of those stains onto DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did swab the stains, and those did go on for DNA analysis.
And are they labeled in such a way that Donna Minogue would know where they came from once she got them?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to People's Exhibit 679, which I think you said you had up there.
Okay.
What is that and what did you do with it?
This is labeled as a white bed sheet with blue sharp print and hair and fabric received from laundry basket in closet of southeast basement bedroom. This particular sheet, I did look, do my visual exam. I did note one stain that did react to the presumptive tests for blood, and I took a cutting of that suspected blood stain on the bed sheet.
Your Honor, for the record, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 339, which is that chart that I had up by the jury earlier.
Defense, do you agree?
This is
Okay. Exhibit 339 is admitted.
request to publish.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Holmes, I'm going to show you Exhibit 339 first of all here. Did you help me prepare this particular exhibit?
I did.
And did Ms. Minogue also contribute to preparing this exhibit?
Yes, she did.
Can you just let the jury know what this exhibit is?
Yes, this is just a summary table of the different people's exhibit numbers with a description of the item, and we've gone through all of those today. And then for my purposes, it does have a column that lists what the serology results were as far as whether it was presumptive positive.
For instance, where it says blue star in your column, would that be something you didn't test for blood because the blue star already eliminated there?
Correct.
And so did you contribute to the item and the serology aspect of this particular exhibit?
In preparing, yes, I confirmed with all of my reports that that is accurate. Correct.
And we'll be using this exhibit again with this.
Right.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Holes? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We call Donna Minogue.
Ms. Minogue, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
All right.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Donna Minogue, and my last name is spelled Manogue. I'm currently a DNA analyst and serologist with the Colorado Springs Police Department Metro Crime Lab.
How long you been a DNA analyst? Analyst. Is that how you say that?
Analysis, yes. Analyst, actually.
Analyst.
Got that all wrong.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
I've been a DNA analyst since about 1999. Prior to working here at the CSPD Crime Lab, I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Lab doing the same type of job.
And how long have you been in that particular field prior to that?
I've been in the field of forensics for a little over 35 years, but in terms of serology and DNA, I would say since 1986.
What kind of training and experience do you have in that field of forensic DNA analysis?
The training experience that I have, again, is about 24 years, about close to 30 years in serology and DNA analysis, both with the Metro Crime Lab here and with the Albuquerque Police Department. Prior to this, I have experience training. I have on-the-job training by a qualified analyst in both locations because each location requires you to train in their particular procedures. It took about 2 years to train at Albuquerque Police Department because that's where I started. And it was probably about 4 to 6 months to train and come up to speed on their procedures here.
And do you have continuous training going on now every year?
I do. We are required by our accreditation board and our quality assurance standards to have at least 8 hours of training in developments in DNA, and I generally accrue about 40 to 60 hours a year.
And tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences I earned in 1981, and then I have a master's degree in the same field I earned in 1983. I also have continuing education beyond that, academic education in terms of extra additional classwork that I took to help bolster my job qualifications in my prior years of employment and in my employment here.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I'm going to say approximately 30 times here in El Paso County. I've testified probably over 100 in Bernalillo County. That's in New Mexico, the county I worked in. And I've testified once, actually just once in federal court in California.
At this time, we ask that the court allow Ms. Minogue to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis and render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
The jury's heard a little bit about forensic DNA analysis, and it was from an expert from Florida.
Okay.
So can we give them the Colorado version of what forensic DNA analysis is?
Should be pretty similar. When you do forensic DNA analysis, you're looking for a transfer of body fluids from either an item to a scene to an item, person to person. So we're looking for a transfer of DNA that is contained in the cells in the body.
You say cells from our body. What kind of fluids do we get our DNA from?
You can obtain DNA profiles from almost any body fluid. Saliva and blood and semen are the most common, but you can also obtain DNA profiles from things like sweat and urine.
Blood?
Yes, did I not say blood?
I don't know.
Blood, semen, and saliva. I thought that was my first.
It's been a long day for me. I apologize. Yeah, well, my fault. No question about that. I want to talk about this case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch involved in this investigation.
I was, yes, in terms of doing the DNA laboratory work.
I want to talk about known profiles first. What's a known profile?
A known profile is when you obtain a sample. It can be either a blood sample or it can be a saliva sample from an individual. So you're collecting it directly from them. So you know what their DNA profile is when you analyze it and obtain the profile.
Can you just let the jury know what a DNA profile is?
A DNA profile is a graphic representation of your genetic information at the locations that we examine in our laboratory.
And so how do we obtain these known profiles in a forensic setting in a criminal case, in a criminal investigation?
They're obtained, essentially an investigator will provide known samples and they will be submitted to evidence. And then if it's on a request that I receive, I will analyze that.
Have you received things such as buccal swabs?
Yes, I have.
And is that a common way to develop a known profile for an individual who's alive, for instance?
That is a very common type of sample, yes.
And did you receive buccal swabs in this case?
I did, yes.
We're going to talk about those later on, but I really want to talk about, at least start out talking about how you were able to develop a profile for Gannon Stauch, especially before his body was discovered. Could you tell the jury about that?
Yes, because we had no body to source a profile from. I was provided with items that were common, thought to have been used by him. And one of the items that we obtained a profile from was from his toothbrush. And that was a male profile was developed from that.
And did you do anything to corroborate whether or not that profile actually belonged to Gannon Stauch?
Yes, we did. We did obtained standards from the biological mother and the biological father. And then we did a parentage statistic between the two parents and the profile we found from the toothbrush to determine if it was likely that those were the parents or this was the biological child of those two individuals.
And were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
The determination was that that the profile from the toothbrush could not be excluded as having originated from the biological mother's standard and the biological father's standard that I found. And the probability of finding another individual with that profile, if you will, is the probability of including him as a biological offspring of those two is 99.99999 after the %
What does that mean?
It's a high likelihood that these are the biological parents of the profile from the toothbrush.
Once Gannon Stauch's body was discovered, March 17, 2020, were you able to corroborate that finding through other materials?
I was through bone samples.
What bone samples did you get and what did you do?
I was provided with bone samples that were transferred or transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and they prepared some bone sample and bone marrow sample for me because I don't have the means to break down a bone. So they provided me samples, and I took a portion of those samples, and the profile from the bone sample matched the profile from the toothbrush.
And was that bone sample from a femur bone that was created, or at least a DNA sample was created for you to examine from a Dr. Leon Kelly?
Correct.
He's a pathologist here in Forest Springs?
Yes.
Did you also get information with regards to what a DNA forensic analyst was doing out in Florida with regards to a rib bone belonging to Gannon Stauch?
My understanding is that they were attempting to obtain a profile, and they were putting it into like a database to determine, or as under the category of unidentified human remains. I don't know what the outcome of that entire thing was.
Did they reach out to you to confirm whether or not they had a match with regards to this rib bone that they did DNA analysis on in Florida?
We did, yes.
And was there a match with regards to what profile they obtained in Florida?
Yes, with the toothbrush sample.
Okay. And so the last item I want to talk to you about was Gannon Stauch's fingernails. Were you able to do DNA analysis on his fingernails as well?
I did perform DNA on the fingernails in an attempt to get a DNA type that would verify that a known DNA sample from him. I was not able to obtain full profiles on those samples.
Were you able to obtain enough to know whether or not there was a connection between his fingernails and the toothbrush, for instance?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about that. What did you find?
Well, I found a low-level DNA profile, but there was enough information to calculate a statistic on to match them to each other.
Based on everything you just talked about, is the profile that you obtained from the toothbrush in the beginning the DNA profile for Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the profile you used in your analysis of particular unknown items, particularly from 6627, Mandan Drive, and other areas with regards to the profile from Gannon Stauch?
That is the profile that I used until I obtained the bone sample profile, which was more, the toothbrush sample is what we consider a secondary standard, not knowing who the individual is, and the bone sample just verified that. But yes, I did use the toothbrush sample for comparison.
Okay. Did you also obtain some buccal swabs from the defendant, Letecia Stauch here, and obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also use that in your analysis when you're comparing knowns to unknowns?
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 339 on the TV screen, just so everyone can see it as we're talking about it.
Prosecution over here.
We're going to put People's Exhibit 339 up, which is a chart that's already in evidence. You may recognize it from the TV screen. Did you help contribute to making this chart?
Yes, I did.
And is this a good summary of the items that you tested with the results that you have on those particular items?
It is, yes.
I know we're giving away the answer early on this exhibit, but I think it's helpful for the jury to kind of follow us as we talk about particular things. The first item up there is Exhibit 386, which are swabs from the garage, placards A, B, and C. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you get those items, what did you do and how did you do your DNA analysis on those particular items?
Well, the swabs were already prepared for me during the serology examination. So what I end up with for the DNA examination is essentially an envelope of tubes with a corresponding number to them, and then I match them back up when I write the report. So I just simply did DNA analysis on these swabs.
What did you find with regards to the swab from placard A?
The swab from placard A, the major profile matched Gannon Stauch with a estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And when you say major profile, why do you describe it as a major profile?
Because in that particular sample, I had a mixture of more than one individual, and I was able to parse out a major contributor to that according to our standardized operating procedures. I was able to pull out a major profile, and that major profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And do you have any standards on how you determine whether or not a mixture you can determine a major profile? How many contributors need to be in there for you to do that analysis?
In order to pull out a major profile, I have to follow our standard operating procedure, which is written up. It's called a mixture interpretation policy. And essentially, the major contributor has to be 2.5 to 3 times higher than the other contributors in that mixture. So by following my standard operating procedure, I was able to pull out a major profile.
How many contributors were in this mixture with regards to that?
I would have to check my report for that.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Top of page.
From
yeah.
swab A, I had a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. That major profile, the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And we know this is at least presumptively blood. Is blood a very enriched item that has DNA in it?
It's a very rich source of DNA, yes.
Is it common, for instance, when you're swabbing a garage floor, or for the instance, this podium, you might find several different profiles on there?
You could, yes.
Is the fact that it may be blood, would that contribute to Gannon being the major profile in this 2-person mixture?
I can't say that the DNA, I can only tell you that because it was presumptively positive for blood, we know there's a good indication that there's blood in here, but I can only tell you that the major profile is attributable to Gannon Stauch.
Okay. What about placard B?
Placard B, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male, and the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch at, again, estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when the jury has this chart back in deliberations, People's Exhibit 339, where it says major profile matches Gannon, is that always going to be a mixture?
Not necessarily. A major, yes. When you hear the term major, that means that the DNA profile was a mixture, but that a major was able to be parsed out of that.
Whereas we get the placard C where it says matches Gannon. Tell us about placard C.
Placard C was a single source male profile, and that profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when there's a single source profile, with People's Exhibit 339 indicate that item matches Gannon?
Correct.
Just so we're clear. So mixtures, you'll see the word major profile.
Yes.
Source, you'll just see match.
Correct.
Okay. You've thrown out the probability. You said 1 in 3.4 octillion. Is that what you said?
Correct.
What does that mean? What does that mean to this jury?
An octillion is a 3. For instance, we just rounded off to 3 octillion. That's a 3 followed by 27 zeros.
And why do we do that?
It's to give you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile, how often each of the alleles occur in the general population.
And so is it also to confirm that that is in fact Gannon's blood in placard C on the garage?
We don't provide source attribution. We don't say this profile originates from. We provide you with the fact that it's a match and the statistic that gives you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile.
Lawyers ask you that, don't
Yes.
you? I won't ask you that. Okay. Let's go to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled Carpet 1 from Gannon's room. What did you do with that and what did you find?
Again, this was in a tube already prepared for me, and it was extracted or examined. It was analyzed for the DNA profile. And that's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503. So it would be in your report.
Cutting from the top of the carpet?
Yep, right.
Yes, that cutting from the top of the carpet was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And did you also do a DNA analysis on the padding, or at least a cutting from the padding with regards to that same carpet?
The cutting from the padding was the same result, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
We can go now to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled there on 339 as face of outlet cover for Gannon's room. Did you recall getting a cutting or a DNA kit with regards to that item?
This was a swab, and that's 512.
People's Exhibit 512, yes.
Yes, I thought you said 503. These were swabs of a stain from the face of the outlet cover and the inside edge of the plug window. And I analyzed one of the samples that was prepared in a tube for me. And that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which is male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So this is another 2-person mixture. How do you know at least one is male? What do you do to determine?
There are 3 areas on the DNA, on our DNA graphic printout, that tells us if there's a male present. One is actually a location on the Y chromosome. The other is the sex chromosomes, the X and Y. If I see a Y, I know there's a male. And there's also another area on the Y chromosome that's present if a male is present.
And the next item on 339 is People's Exhibit 516, which is a swab of the electrical socket in Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And then People's Exhibit 504 is carpet 2 from Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Is that as high as you can go as far as the frequency?
No.
You go higher now.
Yes.
How high can you go?
It depends on what the alleles are because it's based on the frequency of occurrence of a particular allele.
That makes so much sense to me.
It's based on the DNA profile. If people have rare DNA profiles, because sometimes we do, like they'll have a rare reading at a location, so the frequency of occurrence of that is less, which makes the statistic higher.
Okay. The padding, I'm assuming, is the same for carpet 2?
Yes, the padding is the same, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with a frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item is People's Exhibit 332, if I may approach on it.
May, go ahead.
With regards to People's Exhibit 332, did you actually do the serology on this item as well?
I did the serology on this, yes.
I'm going to hand it to you in just a second. Show you the bag first.
Okay. I recognize it because I recognize the barcode label that's on there and my initials and date when I resealed it is on there as well.
And now I'll show you the board.
Yes.
Does it show here where you did your serological examination?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Serological.
I'm doing the best I can.
That's your fine.
All right, permission to publish to the jury?
May, go ahead.
And if you wouldn't mind stepping out and just showing the jury where you took your swabs or what you did with regards to this board.
The first thing I did is I noted possible blood staining. We call it red brown staining until we identify it as presumptively positive for blood. So I've got an area marked here that is dark red brown staining. I've also got a lot of little dots located that I did not test these dots because they're too small and I was afraid I was going to consume them. Thought is if we're going to process them for DNA, we need to take them straight to DNA without any processing. So this one here was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. And then at a later time, I swabbed these 2 areas because they fluoresced with using an alternate light source. So I took a swab from here, a swab from here, a swab from here, and then I swabbed the edges of the board, wondering if anybody had handled the board. So I took 4 samples total.
While we're up here, with regards to 339, we see 332 on the board. You said it's presumptive positive for blood. What swab are we talking about that actually matches Gannon?
That is this large stain here.
Did you find anything with regards to your other swabs?
I did. I have a feeling I have to go review my report.
That's fine. We can put this down ahead and do that.
From the swabs from the edges of the board that I was looking for if somebody had handled it, it was a mixture of, it's a partial profile, which means I don't have all the information on the DNA profile. And it's a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. And the profile was not suitable for comparison because it was too low level.
And why is it that you did the serology on this particular board and the DNA analysis?
It was the weekend and I was the only one available.
Was there some urgency with this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And you did it quickly and to get it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
The next item we see on 339 is People's Exhibit 378, Nike shoes from washer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually get the shoes, but did you get swabs that were related to that shoe?
I did. I got swabs that Sherry Holes, the serologist, collected. She did the presumptive testing and collected, and I did the DNA analysis.
Let's talk about the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the outsole of the right Nike shoe matched, it was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
What happens to DNA when you place items in a washing machine and wash them?
It depends on the nature of the stain. It depends on a lot of things. It also depends on how heavy the deposit is. It can't, some of the DNA can be washed off. Sometimes all the DNA can be washed off.
It just depends on what happens, right? And with these particular shoes, did you see anything that may have diluted the DNA profile, or can you even?
I didn't see the shoes, so I don't know.
Did you give a statistical analysis with regards to the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe?
Yes, that was an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Let's go to swabs of the bottom sole of right Nike shoe. What did you see there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item says swabs of inside sole of Nike shoe. What did you find with regards to that particular swab?
That was a mixture again, and I was able to parse out a major profile, and the major profile matched Letecia Stauch with an estimated, or at least it matched at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 28 billion.
And do you understand why Sherry Holes would swab the inside of the sole of the Nike shoes?
Yes.
What was that for?
For potential wearer.
And do you know how many contributors there were to this particular mixture?
I can check. From the interior, is this the left shoe? Yeah, the left shoe. It was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male.
We can scroll down now, please, on 339. One more, please, up. So now we're on the swabs of the inside sole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the inside sole of the right Nike shoe is a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Letecia Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 730 septillion.
Do you know what kind of body fluids or what kind of cells we're looking at with regards to these 2 swabs of the inside of the Nike shoe?
You're looking mostly for skin cells that have kind of rubbed off or fallen off over the course of time.
Would sweat be a good contributor to that?
Well, sweat can contain skin cells in it, but sweat is actually a liquid. And if there are cells in the liquid, then you're obtaining a DNA profile from the actual cells, not from the liquid.
Okay. The next item we see on People's Exhibit 339 is People's Exhibit 459, which is swabs from base of box and garage south of boards. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a partial single source profile that matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 87 quadrillion.
And what does partial single source profile mean?
Partial means that I'm only seeing evidence of one person in this particular DNA sample, but I'm not able to, the technology is not able to detect some of the locations because it's just a low level of DNA. I don't have enough DNA.
And so for the jury's, in my benefit question, you've got the profile from the toothbrush, Gannon's profile.
Yes.
You've got a profile from the swabs of this box in the garage.
Yes.
One profile has all the, are they called alleles?
Loci. Alleles, so loci would be better. It's like the locations on the DNA.
The unknown may not have all the same locations, but enough for you to call it a match.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
We can now go to 518, which is swabs base of stairs and garage under cord. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you test that for DNA analysis?
I did, and I obtained a profile that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.8 quintillion.
We're just going to go down the list. People's Exhibit 190 or 278. Do you see that?
Yes.
Swabs from Gannon's bed, which was presumptively positive for blood. What did you find there?
The swab from Gannon's bed was a partial profile, a single source male that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 450 sextillion.
Exhibit 192, a blue and white scrub brush head bristles.
The blue and white scrub brush was a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with a statistic or an estimated frequency of 1 in 120 septillion.
People's Exhibit 193, quickie scrub brush backside.
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 2.3 trillion.
Then we have 191, a red and white Brillo scrub brush top flat surface. What did you find with regards to that?
That I obtained only a partial DNA profile that was not suitable for comparison, but there was one male It's a profile of at least one male.
Was that a mixture or was it a single source?
My conclusion was at least one male, so we're thinking it could possibly be two, but thinking it's one.
And could that be impacted with regards to that particular item that had been washed in a dishwasher? Would that impact the DNA that may be on it?
Yes.
Is that obvious why that might happen?
Well, a dishwasher obviously washes dishes like a washing machine, but contained in the soap and that whatever additives you put in the dishwasher, there's bleach in that soap, and that can break down the DNA.
The next item we see on 393 is People's Exhibit 361, peak suitcase from South Carolina, mesh lining inside. What did you find there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
How about 365, the blanket from the suitcase that was found inside?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we have on there, it says teal couch pillow from basement. And just so we're clear, if we skip one item down where it says Blue Star swabs from pillow on fourth couch in basement, do you know if that's the same item?
I believe it's the same item. One was collected at the scene by the crime scene investigator, and the other was collected by Sherry Hulse.
What did you find with regards to, let's just cover all three items, 417 at once, which are swabs from the Blue Star. What did you find with regards to those swabs?
One of them was from a basement area rug, and I found a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. The minor was attributable to an unknown individual, and I gave it a number 1.
Why did you give it a number 1?
Because when you find an unknown profile that you don't have a standard to compare it to, you just start counting. So this was the first one.
And is that common to see unknown profiles when you're talking about mixtures?
Yes.
If you don't have a known profile, you have nothing to compare.
Yes.
Since in this particular case, did you ever get a known profile from Lena Stauch, the 8-year-old girl that lived there?
No, I did not.
Common for people who live in the house to leave their DNA.
Yes.
So let's go down to the next item, which is Blue Star swabs from pillow on the couch in basement. What did you find?
I believe this was one collected by the CSI because of the Blue Star identifying information. That was that DNA profile was a mixture of 3 contributors, 3 male contributors actually. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 100 septillion, and the minor was not suitable for comparison.
And the cutout carpet with burn marks?
That DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we see there is People's Exhibit 423, and we have 4 items there. Plastic tub from storage room, outside lip swab. And I don't want to read them all, but what did you find with regards to this plastic tub, People's Exhibit 523, swabbing that was submitted to you for DNA?
There were 4 separate swabs. First was the swabs of the stain on the outside lip of the lid, the short end of the tub with a label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. I have a second one, swabs of the stain on the outside corner of the lid from the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. Then I have a swab of a stain on the outside lip edge and into the side of the container on the short end of the tub in the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. And then lastly, I have a stain on the inside corner of the lid on the short end of the tub with a label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
People's Exhibit 519 looks like it's 2 more Blue Star swabs that we see on People's Exhibit 339.
Yes.
One is Blue Star swabs from storage room 4. What did you find with that one?
That was a DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And now with regards to the Blue Star items that we see on 339, do you know what substance that is that you're testing for DNA?
It's just an area that reacted to the Blue Star reagent that they use out on the field. Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood.
But you're just testing whatever they swab, right?
Correct.
You're basing the Blue Star on what they label that swab activity?
Correct. It was described as Blue Star positive, so we maintain that throughout the report.
The Blue Star swabs from bases, stairs, and basement? What did you find?
That was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matches Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 170 septillion.
We can go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom. We should get the rest of them in. And then we have People's Exhibit 194, swab from exterior and opposite of handle, inner to bottom. What did you find?
That was a mixture of two contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 52 septillion, and the minor was attributable to unknown individual number one.
Same comment as we talked about before.
Correct.
You didn't have a known profile to match you.
Right.
People's Exhibit 435, swabs from exterior of Amazon box from storage room, 3 stains. What did you find?
For all 3 stains, they were all single source male profiles that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So you did a test on all 3 of these different DNA samples?
Correct. And the DNA profile and the statistic is the same for all 3.
Now, you tested a lot more items than what we just displayed in People's Exhibit 339. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these the items that you were able to identify Gannon Stauch to or the defendant to with regards to your DNA testing?
Yes.
Are there other items that you were not able to obtain a profile to or were not able to come to a conclusion with that were not presented to this jury?
Yes, there were.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Councilor Perch for a moment. Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Could you leave that up just for whoever the controller is over there? Hi, how
Hi.
are you? My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch in this case. I've just got some follow-up questions for you, ma'am. Not a lot. If you could look at 194 on the chart, and for the DNA part, it says major profile matches Gannon. Do you see that? Or,
Yes,
or you can turn around.
Yes.
So Mr. Young discussed this with you. So there's more than one DNA sample floating around in this sample.
There's evidence of 2 individuals in this mixture.
Okay. You fully developed the other sample or the other DNA contributor or the other profile, I guess the minor profile?
When a sample is in a test tube and I develop a profile and I obtain the graph, this is what I get. There's no more developing portions of a profile. I develop a profile, and this one happened to be a mixture, and I have an unknown individual identified as the minor contributor.
Okay. So you can't, you're not looking at this number 194 and going, well, the major profile matches Gannon and the minor one is Letecia Stauch or father or mother or anything like that.
They are compared to all of the standards that I have in the case, and I was not able to say that it matched any of the standards that I had in the case, which is why the minor was identified as unknown individual number 1.
Okay. So the matches on this whole chart we just went over, the couple matches with Letecia Stauch involve the Nike running shoe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, some of these tests where the samples were collected very on in the investigation, the winter, spring of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of them, like the last one up here, Exhibit 435, the Amazon box, there was no request made for the DNA testing on that until maybe 2 years after this homicide, correct?
I don't know when the request, I do actually have the request here. I can tell you when the request was put in on March 28th, 2022.
Okay. I have a request date for January 27th, 2022, with a report date of March 17th of 2022.
Oh, my error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct. It's January 27th, 2022. I was reading the due date.
Okay. So there's a 2-year difference in between the early samples that were taken to the final ones that were taken and ultimately DNA tested, correct?
I don't know when the boxes were submitted originally to evidence.
Okay.
Or the items on this particular report. They may have been in evidence the whole time, and we were just asked to go back and examine these as well. I can't answer that.
Okay. I think that is probably it. Just a second. As one of your, who were the standards you were using? You had Letecia Stauch,
Yes.
Gannon,
Yes.
Gannon's father,
Yes.
Gannon's mother,
Correct.
Gannon's sister, Lena.
No, I did not have that standard.
You didn't have Lena?
No.
Okay. Did you have a Harley Hunt?
No.
Do you know who Harley Hunt was?
No.
You didn't know that that was Letecia's daughter that was living in the house?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Minogue? Doesn't look like it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Minogue, you can go ahead and step
Okay,
down. I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
ma'am.
That's all right.
Okay, guys. So we have made it through day 13. I think that, yeah, that was day 13. I'm almost sure it's day 13. Yeah, day 13, part 3. Our next one that we have up is going to be
All right. Prosecution claim.
1. So we will get into 14 part 1 tomorrow. If you are able to spend some of your Saturday over here with Take It to Trial, please, please, please don't hesitate. Oh, no problem. Hey, Joey. Welcome in. Did you get my message on your video, on your the video that you messaged in regards to the hype videos? I'm almost sure I messaged you back. So our plan is just kind of continuing on what we got going on. Our plan is tomorrow we're gonna do some more TT. Okay, yeah, I put it on there for you. I think it does work. I think what happens is when you guys do hype the videos, once we put it up there, what happens is when you hype it, it gives it like points. And as you get points, I think YouTube pushes the videos out so they get out there to other people saying, hey, this person liked this video. Not just a like where you put the thumbs up on the video, but they also hype this video. So you should check it out. Or, it'll say this video was hyped. So sometimes when you go up under different creators and different videos, it'll say hype video. So sometimes it tells YouTube to push it out into this algorithm, which I call to the beat of the rhythm of the night. So that's what I think that's more or less for. So yeah, if you can't hype any of the videos, that's appreciated. It kind of like gets us out there in some way. We got our algorithm queen, Just Shamrock, and she got her tag with Susie, and they be out there working it, baby. Work it, baby. Work it. Y'all remember that from Pretty Woman? When she was walking down the street, Julia Roberts was about to go get Richard Gere, and she was like, work it, baby. Work it. So they be out there working it for us. If you're not on Discord, here is the Discord link for anybody that wants to join the after party. That kind of happens when we're not online, where we can still kind of communicate. We plan on doing a movie watch soon. So I hope you guys can join the movie watch on Discord whenever we do it, probably next week or so. Tomorrow we will be back. As I said, we will be doing day 14 and 15 of TT tomorrow. I know Sunday we are going to do our case prep. We'll probably do some TT on Sunday, but I know our main focus is going to be our case prep so we can get ready for our American Idol trial that's going to start on Tuesday. What else we got? Monday, we're back with Fulio, and we'll also be doing, we'll be back with Fulio, and we'll probably end up doing some TT that day too. But Sunday sometime, we're going to do our case prep for Caleb. It didn't click on there? Wait a minute, let me try it again. You guys that are on the replay crew, that's also awesome for our algorithm. Just going in there and looking at, if you look if you on the replay crew and you hear me out here, yeah, when you like, just put a comment in there as you in there. It's awesome. It let you know. I love seeing the comments after you have watched the video. Let me know what you think of it, for a sound or anything. You say you thought I said case crap. I probably did say case crap. Don't tell nobody, Clear. This American Idol one, y'all. I'm doing some research. That's what I was doing today as we were listening to TT and writing my notes down on TT. I don't know what the deal is with this mess. I really don't know. And I guess we'll discuss it on Sunday because I don't understand this. I don't understand it. I don't know how a case goes to trial this fast, but we shall see. If I really don't think it's gonna happen on Tuesday. It's supposed to happen Tuesday, y'all. I don't think it's gonna happen Tuesday, but I'm gonna make sure that we prepare just in case it does happen on Tuesday. So this should be something else. He is the girl Karina Cooper. If anybody needs to know, I don't know. We are going to find out, drunkie. I've seen that. We'll watch all those hearings and stuff on Sunday. I didn't watch the hearing, but I seen it. I did see in the title they talk about the kids are coming to testify. So yeah. I know I started drinking way earlier when he kept asking TT the same question in the doggone interview room. I was like, him and her ain't going nowhere but round and round. This detective keep asking her what was her last vision of the Gannon, and she keep going round and round in this doggone circle instead of answering. And I said, I'm so tired of him asking questions, and I'm so tired of her answering with the same. I can't stand people that answer a question with a question. FFS, please just answer the question. Don't ask me a question with trying to answer my question. Answer my question, then ask me a question. What is wrong with you? Like driving me crazy. Yeah, and you know the one thing, Joey, this is my first time watching the trial. What I will say is I will give kudos to Al, first of all, for him keeping his cool for the most part. But boy, oh boy, when he was on them calls and he was getting at that ass and letting her know, he was getting at that butt, letting her know, like, Tisha, I'm not about to be playing these games with you. I'm so glad that he was letting her know. I'm so glad he was able to get his funky off in some type of way. Now, I have not seen what the impact statements or any of that stuff, because remember, this is my first time watching it, so I don't know what the impact statements is, but I hope he get her some more in the impact statements. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But yeah, so that will be our plan for the weekend. We are very fluid here, so if anything changes, I'll definitely keep you guys posted. I probably will not do any premieres of a TT, right? I don't think we really, I won't do no premieres of TT. I don't think it's no need for us to do that. I don't think we really got much to do there as far as that part. So we won't do anything as far as that part, any premieres with that. Plus, we'll have a pretty busy weekend, so we'll get some time off. I don't know how she gonna do it. So we'll get tonight off. We'll start sometime early in the morning tomorrow. So we can start working through some more TT, and Sunday we'll do like an afternoon kind of stream. It shouldn't be that long. I tell y'all it's gonna be an hour, but we'll be on here for 5 hours. So I won't say how long our case prep will be, but we're gonna try. I mean, I don't know. She's so silly. She is so silly. I can't. I want to say shout out to all the new subscribers. We have a ton of new friends, and boy, oh boy, we love friends. We love making new friends and bringing new people to the community. Which I don't think Courtney Clemmy's. I don't think her trial is happening on the 27th. I think her trial got pushed. Her trial got pushed because they got an appeal in regards to the jurors that were being strike, y'all. Nah, I don't think her trial starts. It's not. I don't think it's happening. Not when y'all think it is. Her trial got delayed again, just so y'all know. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. When they were going through the process of picking a jury selection at the beginning of the month, they were trying to strike all the African American jurors off the case. Yeah. So from my understanding, it's at the Supreme Court. So that means that it got pushed back. Let me get that information for y'all, because I don't want y'all to think that that's starting on the 27th and we're not doing it. Because I was looking for it to start and I heard it got delayed again. I'm so sick of them. Read my comment. Okay, let me see. I don't know. How does it start on the 27th? I don't think it does. I think they pushed it. Let me see. Let's see if we can find some information on it. I'm not reading the chat. What else you got in there? What are you talking about? I'm trying to look. You saying I'm trying to read the chat. What are you saying? I might be behind. Okay, you did. Okay, now you did. Oh gosh, Lord Jesus. What chat you want me to read? Okay, because I'm probably behind. You probably behind me. Let me see. Let me check. Let me check, because I do not want to be passing out inaccurate information, y'all. And since I have said it, let me look it up, because if her trial is starting, then that's totally different. So wait a minute.
The state is not ready, Your Honor. The civilians, witness unavailable.
Is this on the further starting? I didn't find it yet. Did this defendant AC for a long time or impeach? Say it again.
He was on loan.
Okay, are you ready, Mr. DeCoste? Need their expert to meet with Ms. Clenny. So
Let me see. Give me a second. Let me go try to see if I can check the court records. I know you made a comment. You saying that Courtney Clemmy is April the 27th, right? Or if you think that it's gonna be faster for you to get, because I don't know. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, SD. I'm just trying to, I think we off far as our timing. So let me know. Okay, I'm gonna go in the court system. Let me see. Let me get her case number. Oh man. Okay, here's the affidavit. Here, let me find out for us. Or maybe I'll search by name. Okay, here's the case number. It happened in 22. I'm looking at another screen, so I'm really not seeing the chat. What? Let me see. Okay, so this is the affidavit. I'm just trying to find her case number on here because I ain't really Law and Crime put it up here. Come in. See. Do. It's like this is like the craziest court case ever. That's what I will tell you guys. Like, I've never seen a case that they can't get together. That's what I will say about this Courtney Clemmy stuff. Yeah, so now I'm gonna see if they have the information in there why they are if it's true that they are delaying the trial, but I'm almost sure Katnot Williams, I heard from her that they were delaying the trial. I don't know where I heard it or if I seen it on, maybe she made a post on X, but y'all know she does like the deep dives. You know, I'm a shallow person, so we can only do a shallow. So if I'm ever saying I'm doing a deep dive, you know, like I'm trying to say that we gonna If I'm ever saying a deep dive, don't hold me to it. I'm probably just doing a shallow. I don't know if I could ever. I don't know if I could do a deep dive. I don't know if I could do one. I can't go deep. Let me tell y'all when the next hearing. I'll tell y'all that. That'll tell us. A motion for continuance filed on 4/1/2026. It was granted 4/1/2026. They have a status hearing that's going to be May 1st, 2026 at 9:00 a.m. Let me see what documents we have. Oh, this document, wait a minute, say. I hereby certified on April 2nd, 2026. I have filed the notice of documentation. Okay, these are people that we're supposed to have depositions that we're not going to get depositions from right now. What else we got in here? I'm just looking through the documents to see if there's something I can see that shows y'all guys what happened. I don't know. I just see this motion for continuance. I don't even see nothing that really tell us when they here, and I'm sharing it with y'all so y'all can see it. Like, I don't even see when the hearing. You know, Florida is very transparent in everything that they do. Yeah. Yeah, I think that right here is when they decided to do it. I was trying to see if and that's the hearing that we have there. Yeah, but from my understanding, I think it's been delayed again. But if y'all find out anything else over the weekend, please let me know. But I'm almost sure her hearing has been delayed. Okay, guys. Well, I am going. What witnesses are delaying things as the witnesses are not showing up? They are saying that they hope to start in August. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Film. I appreciate it. It's the stupidest thing I have ever seen. I just don't even understand why it's taking this long to do this, and this girl is in here with no bond. Like, what are they doing? Oh, we just closing down the set, just Shammy. You ain't missed nothing, boo. We talk about Courtney Clemming. We just talk about what we got coming up. And we was thinking that Courtney Clemming might start on Monday, but it's not. Because I'm telling y'all, it would have been big news that a jury was seated, and they haven't said anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm almost sure. So tomorrow we will continue with our days of our TT trial. We'll try to get through day 14, day 15 of TT. We will do our case prep for our American Idol Caleb case on Sunday, and we'll probably do some TT on Sunday. So we'll do 4 hours of TT and then do some of the case prep. Here's the Discord link for anybody that wants to join the after party, you know, because after the party, there's a hotel lobby and, you know, all the extra stuff. Fiesta, you know, whatever you want to do, however you want to play it. Please come join us over there where a lot of information takes place. And we also drop forms, and, you know, during the trial, we can put movies and all types of good movies and videos and documents and all types of good jazz. Welcome Chris to the gang. He just joined. Awesome. We had a lot of people join yesterday, just so y'all know. So awesome, guys. A nice place for all of us to be and hang out on different time zones and different places where we all can't make it here. Okay, cool. I'm going to put our outro song on. Absolutely. I sure in the hell will. If I got all the 4 of the Callies in here, oh, I sure will. You know, I always in love when I play y'all song. All right. Definitely can spoil y'all. Here we go.
Yeah. Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in check. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the feed. We the California's rolling deep online. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you're lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big, you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
We the California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, shadows showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A Courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Just Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, until tomorrow, y'all have a wonderful and safe evening. I'll catch you out here on Discord, or I will see you in the morning. Peace.